too.
Oh, really? Shit.
I can hear it. Yeah.
Dude, is it good now?
And gentlemen, we are live, tuned into the Buffalo Fanatics. We are on day 2 of draft coverage. Ladies and gentlemen, if you guys are excited for day 2 might be more exciting than day 1. We've got 2 picks going today. Most people are still on the hangover of drafting at number 30, Gregory Rousseau. I'm going to start with Kev on the bottom. Kev, what's going on today, man? Before we get into it, introduce yourself. Everybody might not know you. Some might know you. Let the people know who you are.
Yeah, I'm the guy that Pierre knows that he just brings on to these things. I've got no real affiliation whatsoever, and I just kind of hang out and make acerbic comments once in a while. Yeah, I guess that means I'm a smart ass.
It's all love, Kev.
I'm feeling good. We all got who we wanted in the first round last night.
Did we?
So I liked it.
Well, I'm going to say this. Kevin is feeling great because Jalen Smith, you're going to say Jalen Phillips is a Miami Dolphin now. He's going to be wreaking havoc for years to come. So Kevin hopes. And you got yourself a nice, speedy receiver in Waddle. Did you sleep well?
I did. And you guys got someone from the U, so you know what I mean? All my teams are represented.
We definitely are. Dave, have you had time to really soak in the draft of Mr. Gregory Rousseau of the Miami Hurricanes?
Yeah, I did. And I mean, we had a nice chat after the show last night, but I was going to sleep on it and I didn't want to comment right away outwardly to the public last night. So I slept on it, did a little reflection, and I put out my main 3 points this morning on Twitter. Number 1 point, this was a move that was clearly looking beyond 2021 decision. Number 2, the reason I think the Bills did not trade down, even though they may have been able to trade down and still get Rousseau, was they did want to have that 5th-year option on him for a guy who really probably needs development, right? He's only had the 1 year playing at Miami, so you kind of want that 5th-year option if he does kind of turn a corner, and it gives you some flexibility. And then number 3, Brandon Beane has earned, at least from my perspective, the right to take some swings in this, in the draft for some high ceiling guys where it's worked out for him in the past. Now, I'm not saying it's going to work out for him every time, but he's earned the right to take some chances like that. And time will tell whether or not it works out, but he's earned that right. And so with all those things considered, and, the athletic profile of Rousseau and the way he kind of came across after, he found out he was picked, I'm okay with it. Today's where we really see the draft take shape, though.
It's going to be fun today for sure. Yeah.
It definitely is going to be fun. I mean, I sat there reflecting on the pick that we made and why Beane decided to take this player. And he's saying, this is who we wanted. We thought about maybe trading back, but then when we noticed that this guy's going to stay and he's not going to go anywhere else, this was the guy we wanted. So what I found more intriguing was, and this happens every single year for Bills fans, where they crucify the first pick. We don't like it. We should have, but we put our feelings ahead of what is actually supposed to be that fits for the team. We get our feelings involved, and our feelings get hurt because what do? We spend months, we spend weeks, right, doing mock drafts and falling in love with these players and this, that, and the third. And when your player doesn't get picked,
that's exactly what it is. Yep.
We start to pout and be babies. And then
exactly
2 weeks from now, you're thrilled about the pick that we made. So I had to temper my feelings as well because I loved Jason Owe, and then he goes right after. So it goes to tell me that that's potentially what we could have chosen. But feelings aside, this is a solid pick. It's solid because we are going to want to see this team succeed for some time. And Greg Rousseau, Epinesa are the pillars, right? And it's nice to have pillars young pillars in this game that's going to be there for some time, man. So I'm excited about that. Now, Pierre, you are more leaning towards the offensive side of the ball. We're still open to it in the second round, but with Greg Rousseau being our pass rusher of the future, are you on board with this move?
I mean, it's hard. Like Dave said, it's extremely difficult not to sit back and give Beane a little bit of slack, right? I mean, he's earned that right as far as right now. But of course, it's like you said, man. Like people tend to get like married to certain picks, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when you get married to those picks, if they pick anyone else, you're pissed, right?
Yeah.
Now, what I will say is that after the season, after watching the Super Bowl and just understanding what we needed, everyone that I've seen all said we need pass rush. And then, months go by and then you sell yourself on why we should probably go wide receiver but no, at the end of the day, we needed pass rush. We got pass rush and we'll see how it pans out.
I'm gonna agree with you. We will see how it pans out, and we want it to pan out for the best, for the good. Scott Blakely comes in and chimes in and says, "I love the pick. We have the type of team to absorb a high ceiling player," and that's what it comes down to. We don't necessarily need these guys to come in and contribute. Although we love it, because when you choose a player in the first round, that's usually a franchise player, that's your pillar player. However, there are 32 picks in the first round.
Exactly.
We're not picking top 10. Top 10, you need a contributor right away. Top 15, okay. But now when you're going to the later rounds, it's as if we picked an early second round pick, if you really want to call it what it is, right? So I'm okay with having to wait on Greg Rousseau to get his act together, because I mean, listen, it's not a microwave dinner. We want to put that bitch in a slow cooker and let it slow cook. A nice slow cooked meal usually tastes the best, right? You don't want to microwave it. We're not miking this. Let's not mic it. Let's slow cook it, season it real good. I mean, maybe put it in the smoker. Smokers you put a prime piece of meat in the smoker, it takes hours. You don't rush it. Kev, am I lying here? Am I speaking truth?
At least it took till day 2 till we got one of your analogies.
You know me. It took me a while to warm up. By the way, before we get into it, I got to give a big shout out to Mr. Tim Shillington. Tim Shillington, welcome to the Bing Squad, folks. We have myself. We got the boss man next to me. Listen, Pierre, are we doing giveaways today? Can we do some giveaways?
We'll do as many giveaways as you want, but look, I'm just excited to be on here, man. I'm excited to talk shit to Kev because, I mean, look, Kev loves to come on these shows. I'm always hearing the back end. This man, love to talk his trash. I'm just here today, cuz.
You want that heat?
I got time today, cuz.
I got time. Would you get Chick-fil-A?
Yeah, man. I mean, come on now. I can't make a whole video about how good this thing is. Come on now. Ooh, wait. Come on.
Listen, I will tell you this though. I think a lot of people are gonna like the analogy of having to have a slow cooked meal, right? Or a smoker. Most guys, most of the manly men, they smoke some of the finest of meats, right? So I just got myself a smoker last year, and I had a brisket. Kev, actually, you tasted the brisket. What did you think?
Brisket. It was good. It was
all right. I mean, it was my first brisket ever made, but I needed to have it in there with more time. If I left it in with more time, more love, it would have came out even better. So Greg Rousseau, you know what I'm saying? We're gonna put him in the smoker, man. Let him marinate. Let him char up. You know what I'm saying? Get the veteran guys feeding him knowledge, and he's gonna be ready and primed and ready to go in year 2. Now, day 2, Dave. We have so many avenues that we could head. Would you say this is the more fun? This is the funnest day of the draft?
Yeah, I mean, look, I put a comment out earlier that said this is my favorite day of the draft. I used to love it when the draft was 2 days. You had rounds 1 through 3 on Saturday, 4 through 7 Sunday. You sit around all day Saturday talking draft, doing your day drinking, whatever you're gonna do. To me, this is, like I said right before it went over to Pierre, like this is really where your draft for your team really starts to take shape. Round 1 is a lot of fanfare. It's a lot of glitz. It's a lot of that. We got the red carpet stuff going on. But day 2, rounds 2 and 3, you really start to get a sense of like what direction your team's going. And number 2, it happens every year. There's always like that group of like 7 to 10 guys that you were like, these guys should have been picked in the first round or could have been picked in the first round that slip into day 2.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of good players still on the board right now. And, the Bills obviously are picking way late, but if there's a guy that they felt maybe had a very close to a first round grade on their board, you may see them get aggressive and try to move up. For teams that like the Jaguars and the Bengals who, passed on taking offensive linemen in the first round. The Bengals passed on Sewell to take Chase. The Jags took Etienne late. They're looking very smart right now because there's a lot of good offensive linemen that have made their way now into the top of the board here on day 2. And I think teams like Jacksonville and Cincinnati, who are picking early now in the second round, are setting up themselves really nicely to go that direction if they want to, because to me right now, the cream of the crop as far as the top of the board, there's a lot of good offensive linemen right now on the board. Pierre's guy Dickerson's out there, Humphrey, Tevin Jenkins is out there, Eichenberg, Samuel Cosme, so Dylan Radunes. There's a lot of good offensive linemen now. And the reason I bring that up is because that's a position that a lot of Bills fans think that we may be targeting in the second round offensive line. And we saw how the board fell yesterday. The edges kind of, if you want to say, fell to us other than Pay and Phillips. There were a lot of edge players available. So will that happen today with offensive line? We'll see.
Dave, real quick. Like how many first round guys that you think, slip that you're looking to see where they go today? Because I don't think any of the first round guys are going to slip to 61. But if I'm looking at my board right now, you've got J.O.K., Trevon Merrick, Elijah Moore, Tevin Jenkins, Azeez Ojulari, Christian Barrymore, Landon Dickerson. Like these are all, there's like about 7 to 10 guys that you could say could have been first round guys. That first round picks, yeah.
These teams that had multiple picks in the first round already and are going to have another high pick, including, I hate to say it, Miami. Kevin's probably super happy about this. They're potentially getting 3 first round graded guys in this draft before 9 o'clock tonight, before 8 o'clock tonight. So it's going to be interesting to see what position there's going to be a run on a certain position, and I think it's going to be offensive line early. I think that's what you'll see.
And how many picks do you have this round, Kev?
I got 2 seconds and 1/3.
Nice.
Freaking guy, man. This is freaking guy.
I know. That's sick to me.
He's got the fifth. He's got the 4th pick tonight. You've got the 4th pick, right?
Yeah, more Laramie Tunsil.
Yo, I'm sick of Kevin, man. But I will say this though. I think the most I gotta roast myself because Scott caught it. In my mind, I computed that didn't make any sense at all, but I said it anyway. I blurbed it. The funnest. Shame on me. I pride myself in actually being able to, speak correctly, but this way, my goodness. Thanks for calling me out, Scott Blake. I can always count on my Chi-Town brother to call my ass out. Now, here's the deal. We have ample direction to hit. We've already attacked the pass rush. I think that now that people have had, a night to sleep on it, we've already moved on to how we can solidify this draft. I know that when I do my mock drafts, second round and third round, this is when it gets interesting for me, right? So corner, is that the position that we should be looking at? There should be nothing else unless something stands out to us that you're like, okay, you can't miss on that player. But corner to me feels like this is the move to make. Pierre, are you on board with that? No.
I'm on board with the idea of drafting the corner, but I'm not on board with we need to draft a corner.
Got it.
Because, we have multiple holes. Now, what I don't want us to do just as a fan base is to just think that the 2020 offense is just going to repeat itself, this upcoming season, right? Because we thought the same thing with the 2019 defense, and it sure as hell didn't, right? So, we can't ignore the fact that our interior offensive line is definitely a spot that we have to look at, whether if it's, second or third round. But I am excited, for the corner position, though. I mean,
like Dave said, how could you not be excited?
Solid guys. Yeah.
I just don't understand how you can't be excited for the corner position because you lock down on one side. The other side, you got to lock it down. That gives us at least I'll talk for myself. It gives me more reason to be more excited about the first round pick in Greg Rousseau, because now I'm like, okay, at least we solidified our spot with, let's just say, Melifonwu or ASJ. Now I can be more excited about, okay, so now that we have a lockdown, I don't have to worry so much about this pass rush getting it, because now, like you said, there's some people that love the pass rush more rather than a coverage. So if we can cover, we can get our older guys, right, to get after that quarterback, so we can give more time to guys like Greg Rousseau or guys like Bam Johnson and so on and so forth. As we were just chatting here, we just added a new member, Mr. Edwin North. I hope he's from the North in Canada. If you are, what it do? So we are we're what mere minutes away, 10 minutes away from
10 minutes.
the start of this draft. So do you have a big what's left on our big board, like our Bills big board? That we
Let's go by position. I say we go by position here.
Let's do that. Help us out, Dave.
Okay, so for corner, since we were just talking about corner, obviously ASJ's got to be on your big board. Steve's guy Elijah Molden is probably on your big board. Tyson Campbell is another guy that should be on our big board. Iffy Melifonwu should be on our big board. A guy that we really haven't talked about much that probably is on the Bills' big board, though, is Aaron Robinson from UCF and Benjamin St. Juste from Minnesota. Those are both guys that are likely on the Bills board, although I would have preferred the other ones. So that's at corner. We addressed edge, so we don't need to go there. Offensive line is where it's at, right? You've got, and we'll go with Pierre because we know he's all about the interior. You got Dickerson, Humphrey, Wyatt Davis, Quinn Meniers, Ben Cleveland, Josh Myers. I don't think an Aaron Banks will be second round, but third. Like, there's a lot of good interior offensive line still left on the board. Yeah. And I think there could be value there depending on sort of how the board shakes out for the Bills. If you see a run on offensive tackles, for example, or if you see a run on edge players, now that there was like a little mini run on edge players at the end of that first round, there could be a run at edge here in the second that could potentially free up some good interior offensive linemen to then be there with the Bills. And then the other position that, a lot of Bills fans are kind of looking at is interior defensive line, right? Yeah. Christian Barmore hasn't been picked yet. I expect him to go off the board early, but Levi O, Davion Nixon, Milton Williams, Tommy Togiai, Jay Tufele, Aleem McNeil, Marvin Wilson. I would expect all those names to come off the board tonight at some point in the second or third round. And that's another position that we think that maybe the Bills could address tonight. The wild card for me could be receiver, right? I mean, you've seen Elijah Moore still on the board. He's on my big board for the Bills. Dwayne Eskridge is a guy that the Bills have scouted from Western Michigan, who's a converted defensive back who I expect to get picked tonight, who could be a sneaky dark horse for the Bills here in round 2. But if I'm a betting man and I'm saying what position the Bills going to attack tonight, it's going to probably be offensive line and corner, or defensive back. You could maybe see a wild card with them going safety. They did meet with Javon Holland. Devon Diablo is a guy that Steve likes as a big nickel type of guy. Hamza Cyril Dean is a guy that's been a cult favorite for the Bills fans for a while now. And obviously you still got Andre Sisco from Cuse. We talk about Trill Williams and Melifonwu as the corners, but Andre Sisco as a safety, probably more of a luxury pick for the Bills. They went that direction, but another guy that, I would put on my short list. But yeah, there's a lot of good players still available right now.
And Kev, real quick, man, what do you think of the idea of the Bills drafting a wide receiver early in the second round right now?
Oh, he's setting me up. Okay. We talked about this stuff there. I don't understand the fascination with drafting a wide receiver high. He would be your like fifth option. Like,
but Kev,
you were talking about Elijah.
We're drafting
Moore
for the future. Remember, with Rousseau
and Dwayne Eskridge, who are slot receivers. So are you? What, Beasley's going to go to the bench?
No, he's not going to go to the bench. But you're drafting a guy who can learn under Beasley, who could play in a year or two. And Sanders is gone after this year, and Beasley's contract is up after 22. So
my strategy is always you draft the best player available at a position of need. If you have if Elijah Moore, I guess, slips to 60 or something, or wherever you're picking, I don't know, right? If he slips, then I get it, right? I get it because the value is so high that you would have to take him. But I'm just saying, if you have a wide receiver and a corner of comparable value, how can you not go corner?
No, in that case, I agree. Right? I agree.
And I get that Sanders is pretty much a stopgap, right? And I get Diggs is going to get locked up long term.
Yep.
Beasley's probably going to get brought back. And then you got Gabe Davis. Who's the other kid you guys like? Hodgins?
Yeah, but he's no guarantee to make the roster, though, right?
No guarantee. But we're already talking now. So whoever you draft is going to battle for that. And then you got McKenzie that you brought back, who you're going to keep because he's probably picking up return duties. So you'd be drafting a guy with your second pick in the second round to compete for 5th wide receiver position and compete with McKenzie for, I guess, return abilities if he's that kind of guy.
Right.
Hey, Kev, hold on, Kev. I mean, come on. He doesn't want to talk shit now. Look, I asked you the question for a reason because I knew how you felt about that. That's why I asked you. But it's like Dave said, man, and my man Ombre said the same thing. We have to think about the future as well, right? Now, I do get the idea that, hey, if you have a corner rated the same as the wide receiver, then the corner's more of the need right now but I wouldn't necessarily be, mad if we did go, Elijah Moore, for example, right here in a second.
Yeah. No, I usually just learn from my betters, and it was a guy named, I think his name was Pierre Gabbert, that coined the phrase, you take the best player at the position need. I actually stole that from the King.
But how are you defining need? Could need be a need in 2022, or is it a need? Is need only for 2021? Again, is the question.
To quote the Kingpin, are you toying around with the future? Or are you playing for a chip?
You know what? Don't play.
Because
you damn right.
Next year, right? So
no, but look.
Again, and like I said, if you have the right wideout there, take the wideout, right? If the wideout in the corner is if the wideout's so much better in the corner, absolutely take it. But if the corners, you got them rated like neck and neck, take the guy who's going to compete for a starting job.
Okay,
hold on, Jeff.
Hold on. Let me give a shout out to Bills Mafia STF. Welcome to the Big Squad, my guy. Now let's kind of flip the script.
There's also another new member, Rico, Jay Davis.
Oh shit! Let me get it. Edwin.
Jay Davis. You got Edwin. There's Jay Davis is in there too.
Jay Davis, let's go, man. We added members today. I think we have up to four right now. Jay Davis, salute to you. Let's go. Here it is. We are nearly starting. Now let's move away from the Bills for a quick second. Surprise team that you were impressed with, and the team that you're like, boy, you guys just stay screwing up. So I want to go to Kevin. Who screwed up last night? Where you're like, they just can't get out of their own way.
I didn't like the Jets move to go get Elijah Vera Tucker. They gave up like a 3rd round pick to move up to take a guard. Especially since so many good linemen kind of fell down the board. Now I know this is a hindsight thing because they wouldn't know that at the time. And then who I really thought did a good job was the Giants. I thought the Giants, when their guys weren't there anymore, trading down and getting all those picks from Chicago and then still getting a weapon for Daniel Jones in Kadarius Toney, I thought was awesome.
Yep.
Well, here's the deal, man. To me, the Raiders still kind of looked a little iffy. I was like, come on, man. The Raiders, I mean, you need some help, but they need help a lot of places. So, like, where do you begin? It's like when you're about to clean, you're moving, right? You need to move from one house to the other, and you're like, where do I begin? There's just so much work for me to do. And I feel like that's where the Raiders are, right? They got some nice pieces, but where do I begin? You got to start with protecting your quarterback, and that's where they went with Mr. Leatherhead. Another team that I'm not mad at the pick, but a lot of people were roasting them, and that's the Pittsburgh Steelers. Why draft an RB when you have no linemen? And that's what people are talking about with the Pittsburgh Steelers. But sometimes you got to grab a back that doesn't need great linemen. He can make moves for himself. So, Pierre, was there a team that stood out to you as bums of the night? Or were there some teams that stood out to you like, man, we got to be paying attention to this team?
I'm actually a big fan of what the Bears did, and to go back to what, Kevin said of one of my famous sayings, you got to go get your guy, man. It's one of those things where they went from 20 to 10 and they said, look, we have to go get our guy. We're not going to toy around with the quarterback position. And, I think them getting Fields was a humongous this boost for the franchise, just by itself.
They needed that. That's a big that's a spark. That franchise has needed a spark, man. They tried to get a spark when they brought Khalil Mack over there, right? Big trade. Khalil Mack comes over, it gives them a spark on defense, but that offense just kept on just letting them down. But here's the funny thing: Trubisky came in his first year. Didn't he do well? He did pretty well.
He did okay,
right?
He did okay.
So, like, didn't he take him to the playoffs?
Yeah, they lost on the double doink. They lost,
right? So
yeah,
you thought they looked good. You thought.
Well, their defense was also they were like the 2017 Jags though that year. Their defense was insane that year, and their offense was okay. Kind of like the Jags in 17 when their defense was like unworldly and their offense was okay with Bortles. So it was always to me kind of this feeling of they could be a flash in the pan because sustainable defense is a lot harder to maintain than a sustainable offense in today's NFL anyway, in my opinion. So tough situation for them that year.
Kev, how do we feel about the Jaguars? Are they going to be good enough to compete?
The Jaguars, not this year.
I
like what they're doing. They got a nice receiving core. Well, they got a nice what's his name? I like DJ Chark. I like Laviska Shenault. I like
they signed Marvin Jones.
Yeah, I like the addition of Travis Etienne. Their line needs some work, and I do like they got the two young pass rushers and Josh Allen and Chase on that they got last year. I like Jack at linebacker. I like Henderson at corner. So they have some nice pieces, and that South Division without Watson there, it's. I mean, the Titans are still going to probably be a good team. Who knows how the Colts are going to do with what's his name from Philly, Wentz. So it's a year too soon for them to try and think they're going to make some noise. But let's see how it goes. I like the direction the personnel's going.
No, I appreciate that, man. Corey Gordon, I know he's Canadian because that 888. They mess with our conversions over there, man. It's never a flush number. Shout out to you, Corey. He says the world forgot about the best RB in the draft that last night, Javonte Williams. You mother effing right, man. I don't know what the hell they're thinking. Javonte is a monster. Anyway, Javonte Williams, I remember, bro. I remember who you are. Hope Miami don't get him. I really don't as well. If Miami,
but real quick,
go ahead, man.
No. You go ahead and finish. I want to actually
because if Miami picks up Javonte Williams, I'm gonna be upset. I'm not going to be happy, and that's going to be a thorn in my side for years to come, and I'm not looking forward to it. Ricky Williams going over there was a freaking problem. I hated Ricky Williams because he killed us every time he played, man. That boy was just nice. So I really hope Javonte does not go to the freaking oh man, I'm not going to be happy with that. Pierre, what were you going to jump in there?
Well, no, as far as ETN, I heard Kevin said that was a good pick for the Jaguars, which I do agree, by the way. But like, how is it a good pick for them in the first, but it wouldn't have been a good pick for us at 30? I'm just curious to
he's putting you on the spot.
Yeah, to me,
I'm just curious.
I'm not huge on that they took him in the first round. I'm just looking at a vacuum of him on the team. I think that him and what's his name there, the quarterback Lawrence, having that bit of that connection, being college teammates, I think might help. They'll have a bit of chemistry, a bit of connection. I like him on the team. Would I, if I were the Jags, I wouldn't have picked him right there. I would have probably went O-line or something. But when you look at it, when the September rolls around, I think they're going to be glad that he's on the team. Now, for you guys, I wasn't against you guys taking ETN. The thought of it actually was terrifying because as Allen progresses, if he's going to get better, one of the main things that he'll probably do is stop taking all those ridiculous like sacks and start taking the dump offs, right? Start playing a little bit more, taking the stuff that's there and throwing those short passes if he gets in trouble, dumping the ball off the ETN in space, that'd be a nightmare. So I wasn't against that for you guys. I generally don't find running backs in the first round too like a great value, but you guys have a stacked team. You have a loaded team. You don't really have too many holes other than pass rush. And so had you done it, I wouldn't have said it was a bad pick. And as a Dolphins fan, I would have hated it.
Well, listen, Jags are going to be up shortly. They've got the first pick in the second round. So let's touch on the Jags a little bit. So they've got their franchise quarterback. They've got Travis Etienne as their RB. That Coach Meyer says they're going to use him as a third down back, third down back, which I was puzzled by that because he mentioned who do they got? Carlos Hyde, and I believe they have who else is the guy? Who's the other red back over there?
James
Carlos
Robinson.
Hyde. Pardon me?
James Robinson.
James Robinson. Right?
Yeah.
So we're going to have those guys as the downhill back, and then when we want to switch things up, we're going to put Travis Etienne in there. So be it. I'm not too familiar with Urban Meyer. I just had somebody just say Urban Meyer is going to keep him behind. Dave, speak on this Urban Meyer head coaching gig and what he's going to do with his team and this important pick coming up in the second round.
The Jags are in a really good spot here because they have the first pick here in the second round, and they also have the 13th pick in the second round. And Kev mentioned thought maybe they would go offensive line, but with the way the board fell, they can really go ham on offensive line here with that first pick, or they can wait and go offensive line with the 13th pick in the first round. So we talk about Etienne and Lawrence, the connection from Clemson. I think you look at this pick for the Jags and you have your pick of the litter of whatever offensive line you want right here. You look at their depth chart right now, their guards are okay. They have Andrew Norwell at left guard and AJ Cann, who was a guy I thought the Bills could draft a couple, 4 or 5 years ago. He's still pretty solid, got an extension. Where you look at their weaknesses, you look at it and you say right tackle, you have Jawan Taylor, you picked in the second round in 2019. Brandon Linder is your center, and Cam Robinson's your left tackle. So to me, if I'm the Jags, I'm looking at either a center, like a Dickerson here, or I'm looking at an offensive tackle, maybe a Tevin Jenkins, you put him in at right tackle, maybe a Liam Eichenberg, you put at right tackle, maybe a Samuel Cosme, you put at right tackle. That would be kind of like the move you would make if you really wanted to go offensive line here. But if the Jags wanted to get risky, what they could do, because between now and pick 13, there's a good chance that Pat Freiermuth gets picked, right?
I was just about to say that, yep.
They could take Freiermuth here because they're Tyler Eifert's their starting tight end. They could use a tight end for Lawrence, and Kev mentioned they have the good receivers. And then maybe you wait and you take the offensive lineman with your next pick, 10, 12 picks from now, because there looks like there'll still be some good ones available.
Yep.
So that's kind of the battle I would be weighing if I'm Jacksonville right here. Do I go ahead and snag like a Freiermuth here and then just take the best offensive lineman available with my next pick? Or do I go ahead and take the offensive lineman here and try to let the chips fall where they may? Maybe Freiermuth gets picked, and maybe I'm okay with maybe taking like a Brevin Jordan at tight end in the middle of this round. But if it was me, I might risk it if I was the Jags, and I might take Freiermuth here and go with offensive line. But I think the Jags will be smart here, and my money would say they probably would go offensive line with this first pick.
Morrig would be a good pick for them too.
I think it's more of a risk, though. I think it was more of a risk if you don't pick the tight end now, because
I agree.
Exactly.
I agree. I agree with that. There's more offensive linemen available than there are tight ends. Freiermuth, pretty much consensus-wise is the second best tight end in this class behind Pitts, right? Pitts was in a class of his own. It's Freiermuth and Brevin Jordan and Tommy Tremble is kind of the next group of guys. You're right, Pierre. There's a good chance between now and pick 13 in the second round that Freiermuth's gone. So take him now. You look at the offensive linemen that are still available, especially at tackle, if that's the direction we go. You got Jenkins, you got Cosme, you got Eichenberg, you got Raduns, you got Brady Christensen, you got Jalen Mayfield. There's a lot of guys you could pick if you're Jacksonville at tackle if you wanted to go that route. I would say the only counter argument to that is if they really wanted to get the center here, then you probably would take Dickerson or Humphrey. But so that would be.
I think if they go line, they'll go maybe like a Cosme, because I think the weak link on that line is left tackle. So I think you need a left tackle. But now that I think of it, I like Trevor Morrig because what do they got? They're rocking Gerard Wilson and Rayshawn Jenkins. Yikes.
Man, real quick, man, I have to give a shout out to my guy, man. I haven't talked to this guy in a long time. Jeff Green. What's going on, Jeff Green? My man. What's up, baby?
Yeah, Jeff Green is a big contributor to the BF in the chat all the time. So right now I'm looking at the Dolphins, looking at the Patriots, I'm looking at the Jets. I really can't stress enough how I'm just annoyed with what the Dolphins are doing. The management with you guys, was it Chris Greer? Is Greer your guy over there, Kev?
Yeah.
Greer is doing a heck of a job building a team over there. Sadly. And I see why, because he's seeing what the Bills were able to do last year and how explosive we were, how we were just lighting teams up at will whenever we wanted to. Josh Allen coming into his own, Kevin just sick to his stomach, watching Matt Barkley tear his team up. I mean, I get it. I'd be in my emotional bag as well. So this is redemption for Kevin. This is redemption for Dolphins fan. They feel that now we can fight Big Brother. You know what I mean? Everybody has a little brother that they pick on and so on and so forth. Unfortunately for me, I'm the little brother, right? And my big brother, you know, he used to rough me up a little bit. When we get a little bigger, that's when we can try to come back. The Dolphins they feel that they've hit the gym a couple times.
You've won one division in 79 years, and you're talking like you're the Patriots here. Like,
you know what matters the most?
At you, jeez.
You know what matters the most? But I have to say, Kevin, one thing that matters the most is the one you most recently won.
Exactly.
That's what people remember, baby. That's what people remember. I don't remember the Dolphins.
I agree.
You feel me? I mean, I just want you to just sit and take it. You know what I mean? I'm Puff Daddy, man. Take that. So, that being said, by the way, give a shout out to new contributor, Silas Whittle. I know Silas became a member yesterday. Salute to you, Silas. What do you guys prioritize more today? Establishing an actual pass rush or CB2? Also, how likely is it that we move up? Dave, talk to us about that. How likely is it that we move up, and which do you prioritize the most?
Well, obviously, we already drafted the pass rusher. So if you're talking about today as in day 2, CB2 would be the priority. But I think he's more asking, like, what do we prioritize more in the defense? What's more important? And clearly the Bills felt that getting the pass rusher, first was more important. I mean, we saw what Tampa Bay was able to do to the Chiefs in the Super Bowl with that pass rush. And honestly, like Steve has mentioned multiple times, their secondary wasn't full of high-round draft picks. It was a bunch of mid-round guys. So they were able to kind of get away with that kind of blueprint. How likely is it that we trade up? This is the issue that the Bills are going to have with trading up. I think it's likely, but I think you are going to, if you do trade up, you're probably not coming out of this draft with more than 4 or 5 picks. The Bills don't have a 4th round pick to use as ammo to move up. They do have 2 5ths. My best guess would be they're not going to make a big jump. They're going to make a jump of maybe 3 to 4 to 5 spots. Would be my guess. Like, and if something's not falling to them in like the low to mid 50s, they're probably going to stand pat. If something looks appealing to them, starting around pick 50, I would say is where you would maybe start to see them try to move up. The problem with moving up in the 2nd round, even 10 spots, you're probably giving up your 3rd round pick, and that's a tough pill to swallow when we don't have a 4th round pick. So the question you have to ask yourself is: are you comfortable coming out of tonight with only 1 pick? And not picking again until the 5th round. And I don't know how comfortable I am with that, to be honest with you. So that's why I was kind of all about
getting your guy. I'm completely comfortable.
If it means getting like ASJ or a Melifonwu, I'm okay with it. But if it means going up, or even a JOK, but that would take a big move. I think he's going to come off very quickly here. Jacksonville may even take him right here. Who knows, right? So. Yeah. But if it's a guy like ASJ who maybe starts slipping down, or even, I mean, I don't necessarily want this guy, but if a Tyson Campbell, if they like him a lot and he starts slipping down, like they may be willing to move up 4 or 5 spots to get that guy. I don't think they're going to move up more than 10 spots in this 2nd round. In the 3rd round, I could maybe see them moving up, like trading both of those 5ths to maybe get an extra 3rd rounder. I could see that possibly, but I would be shocked if they moved up a ton in the 2nd round.
Well, folks, this is they're getting ready to. I mean, I hate that they fluff all this stuff when NFL Network is doing this shit, but we are where we are now. I'm also looking at big names on the defensive side of the ball coming out, and Zaven Collins is gone out of the linebacking crew. Who else came off the board at linebacker? Parsons came off the board. Is there a big drop off after that? Right, JOK, I believe, is still on the board. I mean,
Jamin Davis got picked. He's another big name.
Excuse me.
I mean, Baron Browning is the only other name outside of JOK. Probably you could maybe throw Nick Bolton and Jabril Cox into that mix.
Oh yes, Nick Bolton. Yes.
Yeah, I mean those are two completely different players. But if you're looking for like a Micah Parsons light, like Baron Browning would be a guy that I thought maybe the Raiders could have considered last night.
Right.
He would be sort of in that Micah Parsons mold. Nick Bolton to me is more of like a true 2-down kind of thumper type guy. So for someone who's really looking for like a middle linebacker, true middle linebacker, maybe an inside linebacker on a 3-4, he's a guy. And Jabril Cox is a guy that we all kind of liked, prior to us re-signing Milano. He was a popular target for the Bills as a coverage linebacker who could be valuable to somebody here. But the wild card, I think, for me at linebacker is Chaz Surratt. I mean, Damon mentioned him.
Okay.
I like Chaz.
I think he's coming off the board. Yep. Jay Davis says Chaz Surratt, possibly. Probably not to the Bills, but I mean, he's a guy with a pretty high ceiling. He's only played that position for 2 years. I believe he was a former quarterback when he came to North Carolina, recruited by Larry Fedora to play quarterback, and they moved his position to linebacker. He kind of is like a JOK type to me. I think he's like a linebacker safety type hybrid with a lot of potential, a lot of good athleticism, good ceiling. But that's Steve's dad, I think, by the way.
Is it?
I think so. But those would be like kind of my short list linebackers, I guess. Rico,
I'm on board. I'm on board with that because I'm now because I'm looking at the board right now, and I'm trying to, as you're talking, I'm trying to fill in the TDM board with what was already taken and is messy.
You don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. If you go to start a mock draft on TDN right now, they will They will start you in the second round with only who's left available.
Wonderful. Because I'm like restarting everything. I'm like, yo, where's it? And I'm like mixing around. I'm like, okay, perfect. So as I'm looking at the list, though, there are drop offs when you look at your edge rushers. So I'm actually glad that we were able to get at least Greg Rousseau. I mean,
your guy Ronnie Perkins is still there.
I know, but it's too late. Yeah, I mean, we're not going to go damn lineman. I would have been just as happy to go with Ronnie Perkins. So
you're right, though. That mini run at the end of the first round, though, with those 3 edges taken in a row with Rousseau and Away and Tryon, I mean, that kind of put a little bit of a dent in that edge depth here now for debut.
Does the edge run continue early in the second? That is a question because I mean everybody witnessed.
It
Tampa Bay.
Ojulari will go quickly.
Going after Pat Mahomes.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ojulari is going to get picked within the first 10 picks of this second round, and then it's kind of a crapshoot, right? I don't know, like how early is Perkins going to go? How early is Boogie Basham going to get picked? How early is Joseph Asai going to get picked? Is someone going to take a chance on a Janarius Robinson from Florida State who's got like the tools that you look for, but maybe hasn't had the on-field production that you like?
As Bobby can attest to, the coaching at Florida State, the whole program's in tatters. It's just a shit show right there. Right, Bobby?
But you're right,
buddy.
He said, right, Bobby?
Is he? I haven't seen him in the chat yet tonight, but
he's always lurking around. I like to get him. Yeah.
Kevin's the trip, man.
Yeah.
Now
pick is in for the Jags. I don't know who it is, but the pick is in.
We're about to find out. I mean, are they going to just solidify the offensive side of the ball?
I think it's either Freiermuth or Moehrig, but I'll say Moehrig.
Safety, huh?
Yeah.
I'll say it'll probably be offensive line, and the wild card would be Freiermuth.
Why wouldn't they get the Jenkins cat and just
Jenkins is a right tackle, and Juwan Taylor's a nice right tackle. I mean, Cam Robinson's not that
Cosme, I like Kev's pick of Cosme as an option for left tackle. That would be a nice athletic left tackle for them, for Lawrence. And we know, it seems like Lawrence can run a little bit. They probably would rather have more of an athletic left tackle than what they have right now with Cam Robinson.
And leave Tevin Jenkins on the board.
Yeah, we know you want Tevin Jenkins here with the 4th pick. So in that case, I hope they pick Tevin Jenkins so you can't get him.
Well,
it could be corner as well.
I'm probably going to.
I think it could be corner as well. Like it could be maybe like a person like Tyson Campbell, something like that. So, yeah,
it could be. I mean, they did draft C.J. Henderson last year in the first round, and they have Shaquille Griffin, who they signed. But you can never have too many corners. We saw the Browns yesterday; they drafted Newsome when they already had Greedy Williams and Denzel Ward.
Super interesting that they drafted a corner. I didn't understand that.
I mean, he was definitely the best player available, I would say. So they went definitely BPA. And maybe the Browns are saying, hey, look, we got to beat the Chiefs too. So we need corners. And here comes the Jags pick.
Oh, there we
go. Pierre, did you have some inside knowledge with that one?
Yeah,
no. I mean, he's a pretty solid corner. Just as, you know, if you look at
there's one off the board though. That's not good for the Bills.
I know. So this might be the run. It's like you said, Rico.
Yeah, you know who he reminds me of a bit though. He reminds me of Darby, because he's fast.
Right.
He can stay with the guys.
He's taller than Darby though. I think.
It's more just how they play the ball when it's in the air. He's
always there. That's the crazy thing, because Darby wasn't that guy to play the ball. That was usually his.
That's my point.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm with you. Yeah. So I mean, listen, this might be the run on corner, because after you guys know, after you take the select few, it dips, it drops.
To me, it's Campbell, ASJ, and Melifonwu are the three, and then after that, it drops for me, in my opinion.
How far does it drop when you have a nice corner, underrated corner, in my opinion, in Paulson Adebo, I believe his name is?
I'm wondering now if he even makes it to 61. Yeah. I don't know if he even makes it to 61. I love him. He was on my no matter what list back in February.
You think he's gone before 61?
I'm not saying he will be, but I'm saying with the fact that Campbell just got picked with the first pick here.
Yeah.
Unless guys like Aaron Robinson and Elijah Molden and Kelvin Joseph, unless those guys get picked ahead of an Adebo, there's a chance he could get picked before 61. I would be very happy with getting him. I think all along I've been vocal in my support of him as a fit for the Bills. He's a really good zone player. He opted out in 2020. He didn't play in 2020, but in 2019 he had 4 picks. 2018 he had 4 picks. Go watch his tape. He's really good at the point of attack when he goes up for the ball. He's got really good ball skills, good hands. He does some very creative things when he's trying to break up passes, and he's very smooth. He's not a very speedy top end speed type guy, but in a zone system with the ball skills he has, I really like him as a fit for the Bills. So Campbell, obviously, right there, he's got really good physical tools. So I'm not surprised that the Jags picked him there.
No, there's no question about that. So the Jags have now solidified corner spot. The Jets are up. New head coach and Robert Saleh. Marcus May. You've got the return of linebacker Mosley. Defensive tackle Williams is there. I believe is still there. So I mean, they're scattered with talent here and there on the defensive side of the ball. I can't see them going offense.
They did sign Rankins too, so it'd be a little bit of a surprise to see them go defensive tackle. Although they could pair Rankins with Barrymore, that would be kind of a nice move. But they run a 3-4, so it maybe isn't a fit. I don't know if Salah's going to switch them to a 4-3. If Salah switches them to a 4-3, which I think he ran a 4-3 in San Fran, if I'm not mistaken, you could have a really nice pair. But I would imagine Quinn and Williams might slide inside in the 4-3. I don't know that he's going to play end, but
that would be nice. That'd be nice for them. So they've got some things they got to do. So looking at this depth
I would go edge if I was them here. Get a true edge to put. You got Carl Lawson, who you signed. You put in Quinn and Williams inside with Sheldon Rankins, and then you give yourself
wouldn't be a bad pick.
No, that wouldn't be either.
Rankins, I mean, they don't have much guys on.
The Christian Barmore here will be nice too, though.
Yeah.
It depends on what they want to do with Quinn and Williams. If they want to leave Quinn and Williams as an edge player in a 4-3, that makes sense. But if you move Quinn and Williams inside, then you have Rankins and Quinn and Williams on the inside. Do you really need a Barmore here if you're the Jets? I think you actually need an edge player more than you need an interior guy if you're the Jets. But we'll see.
So are you thinking Ojulari?
Well, if they think he can be a fit in a 4-3, I think it could be Ojulari. I think it could be Basham. We know Saleh likes those big. He likes those big defensive ends. You know, he had Armstead in San Fran. So as a big defensive end, Basham fits the bill. Basham fits the bill for that as far as a fit. And maybe a Ronnie Perkins could also fit the bill.
But I can see them going offense too. Like whenever you draft that franchise quarterback, I know they doubled up with O-line too. Yeah, right. So
They could get a Wyatt
Davis.
Davis. They could get a Wyatt Davis and really solidify that interior offensive line because they drafted
100%.
Becton last year. You put Wyatt Davis in the mix there too. That could be a nice move for them.
And even
like
a wide receiver here too, though.
Could be. Yeah, very much. Well, could be.
So
they got Denzel Mims. If they get like Elijah
they did sign
Moore,
Corey Davis.
Right,
yeah, they did sign Corey Davis. They still have Crowder, but you're right.
Yep.
I mean, maybe they feel like Elijah could be the heir apparent.
So just to give a quick shout out to everybody tuning in, we've got about 360 viewers right now solely on YouTube. Do us a favor, smash that like while you're in this channel, on this channel, viewing with us. And you know what I'm saying? We're gonna experience this all together, guys. So smash that like. If you have friends that aren't familiar with this coverage, man, yo, come on over, have fun with us.
Share the stream,
drink, do what you got to do. Who's sipping on anything tonight? Anybody sipping on? Yo, Dave, you don't got a beer?
No beer? It's a long night, man. I'm gonna pace myself. So,
there you go, Kev. What are we sipping on? Red Bull?
Zero right now. I'm gonna get some.
Oh man!
Yeah.
Oh man!
More. Okay.
Wow.
Ooh, they're getting. I don't like that, man. I don't like that.
That's No. You have Mims, Elijah Moore, and they just ended up getting Corey Davis. Man,
and they still have Crowder.
Crowder can play, man.
Wow. Okay, Jets. I see you, Jets.
Hold on a second, because Pierre is.
And they signed Keelan Cole too to a 1-year deal.
Pierre, are you a fan of Elijah Moore? Is he overhyped? Do you feel he's overhyped?
I think he is overhyped. I know he's talented. He's a solid, but I think there's better guys, of course, in this draft than Elijah Moore. But in the second round, that's actually a pretty solid pick.
You can't go wrong.
I think he was the best player available. I mean, other than on the offensive side of the ball, I think he was the best player available.
Bobby.
Well,
man,
this has got to be an exciting move for them. It gives the offense a spark. This has been the theme, man. You have a young quarterback. Give your quarterback weapons. Give your 100%. Quarterback all the opportunity. Robert Saleh, he saw what was going on in 49er land. So, and he's in the Big Apple. He's in the big city, right? So he had the pressure's on. So you don't just go and build your defense and then abandon your freaking quarterback. You give your quarterback everything they need to succeed, especially when you have a model to look at in the Buffalo Bills, right? They did everything. So now everybody's watching. This is a copycat league, right, Kevin? This is a copycat league. They're going to be wanting to do what the best teams and leagues are doing, and that's firepower on offense. So the Jets are trying to match up. There
could be something else too. Like this could be ego involved too, right? You have Robert Saleh, who is a pure, defensive coach, where he might look at his team right now and say, you know what, I can fix this defense. I'm gonna get all the pieces on offense. That's why they went ahead and went with the quarterback, the tackle, and now with the wide receiver. So, hey, I mean, who knows?
Folks, we got us a trade.
Hey.
What's happening?
Denver is trading up. Oh, wow.
They traded up to get ahead of Miami.
Yes. Good.
I love it.
What do you think that might be, Kevin?
Javonte Williams.
No, why would they take – whoa. Did you not see – you don't see Melvin Gordon talking about, yo, stop disrespecting me. Y'all not play. Y'all playing with me too much. I don't.
It's got to be JOK, right?
Or maybe it's JOK.
Baremore or JOK.
Yeah, one of the linebackers.
Well, we'll talk about
whoever it is. It's someone they think the only reason you jump up ahead of Miami is because you think Miami's going to take him. I've heard a lot of talk that Miami wants JOK.
I mean, my Broncos friend, he texted me before tonight, and I was like, "Who do you want tonight?" And he's like, I'd love that linebacker from Notre Dame. I can't pronounce his name. I'm like, okay, you want JOK. And he was like, it's probably not going to happen unless we trade up. And here it is, Denver trading up in the second round.
No, Rico was talking about, like a running back. Yes, Melvin Gordon's there. And
Melvin Gordon is there. Like
Linsley.
No, he's gone, right?
Yeah, exactly. They got rid of him. So it could be running back here too.
Yeah.
It could be.
Yeah, because that's why they would have traded up. And what's his name's the defensive head coach, right? So
there it is.
With the first-year GM, Vic Fangio.
Yeah, the running back here makes sense. Yeah,
okay. Because
the pick is in, so we're about to find out what the Denver Broncos want to do.
Because all the Miami beat writers are saying that's who they think they were targeting.
Yeah, see, like they're not really saying much, right? Royce Freeman as the running back, Melvin Gordon.
Exactly.
That's it.
Yeah,
that's it. So it could be running back, and I hope it is. I do not want you guys getting that damn running back.
But if you're Denver, does that make strategic sense? I mean, to go with a running back here when you have I know Lindsey's gone, but like, is that really what's going to put you over the top to beat Kansas City? Like, I don't know. Okay, so the trade details are in. Broncos get the 35 overall pick and a 6th, and the Falcons get 40th overall and a 4th. So they only move down 5 spots.
Wow, only 4
and they swap 4ths and 6th. So Falcons get the 4th and the Broncos.
What a trade!
So I actually think
trade.
it's a good trade for Denver. It's a good trade for Denver. Yeah, I agree.
It's not bad for Atlanta if they
for either team.
Don't have anyone specifically. Steve,
I'm actually very curious as to what these guys are.
He's already thrown on the air raid that they jumped. He says, "Poor Kevin Guerard, the Denver jumped him for Javonte Williams."
And how
really hope we got?
Oh,
there it is.
Man, it is.
There
Javonte.
it is.
Wow! I will tell you, my Broncos friend is not happy with that.
Kevin, you all right over there, Kevin?
No, I'm good. I'm glad Kevin feels that way. I'm looking forward to watching Javonte run in Denver. I really do. And you know what? It's going to spark Melvin Gordon. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to find out. Shut up, Kevin.
Kevin! What's up, baby?
What's up?
Oh, my gosh.
Well, listen, Javonte Williams, to me, the best running back in the draft. I don't care what anybody, like, this guy runs violently, right? Catch out of the backfield. And just has a purpose when he runs the ball. You guys already know how I love this running back position, man. One cut and go, doesn't waste time, doesn't waste space. It's go time. And you can rely on this guy in the backfield. If you need a spark, you need to get this game and get this team going. You can't go wrong. And Melvin Gordon is no slouch either. So 1-2 punch between these guys, it helps out Drew Luck. Because I don't know what to do. Drew Luck or Bridgewater. I mean, whoever is going to be the starter out there. But golly, look at this guy go, man. He does not go down. He will not go down.
I think you said it best, though, man. I think you said it best. Like, as far as, like sometimes when you're not too sure about the quarterback, it does make sense to actually have a running game, right? So the fact that they have that now. But now, as far as the Dolphins, like, where would you actually want to go now, Kevin? If you have a person in mind.
Still in La La Land right now.
He wants Tevin Jenkins, doesn't he?
Last year, I wanted Javonte Williams, but you don't say it out loud. Last year, if you recall, Greer tried to be an asshole, and he played around, and the Ravens traded up right ahead of Miami by 1 pick and took J.K. Dobbins.
You wanted J.K.
the guy we wanted.
I wanted him too.
And this year, Denver trades up 1 pick in front and takes Javonte Williams. He's the only running back that I really wanted. And now there's nothing. I like what David says right here. Now I'm going to end up with J.K. White. I don't like him. He's fucking useless.
It's finally we got Kevin off his high horse just a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. We need angry Kevin.
That's the mission. Yeah, that's the mission.
There's all the other running backs are garbage.
But if you get Tevin Jenkins here, aren't you going to be happy?
No, they're going to ruin it. Watch, they're going to take JOK. I was happy for a day. They can't let me have anything nice.
Yo, but
I don't want
going that.
I don't need a goddamn hybrid.
But going that what David said right here, Kevin. What do you think about them going safety?
Oh yeah, for sure.
They could get Merrick, yeah.
Morig, yeah.
I mean,
Bobby McCain and Eric Rowe are your starting safeties. Is that who I'm
seeing?
You
guys want a fullback? Maybe you guys need a fullback. What do you think, Kev?
Yeah, no, they're not going to fullback.
Maybe might need a fullback for you guys.
I mean, it certainly looks like you could use JOK based on what I'm seeing in your depth chart.
If we take fucking JOK, I'm going to lose my mind.
You're not going to lose your mind, Kevin. Calm down, Kevin. Steve Mathis has some words of encouragement for you. He says, Kevin, with redemption, stole one of my favorites.
I know, you got to tell Steve that we're not there yet. So he's on Twitter.
Let's go, man.
I mean,
safety. Wow.
Better than JOK for you, right, Kev? I mean,
yeah,
you're
happy.
I
was going to get one. I wanted a free safety.
I'm not familiar with Morey. Is the
Jim Thorpe Award winner last year, best defensive back in the country, 7 career picks, TCU, free safety for sure. Definitely more of like a ball hawk sort of instinctual type guy. Certainly better on the back end than he is in the run game.
Nice. Okay.
Can be a little.
Hold on a second. They picked Javon Holland.
What? Yeah. Okay. So
no!
That's even better for Kevin.
I gotta back this up then.
Yeah. Kevin, you didn't get Morey. You didn't get Morey. You got Holland.
This is a disaster.
I gotta restart my mock now.
Disaster.
Yo, tell me more about Holland.
Oh, he's a bum.
He's a second rounder. He can't be a bum.
Anything that I don't already have. He's a slight upgrade on like the 3rd round safety Jones we took last year. He's not fast enough to play deep middle, which is what we need. If you're going to go a safety, at least take Morey because he's center field. Instead, we take another fucking jack of all trades, master of none. We already have these guys. I don't need another bum, a limited athletic guy. This is terrible.
6'1", 196. That's a good Kevin.
That's pretty solid, Kevin. Come on, Kevin.
Better off taking JOK. Literally, like they've taken a worse version. It's the worst pick. This is unbelievable.
Kevin,
it could not have gone any worse.
You needed this.
I sat here tonight thinking, "There's no way I'm going to lose my mind. There's no way I'm going to lose my mind because there's six or 7 guys they could have gotten."
Kevin, hold on a second.
He's not a bum, but there's zero use for him.
Kevin, hold on. Look at your safety room. Eric Rowe, Bobby McCain.
It's because you guys
a bunch of bums, Kevin.
No,
you needed this.
Eric Rowe is the best coverage safety in the AFC East. Easily. No one, if you look it up, covers tight ends, which obviously your team can't do. Covers tight ends better than Rowe did last year. Now, McCain's not great. If you want to get rid of McCain, get rid of McCain. He's not that good, even though he has good PFF numbers. But he's not a good tackler. He's a bum. So when I saw Trevor Moehrig, I wasn't going to flip out. Eric Rowe is really good. Unfucking real. Why again?
Yo, Holland, you know what?
I couldn't be happier. We thought he was off his high horse with Javonte. This is even better than I could have hoped.
Hold on, Kevin.
Let's find someone who doesn't have any real elite athleticism. Can play a role that we need.
Hold on.
Just throw him into the mix.
Javon Holland's a good player, man. He can return punts. He can play nickel for you. He can play free safety.
There you go, Dave.
He's fast. He is fast. So to stop knocking his speed, he is fast.
You can't have it all, Kevin. Come on now.
Kevin had a big meltdown. Kevin had a big meltdown last year when we took Jerome Baker. You lost your shit when they took Jerome Baker.
No,
and you love Jerome Baker.
740 for a safety. He's pretty good. The guy's a 9.54 RAS score. 9.54 RAS score.
You're going to be fine, Kevin.
He's not a real free safety.
I think, you know what? I think he's going to be a great addition.
Yeah, you have some first world problems going on right now with your
Kevin's tripping, man. Randy, you're right. Ears are so delicious. You can taste them. You can taste that shit. Listen, man.
All right, so who's next?
Philadelphia is next.
Awesome job, Kevin. I think you guys are going to be challenging. We're gonna try to test your safety out a little bit. With take your poison. Who do you want? You want it to be Stephon Diggs? You want Gabe Davis? Who do you want? It's gonna be fun to watch.
Like any of my wideouts can beat your safeties too.
Kevo. This is great, man. This is also great.
This pick scares me because I feel like Philly could go with a corner here. We know how bad their secondary. They did sign Darius Slay, but he was there last year. But they really, this is a pick.
I can see him going all line too.
Yeah,
again, when you have that young quarterback,
their O line. We used to be one of the best, and it's kind of been dwindled over the last couple of years with Peters. Kind of, he's done pretty much at the tail end. They've kind of mixed and matched that left side. They still have Kelsey. He's older. I could see that, Pierre. I could see them going O-line here, like a Tevin Jenkins to kind of get that mean streak back in their offensive line. Let me take a look.
I would hate it if Dickerson actually goes right here. I would hate that. But
they did draft Andre Hilliard last year. Forgot about that. They could use a guard. They could go with like a Wyatt Davis here, or a Dickerson.
That's a crucial pick for them.
Yeah, or a Dickerson as an heir apparent to Jason Kelsey is possible, and you could play guard year one.
You can play guard,
know
exactly.
Yeah, Pierre wouldn't like that, I know, but that could be a nice option for them.
So
it's okay, Kendall. Don't worry about it, man. Look, we're gonna have it's a long 3-day run. You got the position.
It's such a shitty pick.
It actually worked out better that Kendall got the pick wrong because it gave Kev like a little bit of positive, and then it like reversed and made it like worse.
I was like sad we missed Javonte Williams, like really sad, but I held it in because I wasn't going to flip out this year. Then you pop out Trevor Moehrig, and I was like, that's okay. Stretched my legs, reconciled, came back and found out it's a fucking bum that we don't need. Terrible.
Oh, there it is. Dickerson.
The two guys, the two people I wanted in the second round were Landon Dickerson and Javonte Williams. They go sandwiched in between my bum.
It's a big pickup for the Eagles, man. So protection for Jalen. Miles Sanders has a big boy to kind of help him out, and you know what I mean, a smart guy. You can't listen. Big center like this, 6'6", 326. You can't go wrong with that, man. That's great. Great for the Eagles.
It's great. It's a great fit, right? Because Jason Kelsey's at the twilight of his career,
right?
And you have a guy that Dickerson can play guard from day one in one of those guard spots. You look at who they have as their starting guards. They have Isaac Simolio, don't know who that is, and Brandon Brooks from Houston, who they signed. But Kelsey, he'll play center probably for this year, but Dickerson's the heir apparent now. So he can play guard from day one, and he can then go in and play center once Kelsey retires. I think
Folks, we got us a trade.
Couldn't even get through that, and now there's a trade.
The Patriots?
Patriots. Oh, man, what's going on?
Well, listen.
This is the run on O-line right here, man. This is the run on O-line, I think.
I'm gonna bring in one of our contributors, Mitch. Mitch is gonna jump in with us just in time for the trade. Mitch, what's happening? What's good?
Nothing much, guys. Excited to be back, and I guess we'll see what the Patriots are doing here. I'm a little scared. I'm not gonna lie.
This should be fun. This should be fun. We're gonna find out what these Pats want to do. I think it was the Pats that just traded up just now. So we're about to find out. By the way, how do you guys feel about the Mac Jones just getting roasted all over Twitter?
That walk, though. Come on.
Oh my
God. Come on. He's over there doing. What's up?
Yo, somebody said, they hated the walk. They hated his swagger. They even hated the way he grabbed his hat off the podium. We hate everything about him. I was like,
he looks like
he's a Patriot. He's a Patriot. That's why
he looked like that. He looked like a child's version of that Vince McMahon walk that you always see.
Absolutely, yeah. Like he's the man, right? I referenced it.
All right, Pats moved up 8 spots and gave up both of their fourth rounders. Wow. Yeah. That's a pretty sizable chunk to give up to move up 8 spots, but it is the second round still. So
what do they need? A receiver?
They need a receiver. They could use a guard. Honestly, I could see them. Maybe going Wyatt Davis here or someone like that. But yeah, I mean, this is interesting. I wonder if this is they saw the O-line
too, though. Again,
yeah.
You know what I don't understand? This is I'll wait for the pick.
There he is.
Oh man!
Oh
damn it!
My God!
I don't like that, man. I don't like that. That's a good pick for them. Mm-hmm. I mean, they lost. What's his name? Guy, right? So their tackles now are Byron Cowart and Devon Good Show. So this is Godchow. So to me, I hate this because it's a great pick for them. I mean, Barrymore could have easily gone in the first round. Don't like it. I don't like it, man. I don't like it. I mean, I like it because it's good, but I don't like it for them.
Man, Barmore. How did Barmore fall? This guy was supposed to be a first rounder.
He's lazy.
So that's why they gave up 2 fourths. Worth it.
What are they traded up for this?
I don't know. I mean, look, he's a talented guy. I know they were trying to compare him to Marcel Darius. And look, if you can get a Marcel Darius for the first 4 years, and I heard someone talking about we all loved Marcel Darius pre-contract. So that dude's a baller, man.
Barmar's listen.
He's good.
So what's the weakest position group on the team right now? If you guys were to talk about the weakest position group, what are you guys looking at?
On the Bills?
On the Bills.
Weakest position group. Wow.
I think
probably
corner.
the guards.
Corner? Would you say weakest position group?
I said corner, but I think the guard. I'm not.
I say
think
guards.
guard's a good pick too, Dave.
Thank you very much. It's the guard room is the weakest position group. After maybe after the tight end. Or
Another
or
trade?
tight end room. So right now, Christian Barmore. Then you got Wilkins on the Dolphins. You got Quinnen Williams with the Jets. So we need to solidify that interior.
Bears are making moves.
Bears moved up and making a pick. That's two trade ups now for them. They gave up. All right, so they moved up from they moved all the way up from 52 to 39. They gave up their third, their sixth, and they get a fifth back. That's actually not that bad for the Bears.
But honestly, I'm actually a huge fan of what the Bears are doing, man. Like, yo,
yeah, you said that. You said that. Yeah.
Hold on, let's
fuck all these draft picks, man.
Let's wait to see what they do. They got to make it a big pick. You give up all those picks, you got to make it a good pick. So we're about to find out.
Oh,
Jenkins.
That's a good pick.
Hold on.
Again, it goes back to if you have a young quarterback, you have to at least, give him something, whether if it's the offensive line or at receiver.
Their offensive line is terrible. I mean, they might be one of the worst in the NFL.
What do they got?
I mean, left to right, they got Charles Leno as their starting left tackle as of right now. They have James Daniels as their left guard, Cody Whitehair as their center, Jermaine Ifedi as their right guard, who they got from Seattle, and Elijah Wilkinson, who they just signed as a free agent from Denver as a right tackle. So to me, Tevin Jenkins is a guy that you draft if you're the Bears, and you're like, dude, whatever position you win, you're the starter. Like whether it's right tackle, right guard, it doesn't matter. Like that guy's going to be starting from day one for them.
Good for the Bears, man.
Good move for them. Good move for them.
Hey, Mitch, how do you feel about that, Mitch?
About this move, I like it. Bears, I mean, listen, I think that their coach and GM know. I mean, time's ticking. Like they gotta put something together. They've, and if it's not in the next year or two, they're done. So I like Jenkins a lot. I think this is a real good pick. Plus, they just got Fields, so you got to protect them. So yeah, I'm Bears are killing it so far, if you ask me.
Nice.
Well, listen, man.
Who's on the clock now?
The
Falcons are now on after that trade with Denver. This would have been Denver's pick, but now it's Atlanta's.
Now the big board, everybody's big board is now kind of all over the place, man. People are trading up, moving around. Who would have thought the Bears would have a top-tier tackle and a top-tier quarterback?
Exactly.
And we'll be able to compete in this freaking NFC, that NFC North. So it should be fun, man.
And they already have the defense as well, right? So
the defense is still good.
And guess what? In the NFC North, the rumor is Aaron Rodgers wants nothing to do with the Packers. Nothing to do with the Packers. He wants out. He told a couple teammates, "Yo, I ain't coming back."
Yeah, he said that. That was today. He said that. Yep.
There you go, man.
Hey, Kev. Hey, Kev. You right over there, Kev?
Yeah.
Now this would make sense if Atlanta picked Murray right here. They need a freaking defensive playmaker.
I like Murray a lot too. I like him a lot.
Yeah, might as well pick the best.
Yeah, I mean they lost Keanu Neal, obviously. Their safeties right now are Eric Harris, who's a free agent from Vegas, and a fourth rounder in Jalen Hawkins. To me, this Merrick makes a lot of sense here.
Hey Kev, you're over there. Kev. Hey Kev, what's going on, baby?
Well, I mean, you might as well take Morrig here, even though he's only elite at certain things, as opposed to being better than average at a lot of things.
Guys, JOK still on the board. Is that crazy to you? Is that crazy to you guys?
I think it is.
Yo,
I don't think so.
Imagine the idea, Dave. Come on now.
I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it.
I started thinking about it after the last pick. I said, "Oh, imagine the idea of having JOK." Oh my God! All right, let's go.
Can you imagine how differently people would feel about the Bills draft if we somehow got JOK in this round? Mm-hmm. I think it would be crazy. Now, I would really laugh here if this picks Murray, just to laugh at Kev. but I don't know.
I don't
Falcons
even
could go a
really
lot of ways.
Go with this.
They
I
could
was
go
gonna
a
say, I
lot
think
of ways here.
They could go corner too. Their DBs as a whole really aren't
Yep.
great. Outside,
Yeah.
they
They could-
drafted last year Terrell.
Anywhere
so
in the
they could-
secondary. Anywhere in the
Absolutely.
secondary. Yeah. I'm
It
with
could
you,
be, yeah.
Mitch.
Yeah, this is awesome, man.
Is it gonna be? I hope it's not a guy that we want.
Ooh, the other safety.
Interesting.
No,
I
some-
thought
I do like
Richard
Richard
Grant was
Grant.
the biggest one.
Well, okay, so here's the thing. There's some outlets that have Richie Grant rated as their number one safety.
Right,
I know
that's
the
what I did.
the Athletic. I know Dane Brugler. He's very well regarded in the industry. He had Richie Grant as his number one safety in the class, as a second rounder, but his number one safety. Versatile safety. The one thing that sort of maybe people were put off by him is he didn't really interview too well in that process. But as a football player, there's no doubt that this guy is he's easily one of the top 3 safeties in the class. Yeah, I know. Sorry, Silas. Maybe Pierre and I should shut up about that.
No, but I'm with what Andrew Miller said, that he doesn't have a position, that's why he's falling. Well, he'll have a position in Buffalo for sure. So you keep on falling, baby.
Well, listen, having these guys now, every team that's going to be picking, obviously they got their specific needs. There's going to be a run on corners. I just hope by the time it gets to our pick, the one that we want is available. I think that's the move that we're making. Who are we wanting? Melifonwu?
Yeah.
Are we wanting?
I like them all.
You have to worry about some teams that missed out on corner in round 1, like a Dallas who's coming up here pretty soon, who probably wanted a Surtain and didn't get him.
Right.
They traded back. They ended up getting Parsons. We know their defense was awful last year in many ways. So anywhere that Dallas can add on defense in this draft, often, very often is a good thing for them. Offense wasn't the issue for them. I could see Dallas taking a corner here in a couple picks. Washington is another team I could see taking a corner ahead of us. I mean, the problem here is that there's still freaking 20 picks until it gets to the Bills. So, and we're talking about maybe 2 or 3 guys that we like in Melifonwu and Samuel and maybe Aaron Robinson if you want to throw him into the mix, and a Debo. So there's maybe 4 guys. Kelvin Joseph if you want to add a 5th name to that list.
Yep.
But still, I mean, that's a lot of picks to get through before it gets to us. Yeah. Well,
I don't know. I think that for Bills fans, you should maybe be comfortable with the idea of an O lineman here at 61, especially like you said, if these corners don't make it. I think there's a lot of good interior O linemen
I'm comfortable with that.
You could get a 61. Yeah.
Now let me ask Pierre. I mean, Pierre was all on Dickerson, right, for the Founders Mock. Would you be okay with a Creed Humphrey as a?
Oh,
as a
yeah,
consolation? Okay.
Mike Davis.
What about Josh Myers? What about Josh Myers?
Yeah, I mean, I just think that the guard position or just the interior, by itself, just as a whole, I think is a humongous need.
So
I think that was probably the biggest need, going into the draft, in my opinion.
Who is it? Because you wanting an interior lineman so much. Who is it that you're so not sure on our interior line?
If you look at our offensive line just in general, you have who, right? You got Deion Dawkins, who is, he's solid. Everyone else is a liability, in my opinion.
Wow.
All of them, right? So, yes, I mean, we brought everyone back. We had that continuity. But, I mean, look, we all know, man. I mean, our running game was suffering. We could say it was because of the backs, but I just think it was because of the interior offensive line.
Dave, jumping on the John DeMarchi's comment there.
Bills we need money for Josh and Tremaine next year. Hughes, Star, Addison, Butler, a lot of cap available cuts if we stack the D-line and draft like Melifonwu and Jay. Okay, if we don't. I mean, I think that's what Beane's doing, right? He's saying, look, I'm gonna get Rousseau. We've got a year left of Addison. We've got technically 2 if they, keep him to his 3-year deal. Hughes has 2 years left. This line, it's old overall outside of Epinesa and Oliver. So it makes sense to inject it with a ton of youth. I mean, we had high hopes for them going in the last season, but it didn't really pan out. Some explain to me why we're not making moves to get the guys that can make an impact as opposed to sitting and waiting, aren't we? But the problem is, if you move up from pick 61 to a pick in the low 40s, you're giving up a lot. This is the second round. We saw the Pats just gave up 2 4th rounders just to move up 8 spots. So what do you think the Bills are going to have to give up to move up 20 spots? The Lions here, I would imagine, are probably going to go. I would have gone Barrymore if I was them, but maybe they go Levi O as a defensive tackle or a Davion Nixon. Makes sense to me.
Real quick,
what are Beggs doing on there? What the heck is going on here?
But real quick, Mitch, what do you think about that? Like as far as potential trade up, like why aren't we trading up?
I think the killer is that we don't have a 4th round pick. I mean, I think that could be a really good, chip to kind of use in a bargain here to move up. I mean, at the end of the day, we have 2 5th, a 6th, and a 7th. I just don't think that's enticing enough especially to move up. We're talking 20 slots. I think the only way the Bills can move with that high is you're trading a pick from next year, which I don't think that Brandon Beane wants to be traded, draft capital for next year. So I think that, that's why I've been saying I think a trade up into the 4th round is probably your most likely trade up scenario for the Bills. I don't see a trade up on day 2.
I agree. I agree. 4th round is a. What are the Lions taking?
Yep, there it is. Levi O. Yep. Makes sense, right? I mean, he's a perfect 3 tech for them. One of them, I mean, we were worried that the Bills were maybe looking at a guy like Levi O, and not because we didn't like him as a player, but just because we already had Ed Oliver, and he kind of gives you a little bit of those Ed Oliver vibes. Dolphins trade up as we're talking about Levi O here.
Oh, shit.
With Dave Gettleman.
What did they give up? That's what I want to know. What did the Dolphins give up?
Yeah.
So Gettleman is now traded down 2 consecutive rounds after he was ragged on for never – Dave Gettleman for the Giants. He's been ragged on. He's never traded down once in his career.
So is this where the Dolphins go O-line? I mean, is this where the Dolphins finally go O-line here?
They have to.
All right. I was going to say, this might be Creed Humphrey.
What about do they need a tackle? They could use a tackle, no?
They could.
Cosme or Eichenberg or someone like that?
No, I think
Eichenberg will be good for here, Kevin.
As a right tackle, he's a plug-and-play right tackle day 1. I mean,
I think it would be Dylan Raduns if they went for a right tackle.
True, I forgot about him.
Because they did have him in the Senior Bowl. And,
but why don't you like Eichenberg?
I like Eichenberg.
Miami,
I think it's pretty solid.
Yeah, he's a good player. Miami,
why don't you like this guy? Take him. Take him.
They have like a specific profile. They have to weigh a certain thing. They need big dudes.
Gotcha.
The guys that are under that 320 threshold, they generally tend to stay away.
Man, fuck the Dolphins, man. I really hope that you guys sue the Dolphins.
You got that right. Fuck them damn Dolphins.
Yeah. You know what? About that shit.
I want you to get Eichenberg now, motherfucker.
Yeah, me too. Although I like Eichenberg, I actually think he would be a good pick for them.
You guys need to replace the punter that we stole from you. So get a punter, man.
All of my. Now get the right guy.
Eichenberg! Let's go, baby.
Let's go.
Eichenberg, man. They're gonna call him Walter White. That's what they're gonna call him now.
Oh my goodness! And Kev is having a nice day too for us.
What?
Not so much for him.
What's
up with that, man?
This is horrible.
Hey, Kev!
Up for this guy.
I think that's great.
That's right. They traded up for him. You're right.
What they give up? That's what I want to know.
Like they were worried this guy wouldn't be here in 8 picks. What the fuck are they thinking? Why wouldn't this bum not be here in 8 picks? Again, he's not a bum.
He's not a bum, Kevin.
No, had they taken him in the 3rd or 4th round, I'd be like, hey, good pick. You know?
Well, Dave, what was he slated? He slated to go in the 1st or early 2nd?
This is about where he's slated to go. Early 2nd, early to mid 2nd. I mean,
why would
he's a right tackle plug and play day 1. I think maybe why they didn't take a Cosme is probably because Cosme's a left tackle and they don't need a left tackle. They're probably trying to give. Is it Hunt? Is that your right tackle right now, Kev? Is that who's playing?
They don't have anything. That's
exactly.
That's
so what's wrong? What's wrong with Eichenberg? I think it's a good plug and play right tackle for them.
You don't trade up for this guy. He's not special. He's got no elite trait. He's just solid. You know what I mean? Like he's on your team.
What's wrong with solid? Nothing's wrong with solid.
So coming after you and Jerry Hughes.
Javon Holland is solid also. Javon Holland is solid.
It's a bunch of bums.
Like Gregory Russo, yeah, you never know. You never know.
Yeah, but honestly though, Jerry Hughes is going to be a problem for Eichenberg or Eichen, whatever his name is.
Jerry Hughes hasn't been a problem for anyone in 6 years.
No, he'll be he'll be on Jerry's side, that's for sure. So who's up now?
Hey,
Is it the Niners are on the clock
You know what?
now?
Yo, Claude says, yo,
Niners traded up.
Your ass up. He says, yo, he's a starter. You just got yourself a starter. What are you crying about? That's what
Second round, they're supposed to be starters. You know what I mean? They're supposed to be starters. That's not the ceiling you want. Like, you guys took Russo, right?
How about we take Eichenberg and you take 44? How about that?
He's not the guy I want, but you know, I can see this upside. I can see this, and if he hits these markers, and you can understand that if things go right, Russo's a really good pick. There's some risk.
You know what?
This guy's got no ceiling. His ceiling.
Fuck these Dolphins. Hey, Mitch, what do you think about the next pick, man? What do you think about the next pick, man? Who's picking next? Raiders?
I think is it Raiders or is it 49ers?
I think the Raiders traded. It looks like the Raiders.
I think the Raiders just traded. I think they just traded up. Yeah.
Oh wow! What's up with these trades right now?
I know. Yeah. I don't know.
I need that chime,
man.
While you guys discuss this trade, I'm going to read John DeMarch's comment. John says, "I have a hunch Beane goes down to 61 and a fifth. He wants trades down. Oh shit. Okay, 61 and a fifth for 78 and 90 with the Vikings to get a Divine Diablo." A big fatty DT and an IOL tonight, 78, 90, and 93. That would be interesting. That'd be interesting.
Yeah, it really would.
I mean, listen, Beane said he's not afraid to trade up or down. So, John, I mean, shit, you got the formula. If you have the formula, and this is it, man, kudos to you. We have 520 people viewing tonight. Guys, if you guys are wondering what channel this is the Buffalo Fanatics. This is the leader in Buffalo Bills news. This is where you want everything. You come here from Instagram to YouTube to Instagram to Facebook. You got it.
Ring that bell, Rico. Ring that bell, man.
Let me talk my shit, man. You guys are joining the leader in Buffalo Bills news and coverage, man. It's the Buffalo Fanatics. I'm joined by the kingpin over here to my left or to my right, however I'm looking at it. And then all the way over is my guy, Dave Tilt Money. That boy is money all day. And then we got the disgruntled Kevin down here. He's just upset with life right now. And then we've got Mitch.
It's 2 minutes.
I'm waiting for Mitch. I need to call you out for some shit you did yesterday. What the fuck was this?
You didn't see it? You didn't see the snapping, man? You never heard of that?
Hey, that's what
you like me to do? Snap to it, man.
There we go.
I was like, here knows what I'm talking about.
After you did it, because I was really
I was excited about what's happening on, man.
My man Mitch.
Yo, I'll take it all day. So the pick is in for the Raiders. We doing it right now. Listen, folks, share this stream to your Facebook, to your Twitter. Do it all day. We'll take it right now. We're doing big things. The Bills are chilling, sitting at 61. And we're watching these guys trade up all over the place. So eventually the players that we are hoping to get may fall right in our lap. So here we go. Here's the pick.
There it is.
It's a good
pick.
I mean, they have Carl Joseph and what's his name from Abram from Hard Knocks.
That's an Abram.
But I mean, as an heir apparent to Carl Joseph, and you have Merrig and Abram in the back end, that's some intimidation maybe for Kansas City in the near future. It's a great pick. I mean, the Raiders kind of were one of those teams you questioned yesterday what they did with Leatherwood. I think this is a little bit redemption for them in getting Merrig here. I mean, they did trade up. I saw the details. They basically gave up their 4th and got a 7th back from San Fran to move up. It looked like 6 or 7 spots. But value here for Merrig here in the middle of the second as a guy who thought you maybe could see go night 1. So it's a good bounce back for the Raiders after some questions about Leatherwood yesterday.
How do you feel about that, Mitch? I agree.
I mean, yeah, I think it's a good pick. I mean, the Raiders didn't reach for one, so there you go. I mean, didn't think I'd say that. So, yeah, I think it's a good pick. I really like Trayvon. I think he's going to be real good in the next level. Like low-key kind of wanted the Bills to snag him if he kept on falling because I think he would be a real nice player to have in that defense. But no, this is a good pick for the Raiders.
Guy that can cover Kelsey for them now. To pair with Abram. It makes sense if you're the Raiders, right? You're in that division with the Chiefs.
Kendall, can you put that graphic up? I wanted to see the size and weight of our guy Mooring. I'm curious to see if he's going to be able to, you know what I mean? Because he looks like a free-ranging safety, man.
He's a free safety for sure.
Yeah, good for these Raiders. That's a good little pick for them right there. We're just going to take.
Kev, you right over there, Kev?
Now, who
I love this right here.
What
I
Miami
love this.
gave up to take Joe Average.
What did they give up? What did you guys give up?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out.
Hopefully a lot.
Well,
Sure.
Okay, so Trevor, he's a 6'1", 208. That's a good size, man. Good size.
Right.
That's what a number one safety looks like.
Oh shit! Look at this. The pick is in for the Dallas Cowboys.
So a number. This could be a corner, guys. This is what worries me here. I think.
Yep.
Dallas is that team I mentioned that would be in the market for a corner after missing out on Surtain and J.C. Horn in the top 10. This is one we got to watch.
What corners do you think? What corners are out there, you think?
I mean, you've got Aaron Robinson, you've got Kelvin Joseph, you've got
It just better not be ASJ.
You got ASJ.
Yeah. Could be a D lineman too.
Yeah, I mean,
Is he still on the
interior D line, Davion Nixon would have been a nice pick for them potentially.
Nixon can play, man.
Yeah, he was. I mean, Davion Nixon was the Big Ten Player of the Year last year. Big Ten Defensive Player of the Year.
Up right now.
Could be JOK too. Well, they just drafted Parsons, so it wouldn't be them probably. Maybe Ojolari, he's still out there.
That's what I'm thinking.
Boogie Basham's still out there.
What do you think JOK? What do you think JOK is thinking?
I don't want to say this, but in 2 picks, it's the Pats, man, and it could be them. It really could be.
No, 2 picks, unless somebody trades over them.
They got Kyle Duggar last year, so I don't think they'll.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
They probably won't double up on that. Yeah,
that's true. That's a good point. I would be surprised if the Cowboys don't go double up on defense though with this pick after their first pick.
Yeah,
Joe Pierce is going off right now.
Yeah, I know. He's.
Who we got?
I hear someone's team. Okay,
Good
there
pick.
it is. Kelvin
That's a big
Joseph.
pick.
Yeah.
Yep.
Very solid pick.
Yo, I've been reading a lot on this guy, man, and they're saying that because he got in trouble a few times here and there, but he's one of the better corners in this game. It's just the trouble he's gotten that's brought him down.
His draft stock really went up actually over the last couple months. He was like maybe a day 3 type guy, and his stock really rose. That Kentucky defense has sneakily put some good guys into this draft class. You had Jamin Davis, Kelvin Joseph. There's a guy, Bohanna, later a nose tackle, who's probably going to get drafted. So good for Kentucky as a team that's like fighting an uphill battle constantly in the SEC to put guys into the NFL.
Hey, Mitch, how do you feel about this, Mitch?
No. Before Mitch gets into it, I'm gonna actually give us a little 30-second break. We're gonna bring another guest in, and then we'll get Mitch's thoughts on this pickup here. So in just a moment. All right, we are back, and we got a 6-man panel. We got our guy Zach Vaughn in the building. What's going on, Zach?
Pretty good, even though Tevin Jenkins was already taken. But
yeah,
I really liked Tevin Jenkins, and I thought he would be a scheme fit for anybody. Like I think I said in the comments earlier that you just plug him in, let him turn defenders upside down. Like
absolutely,
that's what he does.
There's nothing wrong with that. So we were gonna get the thoughts on Joseph's on the who was it that just picked before that?
Kelvin Joseph.
Kelvin Joseph's pick. So Mitch, what are your thoughts on that? Actually, you're gonna get double trouble now.
Yeah, no, I got to juggle it here.
You can speak on both. That's early.
Oh,
is that me or is that early?
Really?
No, that's not early. I mean,
who they get though? Who they get?
They took Walker Little. I think it's not early.
Ooh,
I don't think it's early. I think he would have been.
In the second round?
He would have been a first or second rounder last year. He didn't play that. I'm
Really?
just watching to make sure because I see
Is
some
he an
conflict-
opt-out?
6'7". Wow.
Okay, I just want to make sure because I saw some conflicting information, so I want to make sure it was Walker Little. Yeah, it's Walker Little. Okay.
What do you think? What do you think about that, Mitch?
I mean, I don't know a ton about him, but the Jaguars, I mean, I thought they were going to do this maybe in the first round. So, protect Trevor Lawrence. That's never a bad thing. So I guess this is a pretty good pick for the Cowboys too. I like that pick with Joseph because, I mean, their defense sucked last year. They got to get guys who can make some plays and cover a little bit. So I actually think that was a really good pick for Dallas. But yeah, I don't know too much about Walker Little, to be honest. So it seems like a good pick to me. But like I said, I don't know a ton about this guy.
Well, while you ponder on that, on the thoughts on Walker Little, John DeMarchi says, listen, man, we need to get a cornerback 2 and an interior lineman if possible. But Bobby Brown, the third, 6'4", 321, 341, 2 ARs. I'm trying to read that, 10-inch hands. That's a McBeane DT. Ali McNeil, 6'2", 317, 33-inch arms. That's my guy, Ali McNeil. I'm a big fan of Ali. Milton Williams is a beast. But Bills hate short arm DLs. How is Phillips? Is he a short arm DL? He's one of them. Or is he like a lengthy guy?
Who, Rousseau?
Harrison Phillips.
Oh, Harrison. I don't
know. It was a short arm DL, but I mean, we already know about our guy. Ed Oliver.
Oliver's got short arms.
Bengals have to go O-line here after taking Chase in the first round.
Yep.
Like, there's no way they can't get Joe Burrow some protection here. They got to go O-line.
Again, please don't jinx it. He says, don't jinx it. Ombre says, listen, man, Walker Little is just a strong athletic freak. That's all you need to know. Okay.
All right.
I'm with it.
I think going back to what DeMarchi said, though, like, it's different when we're talking about, one techs in general, right? One techs, we need those guys. Oh, well, no, as far as the arm length, I don't think necessarily matters for one techs.
PFC says, what's good with Samuel, man? He just more name. Is he more name than skill? Saw like 10 mocks with him at 30.
He's skilled.
He's good.
And his father.
We have to remember we're only at pick 46 here. Okay, so I mean,
a long way to go.
Long way to go for sure. And there could be a run.
Interesting factoid about Asante Samuel. His father was coached by Sean McDermott in Philly. So there's another connection to the Bills.
There is a connection. And we all know that Beane was all over the FSU pro day. And that's Samuel, that's Kando, that's Janaris Robinson, that's Marvin Wilson. I mean, there's a lot of FSU guys. Hamza, there's a lot of FSU guys in this.
Look at Zach with those nuggets, though. I see you, Zach. I see you.
Yo, could they go DT?
No, they got to go online here after they
go.
Here after passing on Sewell.
Jackson.
Yeah, there you go.
It's a terrible pick.
I thought it was going to
be.
Kev was waiting for someone to make a bad pick so he could deflect off of himself.
Oh my God! Are they look, and someone's good when you don't even have a position there. It just says OL. You know
he played tackle. He played tackle in college. He played tackle in college, and he's probably going to be a guard in the NFL, which is fine.
What a
versatility, right?
I'm actually seeing a pattern, though. There's a lot of O-linemen going right now, so
that's what I'm saying. I was saying before we started tonight, there's a lot of good O-linemen. There's going to be a run. Yeah. You look at so the Bengals, they got your guy Q Spain there at right guard, Riley Reef. So they've got a spot for Carmen if they want to throw him there in at left guard. Michael Jordan is their left guard right now. Jonah Williams is their left tackle. I mean,
Riley needed a left.
Yeah, Riley Reef's probably going to stick at right tackle, though, I would think. So Carmen's probably going to play left guard or right guard for them.
So, Kev, why don't you like this pick?
They needed a left tackle. The whole point is you get a left tackle because Jonah Williams has proven to be a kind of a bum.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Move him into left guard, right? So then you pick a left tackle, and you should upgrade 2 spots because Jordan's a bum. And then,
man, these picks are firing, man.
Sam Cosby, who's probably the
Chargers up
tackle left, and instead they went and grabbed a guard. So
wait a minute,
have a problem at left tackle.
Was that supposed to be the Pats pick? And did the Bengals trade?
Yeah,
I don't see a trade
up for Barmore.
Oh, that's right. And then the Bengals moved down. That's right. Yeah. Yep. Yep.
You know what the Dolphins gave up?
I'm looking
to
right
move
now.
up to grab average Joe.
I'm hoping all of their first round picks from the next 3 years.
Yeah, for real, right?
Third round pick. Now it's in 2022 or something, but like they give up a third to move up 8 spots to grab average Joe.
New York traded this 42nd pick. I'm trying to see what is this? Dolphins received number 42. Giants received number 50 and a 2022 third rounder. So next year, third rounder next year.
You didn't really get affected, Kev.
Yo, right. So who are the Chargers going right here?
They went O-line. They went O-line with their first pick yesterday with Slater, which I thought was a great pick for them. I mean, again, we talk about the Jets gave Wilson, Elijah Moore. Bengals got Chase, Lawrence got ET. Like, could they get Herbert another weapon? Keenan Allen's there, I know, but Mike Williams, they lost Hunter. Mike Williams has not proven to be able to stay on the field really in his career there. I could see them giving Herbert another weapon here with a wideout, but I just don't know that there's the value right now for a wideout on the board. If I'm looking at it, maybe Terrace Marshall is the guy that they could look at.
That'll be an interesting pick.
Isn't Mike Williams on the last year of his rookie deal?
They franchised him, I believe.
Yeah,
I believe so. Yeah.
I mean, I can also see them go corner here as well.
Was it a franchise or an option?
When he was a first round pick, so it was probably the option.
Yeah, but I thought I saw somewhere he was going to be making like $15 million this year. So,
Zach, I gotta ask you this, man. So, like, you've been kind of watching from the sidelines almost. So, picks tonight has something stood out to you where you're like, best pick so far, or most interesting pick so far?
I would say the most interesting pick was Elijah Moore to the Jets. I mean,
Elijah Moore, okay.
Didn't expect them to really go receiver, and I thought they already had a pretty good receiving core.
I'm looking at what these teams are doing right now. I'm trying to find a theme, and right now it's all over the place. You had linemen. I think we had one skill player in Moore that's gone so far. Has any other skill player gone on the offensive side of the ball?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. So right now it's a run on the trenches and corner.
Yep. So Marshall's still there. Rondale Moore's still there.
For sure,
Diamond
man.
Brown, Amari Rogers. I mean, Tylan Wallace. These guys are all still there.
We're about to start to see a run.
I don't know. I would expect you're going to see a run on corner soon, given how many wide receivers are still left. Like I could see the Chargers, like Pierre said, going corner here or wide receiver. But the problem,
and if they do go corner, who would it be? If they do go corner, I mean,
I guess probably. I would go with Sante if I was them. I mean, it gives you options. I think. Yeah.
Well, listen. Hold on that.
No, that hurts. That hurts. That really hurts.
Oh boy. Well, listen. Don says if ASJ being gone right now, do the Bills need to trade up?
No.
Or do we stay put?
I say stay put now at this point.
Does if he fall to 61?
Well, that's the question. Right. If he's the one guy left that you really would want, like now your hand is forced. You almost either have to trade up or you accept the fact that you might not get him. Mm-hmm. But again, we're getting close, right, to that 50 range where it gets to like pick 51, 52. Maybe the Bills jump up 10 spots.
I love hearing that quicker than fast. Damn, 49 on the clock. Okay, let's go. Oh man, I was actually secretly hoping that we get this guy, man. Honestly,
yeah, I know. There's people in the comment section saying like, he's an average. Look at his, and then like, look, I mean, we're gonna justify it that he's crap now, but like, he's not crap. Like,
no, he's not.
No, he's good, and I am disappointed we didn't get him. I'll be honest with you. I am disappointed. I thought, I mean, it was a pipe dream that he was going to last to 61. But if he got into the lower mid 50s and Beane wanted to move up, that's where I think maybe we could have seen him move up. Now, and this kind of worries me too. Now that he's gone, are we going to see a run now on corners given that there's still, like we said, Rondale Moore, Terrence Marshall. There's still kind of a lot of receivers out there left. So you probably won't necessarily have a team trade up for a receiver, but I could see a team either taking a corner or trading up for a corner now. This one hurts, man. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, this one does. I mean, shit. We still have Melifonwu that's still available. We still can reach on Melifonwu. I'd be very happy with Melifonwu. Then that third round pick is the most interesting. That's the one that's like, okay, what are we doing? Because we don't have a fourth. So tomorrow's gonna be a long day.
Yep, it'll be nice once we get into the fifth though with those 2 picks.
Absolutely. How quick are the picks in the third day? Are they like 2-3 minutes, or is it 5 minutes still?
I think it's 2 minutes, at least for rounds 5, 6, and 7.
5, 6, 7. Okay,
2 or 3 minutes. Yeah, I think so.
Rapid fire.
Yeah, something.
Say they have 4 rounds. There's no way it could be 5 minutes because I mean it's 5 minutes tonight and it's going to be like 4 or 5 hours. I think the coverage is 4 hours, I believe, on Saturday, if I'm not mistaken.
Is it 4 hours?
Yeah,
I think it's 4.
I think it starts at noon, right?
Yeah, it starts at noon.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, because everyone has to get home for dinner, right?
Exactly. Guys, JOK still out there as well. So
Right. I didn't even think about
very
that.
surprised. I'm very
because
surprised.
people don't know what to do with them.
Because
That's the thing. I think
They're afraid of change.
Are you thrilled if we get JOK then? Are you like thrilled?
Ojulari is still available.
Yes, that's my guy.
JOK is the one guy I stand almost as hard as Hamza and Quinn Miners. So I would be very happy with him.
Hamza would be a nice pick.
I would love
third.
Hamza too.
In the
though.
third would be a nice pick.
Yeah.
Yo, we still got a competition. I don't care. It dipped off a little bit, but we still got a competition in this thing. So it'll be interesting who takes the dub.
Rico, you and Bobby had like I was thinking about that when you were telling me the scoring. Like Pierre kind of put himself in a tough situation by picking a center, right? Because mathematically,
Absolutely.
like there's only like 2. Whereas edge, like you could have had so many. So like I feel like you and Bobby were right with what you did.
We were definitely right. It tells you who was reading the room correctly. It tells you that who was paying attention to the visits, who was paying attention to our where we needed to be. Pierre was trying to be slick because had we for some reason took Landon Dickerson, he wins it. He doesn't care about the rest of the. So we were on to him. Look at him. He's trying to listen up. Yeah. What's that? What's happening? You there? Can you hear us?
Fountain of Youth there last night. I see too. Eh?
Are you? Pierre, can you hear us or no? You can't hear us.
Hey, I woke up on the right side of the bed. That's what it was.
Oh, there you go. Okay, whatever that means, because you about to take this L. That's what matters. Okay, my friend. So right. We're about to find out what's good now.
Oh,
Oh man,
we'll see.
Oh, okay. That's a little early from where I thought he would go, but he was a really kind of good offensive lineman that
big boy, man.
He could have been ours in the 3rd round maybe. And again, that's another interior offensive lineman off the board, which isn't necessarily great for the Bills, especially for a guy that we thought would have been there at pick 61. I like Aaron Banks. The Bills were, recruiting heavy on that Notre Dame offensive line. They had Eichenberg, obviously, Banks, Kramer, Hainsey.
Yeah,
so
could that be a reach still, Dave?
No, I think that's a little bit of a reach. I think he was like late 2nd, 3rd, probably at best. I think there were other guards. Like I would have taken Wyatt Davis over Aaron Banks. Yep. I would have taken Meniere's. I would have taken probably Trey Smith over Miners. Sorry, I never know how to say his name.
No,
I would have taken Trey Smith over Banks, but he's right there after that group of guys. So if the Niners felt like that was who they wanted to get there, I mean, so be it. I think it's a little bit of a reach, though.
Yeah, I mean,
this is Reach City now. This is where teams are starting to get a little weird now, like where their guys may leave. They're like, man, I got to scramble all the things I can. Mm-hmm. We're in a position to trade up, but this wouldn't be advantageous for us to trade up. Like
this
we're
is
in
a team.
5th and 6th. Like
this is the team right here that will worry me if you're thinking corner. The Cardinals could have picked Greg Newsome in round 1, and they passed on him to get Collins. They lost Patrick Peterson, and they need someone to defend the receivers in that division, the Metcalfs of the world.
Absolutely. Need a physical corner.
So to me, this is a pick I would worry about corner if we're trying to look at corner for the Bills. especially as we're about to get into the 50s here.
I really do not want them taking Melifonwu. That would be I wouldn't be happy with that. John and Mark says, the value of this draft is in rounds 3 and 4. Trade down and get to the 4th. 61 for 88 and 89 type of deal. We need a CB2, DT, and interior line. Can we get them all? That is the question. I don't think that we're so pressed for need with the interior line.
What?
I know
How?
I'll tell you why. Because right now, if you look at what is available, what's available right now that we desperately need? We desperately need a cornerback 2, and then the 3rd round, what do we desperately need? Defensive tackle. I would say defensive tackle. So then you're going into the 5th and 6th for depth linemen.
At some point, though, there can't be. At some point, every pick can't be for the future. There has to be some pick made this year that's for this year.
Right on.
Right. So while I agree that defensive tackle, I would argue that offensive line is probably more of an immediate need than defensive tackle.
We're about to find out.
I think we should address defensive tackle, but I would say offensive line is a higher priority.
I mean,
Interesting.
Saucy.
Smart.
Getting Kyler a weapon.
Yeah, they are.
With DeAndre.
There you go.
That's nice now. They got Kirk. They got Kirk now. They got DeAndre. They've got Niall Rondale Moore. AJ Green.
Rondale Moore looks a lot more explosive than Elijah Moore.
The question on Rondale is
he's got a lot of durability issues though. Rondale,
the medicals, the medicals are the big thing with Rondale.
Look at this guy go, man.
He's a beast. He's a beast when he's healthy.
Confetti.
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
And Zach, what do you think about this one, Zach?
Well, I will say, I mean, he's probably will be good in their offense, especially as like maybe a 4th or 5th option.
Yep.
But the durability issues are what kind of concern me about the Bills potentially taking him. So I'm kind of glad he's off the board so they don't have to consider him. But yeah, I mean, they get another weapon for Kyler, assuming he stays healthy. And I guess it's
the Cardinals are going for it, right? They went out and got JJ Watt. They just got Rondale for Kyler. Like they're going for it. That division is nuts, man. You got the Niners just taking Lance. Yeah, the Seahawks are still there. The Rams getting Stafford. Like that division is wild right now. But good for them for getting, like, you see these teams are starting to do, like you said, they're getting the weapons for the young quarterbacks. The Jets did it with Elijah. The Bengals did it with Jamar Chase. I mean, now the Cardinals are doing it with Rondale Moore. I think it's, they don't really have a true slot guy in Arizona, right? I mean, it was a little bit of Christian Kirk maybe out of the slot, DeAndre playing a little out of the slot. Fitzgerald as well. Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. But he's a legend. But again, Larry Fitz and AJ are like the freaking living legends. They're like the Champions Tour of the NFL.
Well, listen, guys,
got that 2012 All-Pro team together.
Let me take a moment right now to salute to the 591 viewers that we have watching right now with the Buffalo Fanatics. Salute to you guys. Boom, 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 boom. We got the whole crew in here. I got my guys Zach to the bottom. We got Kev, the Dolphins fan, to the bottom over there, and then we got Mitch bottom all the way to the corner. We got Pierre all the way to the other side of my man Tilt Money. We are here on day 2 of the draft coverage. There have been some trades. A lot of trades today. A lot of trades happening. The chat is popping right now. My guy Truth to Heart says, I called it yesterday. I think the reason we took Greg over JOK is because they thought JOK would fall even more. So
it sounds good right now, Truth. It sounds real good right now.
It sounds real good until he's
I'll take it.
Right.
I want to ask you guys, like, who are 3 guys on your short list right now for the Bills that are still available?
I think JOK, and maybe JOK.
If Creed Humphrey's not on Pierre's list, then I don't know why, but it would be JOK. It would be JOK, probably Wyatt Davis or Creed Humphrey for me. I guess Wyatt Davis, and then Iffy's on my short list. He has.
I agree with you, Dave. 100%. Same thing for me.
So if he's number 1 on my board right now, that's who I'm hoping for.
Of course.
I'm not opposed to. It sounds crazy.
Kev, I heard you, Kev.
What did Kevin say?
You said Tommy Tremble.
Yeah.
Tommy Tremble, man.
Yo,
Not
get
in the
out of here with
second
that
round.
Tommy Tremble
No.
nonsense. You know what? Though?
Not when
tight end.
Freiermuth and Brevin Jordan
They
haven't
could
been
take
picked
Tommy
yet.
Tremble.
Right, true.
I would
Not when
die.
Cody's available.
My guy.
I would die, but yeah, you definitely got to get a corner. Cornerback to me is the most glaring. Maybe safety, but right now I could wait for the third round for that. So cornerback right now, maybe Tommy Tremble. Get out of here with that. But I'm going interior line, man. Like we need to stop the damn holes, the plugging. These guys just can run at will at us in the middle. I'm sorry, but I don't give a damn what anybody tells me. I love Ed Oliver, but out of position, you get pushed around. You know what I'm saying?
McNeil season in round 2.
McNeil season. Hell yeah, this McNeil season, man.
I would love it. I'm an NC State guy. You guys know I would love it.
Man. So getting an elite McNeil, I mean, it might be early in the second, but like if we got a elite McNeil and that's where we went, I'm happy. Because the drop off at the tackle is deep, is not great. Once a few of them go, we're not looking at a whole lot. So it's about, to me, when we making these picks, is getting the top guys before you're getting the bottom bin. Like you guys talk about bottom binners. I'm not trying to get no bottom binners in the second and third. Give me something.
There haven't been a lot of interior defensive linemen picked so far. It's been
Right,
Levi O and Barrymore. Like that's it, because you still got Davion Nixon, Milton Williams, Togiai is available to Fele, Sheldon McNeil, to Piloto, Marvin Wilson, who I think is very much on the Bills' radar from Florida State, maybe as a third round option. So, I mean, where do you look to see like where there's actual still like value as far as like from a numbers game? Interior defensive line, there's still a lot of guys. Where there's not a lot of guys is corner. That's at least for the top-ish tier guys is what I'm saying.
All right. So like as far as corner, we heard Beane this offseason, talk when he was asked.
They should be the Dolphins pick, right, Kevin?
If there was one player that you think was, one of those standout guys, he immediately said, Dane Jackson. It came out so damn fast, right? So they might be extremely high on Dane Jackson, and that might be the reason why they don't go corner.
Maybe. I mean, he liked him. He even said he's going to be good enough to compete. So
yeah,
soon we'll find out. But I'm a big fan of these defensive linemen, man. I mean, John DeMarchi's got it for us. McNeil, Bobby Brown. See, John is big on Bobby Brown.
I like Bobby Brown too, but he would be day 3, I think. He would be day 3, I think.
Day 3, there you go. So maybe some.
These guys take Creed Humphrey with my pick.
Ooh,
good pick.
Wow. That is a good pick. He dropped.
The Giants, they don't have anyone like this.
Giants have had a great draft so far. They've traded down twice. They've landed Tony and Ojulari. They got a first rounder from the Bears next year in that deal for
Aziz, man, 6'2",
and then they get Aziz, who is one of the I had him as my number.
This guy's a monster.
Yeah, he was my number 4 edge.
Yeah, go ahead.
I really like Aziz Ojulari. I know he's like a little undersized, but he's strong. Like he could still hold up in the run.
Hell yeah.
The thing about him too, which I thought maybe the Bills would be interested in him, is he seems like a process guy. Like I think if what I heard is right, there's head coach Kirby Smart. He's the first freshman ever in Kirby Smart's career to be a team captain. So he's huge. He's a big character guy, and like obviously his motor never stops going. So I thought he could. Yeah, look at him go. I mean, I really like Aziz.
Jeez.
The question with the Bills was like, would he be a fit? Because he's more of looks like a 3-4 outside linebacker, and this couldn't have been a better fit for the Giants. And that they run that 3-4. I mean, their outside linebackers right now are Ryan Anderson and Ifedi Odubingo from Minnesota. They signed. So I mean, absolute like slam dunk with value and need there for the Giants, I think. And they've been having one of the. I mean, Pierre mentioned the Bears is having a good draft, and Kev, I think, said he liked what the Giants are doing. Now this has to solidify that the Giants are doing really well in this draft. So.
Silas Whittle here's he's got the best thing we can do for cornerback 2 is get a big, mean, fat guy on the D line. Hey, listen, man, I ain't mad at that. Not mad at that at all. John DeMarchi coming in with another super chat. Says, who cornerback Dane Jackson trained with this offseason? Fellow Pitt alum Aaron Donald.
I saw that. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Isn't it funny
tricks of the
though?
trade?
Yeah,
The two guys who've been under the microscope, Singletary and Dane Jackson, they've both had. I mean, Singletary worked out with Dalvin Cook, right? And then you got Dane working out with Donald. Like they know jobs are on the line. I think, right?
Our resident hater, Cosme.
Well, that's a good pick for them.
That's a good pick. Our resident hater, Bobby Ray, does not like the old Ojulari pick.
Well, then he should be happy that the Bills didn't take him. Then,
right?
Yeah, but going back to Dan Jackson real quick, I think it's very hard for us, to have watched him last year and think that it's an immediate need when he played, so well when he had that chance.
It's not necessarily that we don't think he played well, but I think that position is thin from a number standpoint. You have Trey and you have Dane and Levi, and who do you have out after that? We saw last year with Josh Norman and Levi and Trey, it was a revolving door, and that was with Dane Jackson still on the team. So I know what you're saying, Pierre. It's nice that Dane did play well because it does maybe suppress the need slightly, but from just a number standpoint, I would rather have 4 guys that I would feel pretty good about in that room than 3. But maybe,
folks, we got us a trade.
Okay.
Oh boy. Yo, let me ask you guys a question about that. Dave, you're getting drafted, right? You're sitting on the couch. You got your family members next to you, and your ladies next to you. Is this just a quick hug and kiss and get out the screen? Or would you be mad at her if she was trying to get more into the screen and get some shine? How would you react to that?
I'm not a big PDA guy to begin with.
Okay.
I don't like the attention on myself. I'm the guy that if someone comes and sings happy birthday to me at a restaurant, I hate it. I can't stand it.
You cringe.
I cringe. So I would just kind of do the nod and one of those. It would be very subdued for me.
The reason I ask is because lately these girlfriends haven't exactly known their place.
The CeeDee Lamb from last year.
CeeDee Lamb one was brutal. There's one who was drafted, the big lineman that was getting drafted. His girl came and sat on his lap, and she was getting yanked, and she was like, "No, I'm trying to stay here." And the mom yanked her off and says, "This is not your time. Get going." How are these? How would you react, Mitch? You know what I'm saying? This is your time. Yeah. You've done this. You've been working out, and your girlfriend's trying to get shine. Do you put rules in place before, or are you just so worried about getting drafted? What are you doing, Mitch?
I mean, I think obviously, I would be, nervous about getting drafted, but I'm with Dave. I like keeping things, very, low key and not very public. So yeah, I don't know if I'd want my lady, all over me, for my big moment like that. So
now look. If I'm winning, we all winning, baby. Come on. The camera's over here. Come on.
I don't believe it, but you know what? Kevin gives me the impression that he would allow his girl to sit on his lap, and if I win, you win. Come sit with me. Kev, is that true?
Of course. That's how it goes.
I'm just used to him being all over me, man. So I don't know.
Guys, 12 out of the last 18 picks that were made were from trades.
Yeah. Are you guys watching this Macho Man?
Yes,
I've seen it. Do you know what I'm talking about, Rico?
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, that guy's great, man. And he's sticking in character. They pulled him up on stage as a super fan. He keeps showing the belt. I love it. They're snapping into a Slim Jim.
No, help me understand this, fellas. This is it's been bugging me all night. Where Goodell or whoever's making the pick is maskless, and they shake the hands of the person sitting in the chair that's got a mask. If you're going to be in an open area like this, what's with the mask and some with the mask, some not with the mask? This is weird to me, man. What's going on? That shit is bananas. Goodell,
it's all politics, man.
Yeah,
guys, I should say we are now under 10 picks away to the Bills, which means we are officially on trade watch, I think, for the Bills.
Yo, he is in character.
Yeah, he's good.
He's having a time at
the Slim Jim next.
The whole man, if you guys watch,
he looks like him too.
Yeah, he does.
He does a 360.
Like him.
Yeah,
that's dope.
Let's see.
Well, I would like to think that Browns are not picking a corner here since they picked him yesterday.
Yeah,
So
Commissioner's not
We
going.
got it. They're going lineman for sure. DT.
this could be an IDL. This could be a Nixon, a
I
Davian Nixon.
see DT in here.
Could be an edge too, maybe. I don't know.
They did lose Larry.
Yo, this guy's a great impersonator, man.
He looks just like him.
He did a good job there.
Oh yeah. No.
Oh, who did that?
I heard that was Zach.
That was my terrible Macho Man impression.
Yeah, I was about to say.
I didn't have time to warm it up.
Volume number 3. You know what I mean? But I caught you.
I heard it. It was.
Yeah.
It wasn't bad.
It wasn't.
I didn't have time to warm up.
All right. So like
Man,
this is.
these picks take a long
I think
time.
it is. I think this is the point where the Bills maybe wouldn't have to give up their third rounder to move up. This is about that range.
Yeah.
So
Which would be for the best.
Pick's
Maybe
taken
both
longer
fits?
This pick's taken longer than Dane Jackson's 40.
Yo,
Come on, Kev. Come on,
he's
Kev.
so bitter tonight. He is so bitter tonight. He was so fun loving last night because the Dolphins had such a good night, and he's so bitter tonight. And it's like not even like the Dolphins got bad players. They got Eichenberg and Javon Holland. Like they got good players.
solid players. And he's still
Oh,
There goes that pipe dream.
Darn.
AFC kind of rival. Damn, man, that sucks.
That's a good pick for them.
Mhm.
Yep, sure is.
Yeah.
You
'Cause
know
they don't
what
really
side
have a
is that?
linebacker like this, you know.
yo,
So
they're not joking.
No.
Cleveland's got a
No.
fucking talented roster.
How nice were those first
Not
two picks
joking.
for Cleveland? Newsome and JOK?
Yeah.
Wow.
Total
Wow.
steals.
They are not joking.
They're not, man.
Oh, okay. I see what you did there, Zach. I see what you did there.
Zach's
You
on
know
the
what
money
time
right
it is, though? You know what time it is now? It's Hamza time. Hamza, no matter what.
Is
Hold
that
on.
is that
Iffy
second,
first,
huh?
but Hamza in the third round.
Wow, that was a big pick by them.
now. Come in.
Mhm.
I mean,
I don't
they tried
like
to
that.
do the Joker type with Peppers a few years ago. That didn't work, so I guess they're trying again with JOK. Man, that was a big pick by them.
Mhm.
I don't like that because the Browns are one of those threats in the AFC now, realistically. Because
Oh yeah, they're definitely.
who's the short list, right, of the top AFC teams right now? You've got the Chiefs, the Bills, the Ravens, and the Browns are in that discussion. I mean, they
And
were
maybe the
right there with the
Titans?
Chiefs.
Yeah, don't
The
leave
Titans, yeah.
Titans.
Don't leave him out. I won't leave him out. I
So
won't leave
what is
him
he?
out.
Is he an actual linebacker or a safety? What is he?
He played linebacker at Notre Dame, but he's smaller.
He's
He's only like
positionless,
200.
yeah.
He's
Yeah.
only like 220 pounds.
He basically
so
lined up wherever. But
How tall is he?
6'2", maybe 6'3".
6'2"?
We,
think
we can
6'1",
bring up
6'2".
we can bring up the graphic again.
Yeah, for sure.
Um,
I mean, shit. I mean, that's a big pick for these guys, man. Golly.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
they've
bro.
had a
Wow.
they've had
That
a
was a
nice
huge
two
pick,
picks so
man.
far. Newsome and JOK, two guys that Bills fans really both like both of them, honestly. So it's kind of painful to see him go into the Browns. Oh yeah, they're all high fives, freaking assholes.
So,
They're talking about high fives. You guys saw the Lions war
they
room from yesterday?
freaked. They
Oh, that was awesome.
they're ready to bite kneecaps.
that was
Yeah,
the
exactly.
Bills drafting.
You would have
Samuel.
thought they drafted freaking John Elway with the way they were reacting.
Yo, I
It was
mean,
like,
it was nice to see that for sure, man. It was nice to see that.
God. All right, the Titans took Farley, so they're not going to take a corner. I'm just trying to look. I'm just
a lineman, right? They need a lineman.
Tight end.
Well, yeah, I would say they might go edge. I don't know what edge guys are still available, but
They could
Do
also
they
go.
Osai is available if they want a
Right.
3-4 outside linebacker. If they want to put
Ronnie
Basham as a
Perkins
3-4
for the win.
end,
Perkins, you're right. Perkins still on the board.
Ronnie
Perkins
could go here, man.
Perkins could be. I don't see him as a
They lost Davis. I
true.
think they might go wide out.
Terrace
Or they might
Marshall,
go tight
maybe?
end, 'cause they lost
Ooh, I like
tight end.
Terrace.
Do they go tight
They
end?
lost Johnu Smith, right? So
yeah, they
Yeah.
lost Janu.
They
This
also
could be
lost-
Fryermuth.
They also lost
Yeah,
Davis.
it could be. You're right, Mitch.
This might be my boy Fryermuth.
But if they wanted to replace what Jonnu was, the best probably replacement
Jordan.
type with him would be Brevin Jordan.
Yeah.
Do you think Brevin's a reach though? At 53?
I think he's a second. I think he could go in the second round. Like I have him probably as second/third, but again, him and Freiermuth are totally kind of two different types of
Right.
guys.
Yes,
So
sir.
it depends on what you want for your offense. If you want to replace what you had in Jonnu Smith, you probably go with Brevin. They have Ferkser, who is probably more of like the Freiermuth body type, but he's no Freiermuth, obviously.
What do we got?
Okay.
Oh, that makes sense.
Okay.
Hmm.
Okay.
They lost
No
to-
idea.
He was the guy that maybe we thought Kevin said that he would have rather had than who was it that you said that you would rather have Radunes over? Was it
Joe.
Average Joe Eichenberg? Yeah.
Well, let me put it this way, guys. Right now we have 635 people watching right now. Big things are happening right now with Buffalo Fanatics. Thanks for
We're getting
tuning in.
close.
For those that are tuning in, listen, man, we're trying. If you want to join the Bing Squad, you want to be part of the Bing Squad, be part of exclusives, giveaways, and so on and so forth. This is how you do it. Join the Bing Squad right now. It's jointhefanatics.com on the bottom of the screen. I think we are at 5. We've added 5 new members.
Yeah, it's 5. Yeah.
Yep, we got another 5 to go, and we're doing a giveaway. Let's go, man. Jump on that. Let's get these giveaways going. I want to try to give away as many sweaters as possible. So every 10 members we get, new giveaway being given out, man. Let's go. 629 people watching. Let's go. Radunes, Dylan Radunes. I know nothing about this.
He's
Is
a good
this
player.
the
He did really well.
the perfect time?
Practice player of the week at the Senior Bowl this year.
Okay.
Played well. He's mean. He's a good run blocker. He's like a right tackle. He'll replace like Dennis Kelly that left in free agency. They're a running team, so it makes sense.
0 sacks allowed. Golly, okay.
Definitely a better run blocker than pass blocker. So for that offense with Henry, Kev's right. Like it makes perfect sense for them. And he blocked for Trey Lance up there at North Dakota State. So
There you have it. There you have it.
I mean,
we got a comment coming in from PVC fam says, are we not getting better by sitting on our hands? There's always a way to trade up. Again, we are a win now team. How does waiting help? Well, let me get this one, because right now we don't need to win in this. Our window is large. We have a large enough window because of who? Because of Josh Allen. Allen is our window, and because of Allen, we're able to kind of add pieces around the team. So our window is not a short window. Like if you had a veteran guy like Aaron Rodgers getting up in age and now he's pissed off and disgruntled, that window for him to get that MVP and also win the Super Bowl was last year. Now it's a whole different ballgame. Bills got a large enough window. So waiting sometimes is good. Patience is what? What do they say? What's the word? What's the saying with the patience? Mitch,
Patience is a virtue.
Patience is a virtue, right? So just chill out, baby. There's nothing to rush around. We don't need to rush on this thing. But you know, we will rush. I'm gonna rush to my bell and ring this bell for my guy Joe Nelson. What's good, Joe Nelson? Welcome to the Big Squad, guys. We were at 6 people right now that have joined the Big Squad.
We need 4 more. Yeah.
Let's give away a sweater, man. Let me take your pick. Let's go. Here we go. We are what? How many picks? 54th pick. The pick is in.
Yeah, I think we're 7 picks away.
Yep.
So the pick is in for the Colts. Who did they pick before?
Quiddy was the first round pick.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So
You guys were talking about either they go receiver.
Well,
I think they.
they need.
I was gonna say Rondell Moore would have been a nice pick, but he just went a few picks ago.
Could it be Marshall?
Yeah.
Could be Marshall. They went edge, so probably they're not going to go edge. They could maybe.
They could use a tackle.
They need because Costanzo retired, so
Yeah.
they really need a tackle. So they probably hated this last little run.
Right, that last pick killed him probably.
Yeah. Who's left, guys?
Well, they got Brady Christensen and Jalen Mayfield are out there. Spencer Brown.
Mayfield's nice.
Mayfield would be good. Probably more of a right tackle to start. Brady Christensen is a pretty good. I like him and Spencer Brown both. I thought Spencer Brown maybe would have been on the Bills' radar, but man, a slot receiver would have looked nice for the Colts with Rondale, but he's gone. So I don't know if they would go for a Terrence Marshall when they just went with Pittman last year. But as Rico and Pierre have been saying, if you got to give Wentz weapons too, right? He's got to prove that the Colts are still going to be a playoff team next year. So what's T.Y. Hilton going to give you? You've got Pittman, obviously you have Pascal there.
Good running game, but
good running game. But
question mark.
I
who are you
think
throwing the ball to?
I mean, Eskridge could be an option. Zach,
yeah.
you're right. But I also think Terrace Marshall could be an option for them.
I feel like maybe a slot guy because you got.
Well, that's why I liked Moore yesterday. But I mean,
Well, Martian XTG says people are acting like we have a huge gap to fill. Like we're sounding like we're the Dolphins here. So on this team, so get used to it. We are. We are good, and we can go best player available and impact depth player. So, although I agree with that, we also want impact players in the second and third, right? Enough that you can contribute and battle for a starting position. So, in this case, we're will be choosing someone that can compete, at least at cornerback 2, compete at interior lineman, and compete at interior D lineman. So, let's figure out what we're gonna go with here. So let us see what these Colts are.
Jamar Johnson would be a sneaky pick for them at free safety.
I like Jamar a lot.
What do you guys think of their
Julian
first
Blackmon?
pick, though?
Quiddy Pay?
Of Quiddy Pay, yeah. I mean,
Good pick.
for a defense that was already, solid, coming in. I mean, that's probably the best defense we faced all year, last year, right? So to add a person like a Quiddy Pay, I think that's pretty solid, man.
It's solid because they were a good defense, but they weren't necessarily like a high sack, right? I mean, they had Justin Houston, I think last year. He's gone.
Ryan Buckner.
They're Buckner in the interior, but their edges going into this before Quiddy were Isaac Rochelle and Kamoko Toure. So it's like I don't mind the pick of that going with Quiddy in the first. So we'll see.
They announcing the pick. I remember him.
Yeah, I remember him. He was
like him.
Him and Bob Sanders were a nice safety duo in D for a while.
Are you guys familiar with this?
Yeah, this guy's good.
wow,
he tore his
so
Achilles though, so that's why I don't think he played last season. He's coming off a torn Achilles.
This is
And what's the pick?
Wow, they just went double edge.
Deo.
Deo.
He's a Deo. They went with Deo.
Really?
Adayabingo. I think that's
It's a bit of a reach, I think. Bit of a
Defensive
reach.
ends.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's early, but
Adayingbo. Okay, that's what it is.
Can he block too? Like,
Rico trying to pronounce names is
Yo, but I
pure
just
content.
Deo Adayingbo. I just got that one. I nailed that one. Good
We got
luck.
another new member, by the way.
While we're waiting and getting this thing going right now, we just added a new freaking member, Leah. Can somebody pronounce her last name? Because you guys are always making fun of me that I can't do that. Who got this?
That's you.
Lavanus?
That's you, boy.
Saibonos.
Sclavunos? I don't know.
Leah Sclavunos. Big blood Sclavunos. I got it.
Yes, yeah. That's 7 right there. That's 7. We got 3 more. 3 more.
On the French accent, eh?
Saibonos.
Yeah.
So Pittsburgh Steelers. Najee Harris was the
Jalen Mayfield.
I liked it, but then I started thinking about it. I'm like, hold on now. Who do you guys have as your lineman? You guys
It seems like
This is
I-
Jalen Mayfield.
I hate to
This
say this
would
to
be a
Zach, but
minor.
this could be Quinn. Yeah, he
was
seems like a
just thinking
Steelers
that,
type
yeah.
guy.
Yeah,
That's a
could
good
be.
call, Zach.
Oh,
I don't know, man, but I mean,
or
they don't have any tight ends though. So
They
I
got
can
Aaron
see-
Ebron. Ebron's over there.
Ebron,
yeah,
but
true.
he's-
But
That would be a luxury pick, I
Right?
think, if they went tight
yeah.
end.
I
They
think
need
so.
O-line.
Tremble, maybe.
Sneaky
I'm
pick.
gonna go with
Sneaky
Jalen
need his
Mayfield.
corner. Honestly, sneaky need his corner for them.
now look, man, look. This is one of Ben's, last year. So you gotta at least give him some weapons.
True.
Is Villanueva?
Who they got? Franco Harris.
Franco.
Yeah.
How about that? Franco Harris.
I mean, I guess they would give him weapons, but he's still got no one to protect them.
Jalen Mayfield.
Who they got?
Oh, wow.
There it
is. Wow.
Oh,
There it is.
wow.
Staying in
That-
Pennsylvania.
That's
Yep, there it is.
Pittsburgh.
Lining up nice for Tommy Tremble. I like
There,
it.
yes,
No.
sir.
Yo,
No, I
that's
don't even.
not a bad pick, man.
There's no way Pierre
There it is.
would be happy with Tommy Tremble given the player still on the board if this.
You're
plays
damn
out.
right I would. Why not? Why not? You act like we have a tight end now. Who's our tight end?
Dustin
Like,
Hoffman.
we
Knox.
Hollister.
Jacob
Dustin-
Hollister.
All right, let me ask you this question. Our tight end-
Jacob Hollister. He's a
Our tight ends combined to
Get
catch
outta
40
here.
balls
Who's our-
last year.
But
Our
it doesn't
tight ends-
matter,
Russell
though.
Wilson's favorite target.
We need a guy who can block, though.
Duke
Right or
Johnson.
no?
Well, that's what Tommy's
Right?
right for, right?
We don't have any blocking tight ends. Maybe
Reggie
Hollister.
Gilliam.
Okay, I'm not saying that he's a garbage pick, but
Ryan Bates.
we're acting as if we have a tight end. We don't have a reliable tight end. That's why I'm saying you have to at least consider the idea of drafting a tight end high. You have
I'm,
to.
I'm
So,
considering
this-
it.
Kenny
Pat
Oboa
Freiermuth,
in the fourth or
he's
fifth
that
round.
nice? Pat Freiermuth?
Guys,
Yeah,
I'm
he's
scared
good.
about this pick. I'm scared about
good.
this pick. I'm scared Seattle
Who's
is the
Seattle?
type of team who would take Iffy. That I'm very.
Well, they did lose
He's-
Shaquille Griffin, so
They did, and oh man, I don't
they
like this.
Alton Robinson.
They might take.
Maybe
They
this
took
is
Alton
where
Robinson last year.
Russell Wilson was crying, right? So maybe.
I mean,
give him back.
they should go line. No,
Maybe they grab Jalen Mayfield here
Maybe.
or Creed Humphrey.
But
Right.
but do those seem like Seattle picks?
No.
They don't.
If they
I
don't want
tell
to
you-
lose Russell Wilson, they'll take whatever he wants them to take.
True.
Yeah.
True.
right.
Right now they've got Brandon Shell at right tackle or Ethan Pochik
Yeah, they
at center.
need.
I could see
Creed
Spencer
Humphrey.
Brown or Christensen maybe as a Seattle type,
maybe.
but I will say this: if
Creed
they
Humphrey?
take, I don't know, maybe.
Yo, my man is saying AFC is stacked right now, and the NFC is just trash. Well,
AFC is stacked though, for sure.
Guess who won the
It
Super
is.
Bowl?
NFC is top heavy. That's what it is.
Kev's right; they do need a right tackle for sure.
Mhm.
So hopefully they go that direction as opposed to a corner.
Yeah. Stay away from my Quinn Miners.
You know,
Is Quinn Meinerz really a second to third round pick? Is he? Is
Yes,
he?
yes.
Yeah, he is.
Yes.
Yeah,
He's a day tour.
I argue he had late first round potential,
It's-
but
So guys, this is interesting. Like people online are getting pissed that the Bills aren't moving up, and they're like saying Beane sitting on his feet. But in my opinion, like there's some good players falling, so I actually don't mind the patience
They're
here,
hanging right now.
especially given that we don't have the fourth,
Yeah.
which we mentioned multiple times. Like
Yeah, but that's what
I'm
happens though.
I'm okay with that.
I think the biggest thing there hasn't been like a run on a certain position. I think really in the second round, it feels like it's been very all over the
O-line,
place. Maybe a little bit
maybe.
of line, right? But I think that's about it. I mean,
Yeah, you're right.
if there was
That's
a run
about
on corners or edges, I think, or some, or like maybe D tackles, right? Maybe you'd see Buffalo get a little active, but
Yo, so
as of right now, they got a good array of guys kind of following them.
let's play it this way. Trading
y'all
up
play-
should really be a last resort sort of thing if you feel that you can't get the guy you want at your
Yeah.
pick. So the fact
I
that
look
you
at-
aren't trading up is smart. You're just
Yeah.
seeing what happens.
yeah, for sure.
Oh,
I look at it like this though, like it's you know, we've all played, you know, pickup games, right? And you know, when you're on the sidelines, you know, waiting to get picked, I'm gonna pick that guy first. Okay, that guy's second, and you're just waiting there, like, come on, pick me. That's what's happening with Bills fans right now, right? We want some action right now. We had, you know, we're going on, you know, 3 hours, right?
Yep.
And it's like, I want to pick. That's what's happening right now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
listen, we're not used to, like I said, we're not used to
Why are you so
picking
waiting?
at 30. We're usually around the 15, you know what I'm saying? Top
Yeah.
10.
12 to 15. Yep.
So
Yeah.
we pick and then we hang out and then we're excited. We're in the middle mark. We're at the end.
Yeah.
We have to get used to this, guys. Get used to it. Do what you have to do. Come back. And then by the time we're ready to pick, we're rolling. But you know what I'm picking right now? I'm picking my guy, Jeremy Rogers, because he decided to become part of the Bing squad. Bing,
Let's
Biggie,
go.
Bing. Let me get that bell going. We are at 690 people watching right now. Let's get this bitch to 750. Do me a favor. Smash that like while you guys are in here. Just move away from your screen, click that little thumbs up, and come back in. And if you want to know when we go live and when we give you product, when we give you content, subscribe. Hit that little mother effing bell. It tells you when we go live, and let's do it because you got that pretty dude look right here. And my guy Tilt Money. We got a handsome black brother over there with the toque on, thinking he's G'd up. Then we got this handsome devil right here. And then we have that ogre in the middle on the bottom, Kevin the Dolphin fan. And we got a handsome guy over there on this. Listen, man, this is the best crew you're going to find. It's the Buffalo Fanatics. Let's go. My guy Ombre dropping nuggets. He goes, hey, fam, thank you for Aleem might be taken soon, Tilt. I hope Tilt didn't freaking screw us, man, because Aleem went.
What did I do? What did I do?
I don't want you. Maybe he's saying that you gotta jinx it. Don't jinx it now.
No, I mean, no. I mean, I will say this, that I am a little annoyed that there are a couple edges that kind of have fallen to where we would have been able to get one of them. Like Basham, Perkins, Osai, and Janarius Robinson are just all still on the board. That is a little bit frustrating because one of those guys is going to be available at pick 61, and it's almost like, man, that value seems really good. But obviously, we already went with Rousseau, so.
White Davis, let's go.
Oh, okay. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. I
Me
was
too, me
worried
too.
Seattle was. I was worried they were going to
Alright.
take Iffy, man. I was really worried.
Now,
about
why
that.
would they do this? See, now this is what's
Replace
got to
David
piss off
Moore.
Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson's like, I don't need receivers. I need help. Help me. Help me is what he's saying. Yo, he got to be pissed off right now, man.
Yeah.
Hold on. How are you going to help a quarterback without a receiver?
What you
Well,
mean?
they got nice receivers. They
They
don't
have
have an
two
O-line.
receivers.
They don't
Who?
have David Moore anymore.
They got freaking
He's replacing
DK
David
Lockett,
in the
though.
slot.
DK
Yeah,
Metcalf.
you got DK Lockett. You got
Okay.
Lockett. You
Yeah.
got
But I mean,
DK.
You don't have anything.
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
I
you
think
got
it's
these
good.
two
They got to go line. They should have gone
Golly,
line.
man. Help the guy on the
That's
freaking
true.
O line.
You should.
I mean,
Yeah,
their
he
offensive
got-
line's been horrible for
Getting
5-10
him a-
years now.
Getting him a slot guy that can get open quick also helps mitigate pass protection.
bingo, right?
So-
Yeah.
Eskridge
That's very
is your inside guy. He's super quick. He's like a legit 4-3 guy.
Returns kicks.
Yeah,
he does that too.
so getting that guy, he's a quick separator. Like he's one of the guys at the Senior Bowl that no one could cover.
Is he more quick than fast?
And
yeah.
the Bills
Like
really loved him
4'3",
too.
Small. He's like he's very quick. He gets open immediately. He's a little jitterbug. So maybe something like that will help because they can get the ball out. Because DK is awesome, but it takes him a little while to get going. You know what I mean? And this guy is your screen passes, your bubble screens, your quick hitters. I like Dwayne Eskridge. I was kind of hoping Miami would take a look at him. He was uncoverable at the Senior Bowl.
And he was
I
a
think
riser.
another issue. Yeah. I think another issue that you have when you have a mobile quarterback is that, GMs might feel like, we probably don't really need to get an old lineman because, if pressure comes, you're able to elude it. So who knows?
Well, listen, folks. This is a territory that we are familiar with now. We're getting used to it. We're at pick 57. Chargers are on the clock. Bills are picking shortly. This is big, man. Melifonwu's coming. He's dropping. Nick Bolton might be something that we might want to look into. Probably not. Who knows?
We need to stop. We need to stop talking about it, Melifonwu, so it doesn't jinx
That's what
it.
happens.
Wyatt Davis. You know what I'm saying?
I like
He's
Wyatt
the
Davis a
starter.
lot.
If you bring in Wyatt
Yeah.
Davis, you plug him right in. He's plug and play. So
The Rams could use him.
watch
I'm
out.
still mad.
Now the Rams
I'm still
are
mad.
going with Ronnie Perkins right here.
You think so?
Ronnie Perkins is the pick, man. You put a pass rusher. They need a pass rush. You put a pass rusher with Donald, so they're not triple teaming Donald. You need
They
a
lost
guy
Fox.
that can run man.
They did lose Fox in free agency.
Yep.
So
Right.
Morgan Fox is
What
gone.
about safety, though? Because they lost John Johnson, too.
They did lose John Johnson. But I
they
think
did.
This could be Jamar Johnson from Indiana.
Ooh, Jamar Johnson's a nice player. I like him. I thought he would have been a nice fit for who was that team I was mentioning a couple teams ago. Now I forgot, but he's a sneaky good safety. I have him as my number 5 in the class. Really smooth, really good ball skills. Definitely a free safety, I think, in my mind. But yeah, the Rams they could use that for
They
sure.
also
Thank you, Manny. Thank you, Manny.
Too
Also-
early.
they do have all-world Rob Havenstein at right tackle. So maybe they go there. You do
Christensen
have
or
Mayfield maybe is a
or
right
Mayfield,
tackle.
yeah.
But
Yeah.
you brought in a new quarterback, so maybe you want to keep him upright. I don't know much of the legend of Havenstein, but
the legend.
Can't be that good.
yeah,
Their O line has kind of like been torn down to the studs
Yeah,
the last
and then
thing.
their
Whitworth
left
is
tackle-
hanging on barely,
Yeah.
and who else do they have? I mean,
Right.
I think
Corbett,
Whitworth was playing.
Blythe
the
is
last time.
gone, right?
Saffold's
so
gone.
Blythe and Saffold
Yeah,
are gone.
They could use Wyatt Davis.
Yeah, I know you don't want him to
Come
take
on.
Quinn, right?
Yo, what's up with Brevin Jordan? You guys were talking about
Come
Brevin
on,
Jordan
Pantito.
a long while ago, and I don't really hear about his name. Brevin Jordan. No,
Well, he had a really bad.
nice.
He had a.
He's nice.
He's nice. He had a bad pro day, so I think his stock dropped a little.
He's not a blocker though. That's the
He's
thing.
not. And people thought his RAS would be much higher for how athletic he looked on tape, and it wasn't. So I think that hurt him a little bit. He did catch everything thrown his way, though. I think Steve and I made reference to him having the second highest quarterback rating when targeted of any player in college last year, only behind Devonta Smith. So the dude can catch the ball, and he's certainly. And I will say he's not the best blocker, but he's not a bad blocker. I think he gets a bad rep for that a little bit, but he's just not the super tall like Gronk, big Freiermuth type guy. He's only like 6'2" or 6'3". He's not that 6'5" to 6'7" guy that maybe you would want in the So
they're surprised that Marshall has dropped this much.
Could that be a wild card for the Bills? Terrace Marshall.
So Ronnie Perkins.
Ooh, Tutu Atwell.
Tutu Atwell. Interesting.
Wow.
What do you thought?
Didn't see that coming.
What?
Really?
I think that's a reach.
Wow. I think he's a
really.
They call my man Tutu.
First off, that 165 is a little outdated. He came in at his pro day, I believe, at 144.
Are you kidding me?
No, I am not.
What?
Yeah, 144. He's under 150 pounds.
Yo, in
And
the
then he's
second
a
round?
speedster that ran
Jeez.
something like a 4. What did he run, Dave? It was like not a great time. Was it
I'll
awful?
check. Now, yeah, the weight I took from TDN, so that was obviously early in the process.
Exactly, yeah.
Let me tell you
Yeah,
what,
they say
what he
NFL
ran.
Network says
He only was a
155.
It was only a 6.26 RAS, so it actually wasn't that great. But come
155,
speed,
yeah.
4.39, 40. On the speed grade, he got elite. On the size grade, he got very poor, which is
I
not
thought he
surprising.
ran a slower pro 40. Oh no, I'm thinking
Well,
of
this-
Dad Newsome. Sorry, never mind.
Yeah, he was
that
he was pretty good on all the speed drills. His
he
worst
was
one
fine.
was the 3 cone.
150 pounds though. Golly, man.
Well, they've
They're
already
making-
got.
They're making fun
Yeah.
of the
You're right, Kev. On here, the RAS they have him as weight 149.
Yeah.
So they have him down there pretty.
Mhm.
I mean, that's
Jeez.
freaking small, dude. That's like smaller than Roscoe Parrish small.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Was Roscoe that
Nuts.
small?
No.
No, he
Roscoe
wasn't.
was
I mean,
small.
he was small, but he wasn't 150. He was probably like 165, 170.
Mm.
Wow.
Someone in the chat wrote, "Who names their kid Tutu?" That's not actually his first name.
Come on, Kev. Stop hating on the name, Kev.
No, it's not.
Chatarius is his name, but
Chatarius is his name, yeah.
Who names their
Pretty
kid
good.
Tutu?
Toot,
Yeah, I like that.
That's what it is.
But,
The Chiefs
like-
are up.
Best case
Yeah.
scenario,
Mhm.
like
So hold on. The Chiefs. Who did the Chiefs pick at the end?
they didn't.
they got.
Yeah, they
they-
traded
Yeah,
that
they
pick
traded.
for Orlando Brown.
Yeah,
Oh,
Yeah.
who got the Bucks? It was the
Bucks
Bucks.
got Joe Schran. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You think Chiefs go?
So here's the thing: we're not trading with the Chiefs. We're not trading with the Browns. They're probably not going to trade with us. So the Saints are the only other team to pick before us. The Saints went with Peyton Turner in round one.
So and Cam Jordan was like, man, I was hoping we're gonna get a corner, but
Well, and they have Davenport too, so that was a little bit of an odd pick to me, especially because like I love Peyton Turner. Who everyone knows that watches us knows I love him, but in the first round seemed pretty high, especially when you already have Davenport and Cam Jordan. I thought they were going to go with a corner or maybe even a receiver like a Bateman to put in the mix with Michael Thomas. Now that Sanders is gone, or even an Elijah Moore at that point, I thought maybe they would go with, but.
yeah,
An odd pick, I thought, for the Saints yesterday with Peyton Turner.
yeah. It does make me
What-
think
what are
they're
these Chiefs
trying to
doing?
rush him from a 3-tech or something. Like, do they think that he can be this penetrating Justin Tuck type guy? Other than that, I don't get it either, Dave.
Yeah,
You-
yeah. I mean, he can flex inside on like passing downs, but like that's not why you're drafting the guy at 30 when you already have Cam Jordan and
for sure.
And-
Well, guys, listen.
Yeah.
Before this pick happens, Zach, give us your parting words before we're gonna bring on Clay. Give us your parting words before you get out of here, man. What are these Chiefs picking? And what do you think we're gonna get at that 61st pick?
Well, I'll say first of all for the Chiefs, I don't think they're gonna pick Quinn Miners. I think we're okay there. But I will flip a shit if they take Hamson to Searldine. I don't think they will, but if they do, unfortunately, it won't be recorded. But as for the Bills, hopefully it's the corner that we are not mentioning because we don't
We won't
want
say a
anyone
word.
to take them. So
Right.
I want a name, Zach. I want a name. I want a name.
Okay, well, I'll just say that he went to college in New York State.
We'll leave it at that. All right. Bolton. Oh shit.
Oh,
All right, Zach. We'll talk to you. We'll talk to you later, man.
Thanks, Zach.
All right, take care, boss. So right now, Nick Bolton, really?
I think Nick Bolton's a good player, man. For the Chiefs too. I mean, they've been trying to figure out that middle linebacker spot. We know they got Ragland from us, and they tried that and it didn't really work out. I think it's a good fit as far as like what they needed. Their line. Go ahead, Rico. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. This line, what?
I was gonna say their secondary is pretty well set now, where they got Matthew back there, and they drafted well recently in the secondary, and the line with Jones, and that's well documented. So they needed some help in that middle area of their defense, and I think Bolton is a nice pick for them, man. I hate to say that.
I look at Bolton as a hot knife through butter. When this guy, he's a seeking heat missile. When he finds, he tracks and takes you down. So this is
Carolina trade up.
Carolina traded up with the Browns here.
Did they go? I forgot. Did they go corner round one or no?
They did. They took.
Okay, so they're probably not going corner here then.
No, they're not.
No, but they could get some protection or a weapon for Darnold.
Right. This could be like Creed Humphrey or Wyatt Davis or someone like that.
Wyatt Davis would be cool.
Or Marshall, maybe. Right. He's been falling,
True.
So they could go with Marshall. They have DJ Moore there. They lost Curtis Samuel to Washington, and other than DJ Moore, I mean, they have Robbie Anderson obviously on the other side, but you need three receivers in today's NFL. So
only thing standing in the way of Tommy Tremble.
Yo, Clay, what's going on, Clay?
How's it going, guys?
My man. What do you think so far?
It's looking good again for us. I mean, it felt super well last night. Everything kind of fell into place perfectly, and it's looking pretty good now as well. I'm pretty surprised to see who's fallen and that we want so many of these guys that keep falling.
For sure.
This is something, fellas, because we're a couple picks away. Panthers just traded up. Who the fuck cares what they're gonna do with this pick? But all
trade up or just a swap with
Twitter, it might blow up if the Bills do not pick a corner. And if they do pick a corner, it better be the ones that we think. They better not pick some guy that we're like, what? Are you kidding me? When we have these guys here,
I don't know. I think guard.
My gut tells me that's probably going to happen. They're going to pick a guy that we're like, come on, man. Like, who is that guy?
Don't be surprised.
And then we'll sell ourselves in 24 hours, though.
Don't be surprised if they take Steve's guy, Elijah Molden. I'm telling you, that will be a freak out, I think, for Bill's Twitter if they took Elijah Molden.
Oh, especially Bobby.
I mean, Steve's been willing it into existence that could happen, and I'm like, you might be right about that. They love Washington players.
Are you good?
Pierre, I know would be. Yeah, I'd be good with that.
Oh yeah, I'd be fine with
Creed Humphrey. Pierre wanted Landon Dickerson. He doesn't want.
But
Creed
he wanted a center / guard, though, right?
No,
that's I think
I wanted interior lineman. Period.
There you go. Okay.
So yeah, whoever we get, it's solid.
I think it's got to be either corner or interior lineman. I think the whole corner is nice, and I'd be happy with the corner, but we could use a guard too.
I mean, Wyatt Davis sticks out like a sore thumb right now to me. I mean, the guy is an absolute stud. Now, he doesn't have any position flex, which is probably why he's dropping down the board a little bit, but that guy is a blue chipper, man. Like, you plug him in day one at right guard. I don't care what you paid Feliciano. Then you put Feliciano at left guard, and Cody Ford. Sorry, bro, but you're gonna have to compete with Feliciano to play left guard.
Well, a lot of folks, a lot of people in the chat talking about O-line, man. They wouldn't be mad with the O-line pick. John DeMarchi's talking about Divine Diablo's got the best name in the damn draft. So
you damn right, he does.
Yeah, he does.
Divine Diablo.
Third round makes a little more sense for him, I think. I don't know. Second makes a lot of sense for him.
Aaron Robinson. Does that name?
That's a possibility. That's a possibility.
That's the question. Does it excite you?
Does not excite me as much as the other, but I do like Aaron Robinson. He doesn't have the size that our guy has, but I would think, at least in my mind, I think Aaron Robinson's more of an inside guy in the NFL. That's just me. Well, I don't think he's got the great top end speed. I don't think he's got the great ball skills either to play outside in the NFL. Doesn't get his head turned around very well, in my opinion, from what I watched on tape. And I think the closing speed isn't there. Now he's physical, which is nice, but I would not be sold with that, especially if there's someone else on the board that we want.
Well, listen, two, and here's another option that we've mentioned it, but we haven't really talked about it much, is trade down. We could see the Bills trade down and get some picks forward, right? So we'll see.
Not if that one guy is there. I would not want to trade down.
That one guy.
If he's gone, I would say sure, let's do it.
Let's go. Shout out to my guy Jake Combs. He says, "Hey guys, loving the coverage from Melbourne, Australia.
Australia, let's go.
Look at that. Melbourne, Australia. 11 a.m. here. Too many beers in already.
That's awesome, man.
Buffalo. Beane, we believe in Beane. We believe. Let me give my guy Jake Combs another bell. Australia, they're down under. I hope that was done down under. Is that what they are?
Yo, Rico, you're the worst.
From the down under.
Ooh, I told you, man. There it is. I told you.
Terrence, so tell me, what's the Terrence? Is he nice like that? Deep threat?
He's everything. He can play inside. He can play outside. He's like
big body guy.
He's not necessarily a big burner, but he's got enough speed. I think he's a really versatile receiver, and I think that he's like overshadowed a little bit by Chase. And he hasn't had. Yeah, that's a good comp, Kev. That's a good comp. Devontae Parker's a good comp.
I like that. And you know what though? You needed,
and his hands are really strong. He's got really good strong hands. So
he reminds me of like Marvin Jones, kind of that mold too.
Yeah.
Hey Clay, how do you feel about this one, Clay?
I'm not really sure. I haven't looked at him too much, but it's a weapon for Darnold. I'm not surprised that they're trying to surround him with stuff now that they kind of they pretty much put all their eggs in that basket. So
yeah,
this allows them to move DJ Moore around like they moved Curtis Samuel around last year. They can now move DJ Moore inside of the slot in certain formations. They can put him outside. They can interchange him with Marshall inside and out because he can play inside and out. Robbie's obviously going to be posted up on the outside exclusively, but now they have options with Moore and Marshall. So I think it's they get Darnold a weapon there in Carolina. And look, I think Matt Rule did a really pretty good job his first year there. And offensive-minded guy with Joe Brady. Yeah. We know Joe Brady's connections to LSU. So, maybe there's some of that there with Marshall. So
how many more picks do we have until the Bills pick?
One.
This is it. This is it.
It's Saints than us.
Oh, yeah. Okay, let's go, baby.
Yeah.
We got to share this stream.
Let's go. Listen, we're at 759 people. Let's get this thing up.
Share it.
150. 850, man. Take this thing and share it on your Twitter. Share it on your Facebook. Share it on your MySpace if you still got MySpace. Share it on ICQ if you still got ICQ. Let's go. I just dated myself with that shit.
You damn right.
Clay is like, what's ICQ?
Picks in.
Guys,
man, let's go ahead. Let's go. Man, the pick is in already for the Sam Saints? Okay.
Yeah. And I have a sneaking suspicion, but I'm not going to say anything.
Well, you might as well say it now. The pick is already in.
Yeah.
I'll say this: it's not a bad thing for us. It's not bad thing for us.
I mean, shoot, they don't. I can't see them possessing something that, or in need of something that we need. Fairly different.
They need to go wide out or tight end.
Yeah, man. Michael Thomas needs. Who's next to Michael Thomas?
Let's go, Bill.
And I think that's why the Panthers jumped in front of him, right? Because I think Terrence Marshall would have been a good pick for them here.
100%.
So,
Dave, did the Panthers jump in front, or is that just a swap from when Cleveland swapped with them?
No, I think that was
right. That was the Cleveland swap. Yeah, you're right. You're right. That was Cleveland's pick.
Yeah, I was still looking at the old TDN thing, so you're right.
Is it good?
Yeah.
Dance it up. Go receiver, right?
Oh no, linebacker.
Oh, yeah, that's not
Pete Warner.
Kind of a reach for P. Warner. He's good, but I don't know about second round for him.
Jabril Cox is still on the board. Chaz Surratt.
Yep,
those are on the clock now.
Yo,
but guys,
weird picks like this is so strange.
Holy crap! Wyatt Davis, Iffy Melifonwu was on the board. A couple of good tackles. Creed Humphrey. Yeah. I mean, Quinn Minor. I mean, like you have another. You're set up really nice here for the Bills to go a lot of different directions. And again, like Rico said, like, do you dare trade down? Probably not. You got to get the guy here you want. I think you do not.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't think Davis for the win. Let's go.
So Clay, with all those guys that's available right now, man, who are you leaning towards?
It's tough, man. I like Melon Fonwu, man. He's really good. He's 6'3". That's really good size for a corner, and he can cover the big guys. And Trey doesn't have to worry about covering those big guys anymore if he can get there. But I don't know. They need a guard. They need another guard on the roster. Those are the two biggest holes, and they have options at both of those positions. So I have no idea which way they're going to go with it.
Just don't give me Benjamin St. Juste. I am not a fan of that dude.
He's a Canadian.
I don't give a damn. I know he's Canadian. He's in Montreal. I don't give a damn, man. I see the game. No, thank you. No, thank you.
I need to know. This is important for the pick. I need to know, Clay. How often do people say you look like Orlando Bloom?
Not very often. I maybe got that like once or twice. I usually get Josh Hutcherson.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Oh, yeah.
Weeks ago.
Josh Hutcherson. Who's Josh Hutcherson?
He's
PETA from Hunger Games.
He's an American. He's an American.
No, you're better
He's
than
an
that.
American. You know who he is.
He's better than that. He's not the baker. He's like an archer. He's wiping people down with his bows of knowledge. He's not a baker throwing bread around. Anyways. Yeah.
Was Kevin were you just acting there, Kevin?
What do you mean?
My man Manny. I see you, Manny. I see you.
There it is.
No,
Yo,
no, you do not take Tremble with some of these other names that are.
Hell
on
yeah,
the
you
board.
don't take Tremble.
I think.
Why
Trump
not?
is
Why not?
be an
Come on.
excellent
Why
pick.
not?
Yeah,
Come
he
on.
could provide.
We're talking about blocking. We need a tight end. It makes sense. It
You gotta
makes sense.
Kev would be thrilled if it.
I would love it.
That's all you need to know. If Kev would be happy with it, we don't want it. We
You
don't.
got to
want it.
replace what's his name? The guy there, the
That's
blocking
fact.
guy you bring in all the
If
time.
Tremble is the pick, I will make sure I'll sell all of Bill's Mafia on why it's the best pick out.
Okay.
Who-
Okay.
Who's the third?
Nobody's
tight
buying
end?
it. Nobody's buying it.
Tremble could be the next Lee Smith. You know what I mean?
Oh my
Well,
God.
we're about to find out what's really good soon, man. Bills are up,
Yeah.
no trading, so they're taking this damn pick.
Mhm.
Let's go.
They're still counting. They're still counting down.
Still
Is the
counting.
pick?
Yeah,
yet?
no, the
taking
pick is
a
still
long
not in yet.
time.
Yeah.
They're unsure. They're like, shit, what am I doing?
They got so many options. They probably don't know. They're probably like, well,
Yo,
I thought
Mick,
one of the guards
Double
should
up
be
on
here.
edge and go
One of
Ronnie
the
Perkins.
corners.
Let's go. let's have that shit, man. Shit. And I'll tell you this though. I bet you right now they're
Pick is in. Pick is in.
battling to see who's gonna do it. Who's walking it up? Who's gonna give it to him?
Pick is in. Coach is happy. Apparently, according to the reporters, Perino and Talbot are saying the war room is thrilled, which of course they will be because they wouldn't say otherwise.
No one takes.
And
the
so many
player.
guys fell. I
Well,
mean,
Yeah.
Yo, who we picking?
Wow.
Yo, chat room, do not mess this up. There's 818 people
Yeah.
watching right now. The
My
Bills
heart
are
wants
up.
iffy,
Pick
but I'd
is
be
in.
happy with Creed. I'd be happy with Wyatt Davis.
But who do you
I
I'm
would
with
be
you.
less.
I'm with you, Dave.
I'd be less happy with Aaron Robinson and Molden, but I could wrap my head
So
around it.
It's Wyatt Davis or I fight you. Gotta be.
God, Wyatt Davis.
If I see-
don't rule out minors though. Don't rule.
No,
them
no,
out.
I would be happy with that too because he
Mhm.
is center
Guys,
plex as well.
give us your
With who?
prediction.
With who
Know
you say?
you want? Who you think?
Quinn
Miners.
Oh,
He's got
Miners.
center. Yeah, he could play center as well. So
Pierre,
Zach.
who do you think, buddy?
Yo, Twitter is about to explode. What y'all think?
Yeah, I don't know. It could
mean-
definitely go. Either way.
I feel like Pierre's rooting for Humphrey or Tremble. I really do. I think that's who he's rooting for.
I mean, I have a founder's mock that I'm not, I'm trying to win here. So, but
fellas,
Come on,
let's
man.
go.
we're about to
Announce
find
his
out
pick.
for sure.
Here we go.
Who the Bills picking?
Oh my goodness!
You know it already?
Yeah, he cheated.
I'm not
looking.
I'm not saying
Yeah,
anything.
When it's my picks, I don't even.
But
look
your
at that.
reaction, I didn't like that. I didn't like that, Dave.
It,
Yeah, I
it
don't
could
like
have
your
been like excitement, but he was just trying to hold it back. So
No,
that's
no,
what
I
I
don't-
was looking for.
It was an
I
oh
don't know.
my good. It was an oh my goodness because I sort of talked about it a few minutes ago, and
He's not
it's
against it.
happening.
He's just not. He's he's not against it. He's gonna talk himself into.
I don't like
getting
Dave's
behind it.
voice. Dave's voice is killing
Wait,
me.
I got an idea now.
Not a fan.
I talked about it, and it's just weird. It's a little weird, I'll say.
Avery Williams.
Are you kidding me?
Double
Basham.
double
Back
edge.
to back.
Whoa.
Yeah,
Let me
head
tell you
though.
something.
I
This is-
didn't see that coming.
This is trusting your board, and that's
You're
what they
damn
did.
right.
Hey, what did I say? There was those 4 edges that were falling: Perkins, Osai, Basham, and Robinson. And
Man.
I was like, man, the value there is so good. And it's like they doubled up, man. They freaking doubled up.
Doubled
Let's
up
look
on
at it this
the
way. Like I said before, we went into the offseason, saying we need to have pass rush.
Yes.
And this is exactly what they're doing. Like, no, we need pass rush. And, we're going to go ahead and
Listen, man.
double up with it.
6'3", 200, what, 60 pounds?
80.
200
He's 280.
He's another
270, 280 range. Yeah. He's large.
He's a large man.
Another
And he,
5-tech defensive end.
Seriously.
Yeah. Yeah.
Listen.
It's true.
little
Hey, Kev,
Tua,
shut up, Kev. Shut up.
we gonna mess with little Tua, boy. I'll tell you that much, man.
You
You
damn
got
right.
Steven Phillips. We got Greg Rousseau and Mr. Basham. Let's go, man.
You know I like
Captain
these
on
goals
Addison.
from you.
You know what? I'm okay with this. Now we go after. Now we find a way to trade up into the third and grab a right two. We out.
Yep.
Well,
We don't even have to cover it day 3. Who cares?
you know who Carlos Basham is, right? He's Shaq Lawson. He's
Don't
really
try to
good
take.
against
Don't
the
try to
run.
rain on the parade, sir.
No,
No,
he's going to be
he's not-
really
he's not
good against
Shaq
the run. He is a 3-4-4-3 hybrid, and he's got some potential. By the way, I'm not shitting on anyone saying Shaq Lawson. I think Shaq Lawson's a good player. He's elite against the run, and you're going to hope that Russo is your elite pass rusher, and I think he's a nice compliment on the strong side. You put him on the strong side, you put Russo on the weak side. Same thing with Epinesa. I'm not sure where he fits in right now. But again, I'm not shitting on the pick. I'm saying that right away he's going to come in. He's probably a 4-sack, 5-sack, like at the beginning. I'm not saying he can't learn, but he's going to be super stout against the run.
Well,
That's
I
what he's
will,
gonna
I
do
will
here,
say
Will.
this though. I'm curious to see how Bills Mafia is reacting to this pick. It's not a pick anybody anticipated that we go after back-to-back linemen like that. But here we are. Here we
Hey,
are.
man, they're trying to. Okay, that was a smart pick for the Packers after losing Lindsley
Yeah.
for sure. I mean, they needed a center. I think that's a
Before
good move
Humphrey,
for them.
though?
I
That's
think
kind of
it's-
surprising.
I agree, but I
I
mean,
think-
he's pretty good. He's pretty good too.
I think that Myers is more mobile. And in the Packers scheme, like Lindsley was, they want the center with more of a range. The run game that they use is really weird, and the centers do a lot of pulling, and they get to the second level a lot. Well, I like Humphrey better. I can see why they did this because Myers is a little bit quicker.
Going back to
I'm
the
still-
Bills
I'm-
pick, guys.
I'm so shocked. Yeah, I mean, go
Yeah,
ahead.
what,
Mitch.
what do you guys think this means for a guy like Mario Addison or Jerry Hughes? Do you think one of these guys is potentially on the trade block now? Because I mean, you got those three. You still got Daryl Johnson in the roster. Like there's a lot of DNs, on the team that look kind of nice.
Listen,
I guess we believe Brandon Beane. They're playing for the future.
Right.
this pick was we didn't think this guy was going to still be on the board pick.
Right.
We
Correct.
didn't expect this to happen. So they're like, how could you pass on this? Y'all, you guys good with this? All right, let's put the card in. And right now, this is Jerry Hughes is like, okay, so that's what we're doing now. Tim Addison is like, okay, I did take a pay cut, and you guys just picked up another guy. I don't know what's going on. So you know, McDermott, let's rotate our guys. Let's get a whole bunch of people in. I'm not a fan of that. I need my linemen playing like 80-85% of the time, like get a good flow of the game. But I also understand the rotation of it, keeping guys fresh. But hey, man, Greg Rousseau, Boogie Basham.
Yeah, but we also have to keep in mind too that we're having to pay, Josh Allen coming up. So if the idea is, Jerry Hughes, we love you, but we need that cap money. So
And Addison's going to come
Who
off the
knows?
books too.
and Addison
So-
too, right? So who knows, man?
So
Awesome.
is this where people come back and say, Big Baller Beane, he's the wizard?
No, I would have taken a corner. If this was the case, I would have taken a Samuel at 30 and just taken Basham here. I mean, or I would have just taken a corner at 30 and taken Basham here. I mean, we didn't know how the board was going to fall, but I mean, when we were sitting there 30 minutes ago and I was saying Osai, Basham, Perkins, they're all there. Like the value is going to be there at 61 for edge. it's kind of unfortunate that we took an edge in the first, but then what do? We take another edge here in the second. So, I mean, now you really wonder, like, okay, we doubled up on edge. Like, do we now start getting a little aggressive and maybe trying to move up?
Oh shit!
Good
Chiefs,
pick.
man.
Chiefs O-line is getting nice, man. They're really building that thing up.
Yeah.
I mean, when
Hey,
we
Dave.
guys like this fall, of course, they
Yeah.
didn't expect this.
Yeah, Pierre.
You actually know what sounds nice right now is a Richard Sherman signing. Possibly tomorrow, right? Because I mean,
Well, I told Steve that in this season, with it being a little weird, you're going to see a lot of free agents wait till after the draft to sign. You're going to see
exactly
what
right?
teams do
So-
in the draft. Whoever, like, if the Bills had in their mind on kind of getting corner, but it didn't go that way, maybe they had Richard Sherman on speed dial. But
Right.
who knows? I mean, third round, there's still. I mean, who knows? Maybe somebody like a Debo or Trill Williams or someone like that
Right.
finds their way into the third round and they still address it. Like, I would be shocked if they didn't address it at all in the draft. I mean, that would be kind of a big shock to me. We all figured they would address edge, corner, and O-line. The fact that they've doubled down on edge now with their first two picks is interesting. But maybe it's an admission that, like, look, we tried to bring in Jefferson, we tried to bring in Butler, we tried to bring in Addison, and it didn't work. So you know what? We're blowing this thing up outside of Epinesa and Oliver. And this is the route we're going to go, because we know how important the defensive line is to McDermott. So,
well, I want to show you guys something. I don't know if you guys can see. I'm going to show you my phone. Look at the size of freaking Russo.
yeah, he's a
to
monster.
McDermott.
Yeah, he's a
What
beast.
is that about? Look at the size of that. Look, McDermott looks like a little character. I thought it was drawn. I thought it was like somebody drew the picture. Hell no, that is them. Jeez. Golly, man, that's craziness. Look at the size of this man. That is a big man. That is a big man. Oh man.
From what I'm seeing, people are like, we love Basham, like we do. Like, a lot of Bills fans loved Basham in the pre-draft process. It's just we're just confused as to why the double up. I think that's where, like, most of people's minds are at right now.
I think the confusion is, because we have, Jerry Hughes and Addison, but we pretty much can, convince ourselves of the idea that we only have those two for maybe one more year.
Yeah,
true.
Right.
So that, next year, we'll have the, AJs, the Rousseau, and now Basham, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
listen, man, Sergio said it himself, man. It's almost like Buffalo's working to get to Mahomes and KC's working to keep us from getting to him. We know what you guys are going to try to do.
Right.
We get it.
That's very true, Sergio.
I mean, we all saw the Super
facts.
Bowl. We
Yeah,
know what can win games at the high level like that. If they had a rotation. Every one of those guys on that Tampa Bay front was getting in there. So I guess that's the new move.
It's the new move, man. Get him off his block and get him running, right? Rashid Turner says, I like this draft by Beane. Our D-line sucked before. I'm assuming he's saying sucked before. Hughes, 4.5 sacks last 2 years. I hope the whole draft is a D-line. Damn, Rashid's like, yo, F everything else,
Rashid,
man.
he's been on Air Raid Hour multiple times, and he is a Jerry Hughes hater for sure. He is a Jerry. He wants Jerry Hughes off.
Are you sure it's not Kevin's burner?
It might be, and he's donating to us. No. Rashid has been anti Jerry Hughes for a while, and like,
we'll unite. Yeah.
Well, Bills Mafia is not a fan of Basham, man. Feels like Basham is not great. John DeMarchi says, "Yo, Boogie would not have been my guy at 61. Can't quibble though. Bills had 13% of sacks off of edge last year, dead last in the NFL.
Yeah,
God, man.
I
John
mean,
DeMarchi with stat line. I
not-
appreciate you, John.
Sure.
Also the highest paid defensive line too.
Right.
Don't
Thanks,
forget
Kevin.
about
Thanks for the reminder.
that. Number one.
Murphy's gone. It's okay.
There you go. Listen, man, double edge. Did you guys even in any of the thousands of mocks that you guys did you guys do a double edge?
not that we're to be taken seriously. I mean,
Yeah, or- Or in the
I'm
first
pretty
two
sure
rounds.
there's
Yeah, not in the
0.001%
Yeah.
chance that
Yeah.
the Bills fans selected, double. Edge.
plenty where we had two edges picked overall, but they were like in the first round and then like the last round or something like that, or like maybe like the first round and the fifth round, but not first two picks.
Well, look at that. Addison is a post June 1st cut.
Bing, bing,
so
bing.
Bing, bing. So that
he
might
does
be
have an out. Oh.
so that might be the out. That might be the
I'm okay with it.
Yeah,
Mad
I'm
money
okay
is
with it.
what is it, like $6 million that we saved off of him. So
I think like 6.7.
yeah, so that's not a bad move. We'll see how that goes. So we're gonna have Jerry Hughes, the old man in the room, teaching these young bucks how to do it.
Yeah, well, actually, Addison's even older.
Sal is reporting. Sal is saying the Bills would save 5.3 in cap space by making Mario Addison a post June 1 release, 2.8 in dead cap this year, and 2.0 in dead cap next year. So it's a possibility for sure. I mean, 5.3 in real space is a real thing. So,
and how about Jerry Hughes? But
I can check that really quick on.
Actually, it's in the comments. I think it was 5. Someone wrote it in. Jerry Hughes is already on. Someone wrote in the comments. He's already on WGR saying that if they cut him, they could save. How much?
I'm checking.
Someone put it. If you guys want to, I'm trying to find it.
That's a big thing right there, right? I mean, who knows? We might cut them both.
But is that really like?
I don't know.
Is that really what you want to do?
No,
is that
you can't cut them both?
If anything, you got to cut Addison. You can't cut Hughes because you can't cut them both. If you have to choose, it's got to be Addison because he's way overpaid for his production. We know Hughes can produce, and we know he can produce in this defense. We haven't seen Addison do it yet.
Produce what? First off, Addison
sacks, pressures. What
are you talking about? Addison had more sacks than Hughes. Addison has a track record of higher production than Hughes. Addison has multiple 10-sack seasons within the last half decade.
Are you sure that's not your burner account with that the Jerry Hughes hater?
Clay, I love you. I love you. You're one of my faves. But let's be real here. Addison is. You're saying he doesn't deserve his contract, but Hughes is making $10 million for less production. So he actually makes more and gives less.
I don't think
who's the better player, Addison or Jerry Hughes?
Hughes.
Thank you. So if you're gonna pick one, not like everybody talks about, numbers don't mean much.
Hughes would save $6.7 million. That's what someone in the chat saying.
Yeah, but he's the better lineman between the two of them. Let's be real.
Yeah.
So if you gotta make a decision, you gotta cut the older one.
And Hughes is like a leader in the locker room too for that side of the ball. So I don't think they can possibly cut him.
100%.
Yeah, so we probably won't be getting rid of both, but we have to also understand that we're gonna have to be paying Josh Allen 40 plus. So, there may be moves that are made that we're not, keep in mind.
There's Kevin. Kevin, man, you can just talk to us instead of texting at the same time and paying up. But we appreciate the donation.
I don't think he does.
Huge slugs at 4.5 sacks. But listen, man, 4.5 sacks for Rasheed Turner. But keep in mind, this guy his run grade is fantastic. So at least he's if he's not producing as much as we want him to in the sack game, he's definitely holding his end in the run defense and run support. Rasheed.
Whoa.
Whoa. Oh, boy.
Over Kellen Mond.
Yeah. And what's his name from Stanford?
Mills. David Mills.
Right.
Yeah.
Trask is not good.
No, I don't
he's going where now? I'm sorry.
I like Mond personally out of the ones that were left. Though he was my favorite. Mond, then Mills, then Trask. I mean, maybe even Jamie Newman over Trask. But
I'm sorry. Who picked Trask again?
Tampa.
Tampa. Ooh,
backup.
Okay.
Luis.
That's just like Tampa
Let's-
picking Trask is just a big fuck you to everybody saying like we don't really need anything. We're just gonna pick a quarterback.
Hold on, I gotta give a big shout out to Luis Estevez. Just give a big super chat with $50 right now. It says Beane is staying true to his word, taking care of the future. Addison, Hughes, Murphy are out by 2022.
Well, Murphy's already gone.
Good point.
Beane
Good point,
is
man.
in the D line. So Beane is
Damn
saying,
right.
man, everybody shut the hell up. I know what I'm doing. That D line is what we need, and this is how we got to do it. If I have to double dip at the D line room because that's how it
And
felt.
here's a theory.
We're good.
Here's a theory. There are a lot of good interior defensive linemen left. So maybe he's thinking, I'll get my double up on edge here with the best player available, and then get interior defensive line with the next pick.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Ali McNeil season. Here we go.
I'll be dope, man.
Or Marvin Wilson.
I mean, Beane has to get it right because look, we all love Beane.
he
Big
does
ball
have
of
to get
Beane.
it right. He does have to get it right.
But he messed up last year. I'll go ahead and say that.
Where did he mess up? Talk on it.
When we look at our defense in general, right? We went from what second overall to like the mid-teens. And if you look at what changed, it was the D-line. He shuffled way too many pieces.
That's
we lost Star, and boom, right? So now he's like, no. I know what happened last year with the defense. It was D-line, so I'm going to be focusing on the D-line this year and try to get that right.
Speaking of D-line,
I love Andre.
I love Cisco.
Dude is, he would have been like first, maybe second.
He wasn't hurt.
Dude has like, what was he? I think he was like 13 interceptions in his career.
He led the nation in picks, I think, as a freshman or something.
Yeah, he had like 7 or 8. He had like 8 picks as a freshman. Definitely more of a free safety, I'd say. But this is the thing. He's a ball of clay. Like, he is a ball of clay at safety, and the dude has instincts and ball skills for days. Like, Kendall and Steve and I talk about Andre Cisco a lot, being like that would have been a luxury pick for the Bills for sure. But like, man, the reason he dropped is because he had the knee injury last year, missed like most of the season.
So he could have been gone in the second round.
Yeah, I think so. I think without the injury, he would have been a second rounder easily. He would have been up there with the Richie Grants and the Mayrigs of the world, in my opinion. Is a baller.
What are the odds that Melifonu drops to the third? I didn't see that coming. Definitely did not.
Well, I didn't think so. I didn't think he would. TN has him ranked like in the 70s, which kind of obviously puts it in the early third. PFF has him ranked as 70, which again, that's early third. But you would think with corner that might have snuck up with his size, like that would have been appealing to some. So look, it's not out of the question that the Bills could still make a move and make an aggressive move to trade up here in the third to try to maybe get him.
I'm with you. Now we're on the same page on that. We're definitely on the same page on that.
Did we pull up this comment yet? This super chat here?
No, we didn't. Let's get LB to replace the average 40.
Rashid is a hater.
Rashid, do you actually like the Bills? Are you actually a Bills fan? I don't think he is. There's no way that this guy can watch the Bills and just hate every single player.
Rashid
is actually good.
You've got to tell us who he does like.
Yeah, you know what, Rashid?
Yeah.
Drop a $50 super chat and tell us who you like. Like, who you actually like. You know what I'm saying? Put your money where your mouth is right now, boy. Golly, Kevin, Ryan Theo wants to know how you're doing.
Adebo is still out there too.
I'm disappointed.
Yes, he is.
It's sad. Didn't like either pick too much. It's just been a real depressing night.
Well, you can make up for it with this third round.
All the centers are gone. I really wanted a center. They're all gone. There's no good running backs left that I want. Like,
you don't like Demetri Felton?
Felton, he's like a hybrid guy that you take.
What about Miners? He could play center.
Miners?
He's available. Kendrick Green could play center. He played 3 games at center. I really like Kendrick Green as an interior offensive.
That's the dream, right? If he makes it all the way to 80, but I don't think he will. If he does, that'd be awesome. That's who I would love. So, and undoubtedly that means he's going to go 79th. But
or someone's going to trade up right in front of you to get him, right?
That's what just took my soul. When last year, when the Ravens trade up one right in front of us to take J.K. Dobbins, and then this year who was it? Who stole me? Oh, Denver trades up right in front.
I feel you on Dobbins though, because I wanted Dobbins at 54 last year, and we took Epinesa, and he went at pick 55, one pick after us. So whatever, it doesn't matter. But I was kind of banging the table for Dobbins at 54.
I thought for sure.
So let's go through the defensive line right now in terms of for the Bills right now. So when you're looking at what we have currently, that's a hefty number of guys, man. So we got what? Jerry Hughes, Greg Rousseau, Daryl Johnson, Mike Love. I mean, I guess we can say goodbye to Mike Love. That's not happening.
Right.
Star Lotulelei, Vernon Butler, Ed Oliver, Harrison, Justin Zimmer, Addison, Epinesa. We just picked up F.A. Obata. You got Brian Cox Jr. So we've got quite quite a bit of guys on the line right now. So we're going to have to make some decisions really, really soon. Rashid Turner came back with it. Come on, Rashid. You're supposed to add another zero on that, a couple zeros. I love the Bills, but tell me why we lost to KC. Couldn't get pressure and couldn't cover Kelsey. Number 49 is overrated. I'm tired of the young excuses. Of him being young. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Listen, we just got beat in that KC game. We got beat.
Bad.
Wait.
Kelsey had a good game, but we didn't lose the game because of Tremaine Edmonds.
Exactly.
If anything, we lost the game because Josh Allen could not do anything. He would snap the ball, and then he had 3 guys right there in front of him already. That's, if anything, the reason that we lost to KC. It didn't have to do quite as much with and the whole season. That wasn't our strategy. It's not go out there and shut everybody down in the pass game. We went out there and we passed the ball for 300 yards and Josh got 4 touchdowns, and that's how we won the game. Wow.
Interesting.
Oh. What's his name's on notice?
I love this pick for Minnesota, honestly.
Just call Kirk Cousins. What's his name?
Put the pressure on Kirk, man. You like that. I do like that.
Mm-hmm. Captain Cousins.
I like Mon more than Trask, personally. I think, Clay, you said you like Mon.
Yeah, I'd agree
with
that.
Yeah, Mon's got a lot more upside than Trask.
I think my comp to Mon was Dak. Steve had a good comp to him yesterday as Tannehill. Or was that you, Mitch, that said Tannehill to Mon? I think that might have been you.
That might have been Steve. I don't know. That was me.
Shout out to my guy Manny. Manny says, guys, we will get a veteran cornerback, and guys, look at KC and how they are building their O-line. We need to get D-line to get to him. People thought I was crazy. I'm gonna go run victory laps right now. Manny's feeling good.
No, yeah, he's right. I was with Manny. We had to get better on defense. I know a lot of people were like, just keep reloading the offense, but I'm with him. There's only so many incremental moves up you can make on offense when you're already the number 3 offense putting 30 points per game. Like O-line, sure, but like the defense was where you're going to make bigger jumps in improvement from last year to this year. 100%. So I'm with Manny on that. I like that. I mean, I do think, maybe a veteran corner. I mean, we know we probably shouldn't be surprised because we see the Bills with this coaching staff do this pretty much all the time. Other than Trey White, they pretty much just find CBs and kind of find guys that they can work with. Pick them late or on UDFAs with Levi and Dane, but they still need one more body, I think, in that room. So we'll see who it is. Maybe Pierre's right. Maybe they have Richard Sherman on speed dial now.
They listen, man. You guys know, man. It wouldn't be a surprising pick if we decided to bring Sherman here. Silas Whittle says, I guess all those times we got gashed by tight ends and mobile QBs wasn't enough to warrant an athletic linebacker with speed. Who was left that fits? So Silas, you looking for
guys? Jabril Cox is still on the board.
No, thank you. I'm not.
Eric will go nuts.
Not about it. Here comes Rashid Turner back again. Back at it, Rashid. If y'all read Hugh's stats over the last 6 years, I will do 50. I will do 50 super chats all year.
Go ahead. All right. So we got to go over the stats. Man.
Look at Pierre. Let me rack it up.
I don't understand the line of thought here. He's talking about Hughes and tight ends at the same time. Is he going for Edmonds in this comment as well here?
Who knows? But apparently he wants to give away money. So before we
well, I can do it.
Go ahead, man. Wrap it up.
I got his stats on speed dial.
He said I can do it.
Oh shit! The when you go on Google, it's already purple because you selected it 16 times. So okay. So the last time, let's see. What does he want? How many years? Let's start with this year.
5 years.
Yeah. So this year he had 19 solo tackles in 15 games. So a little over 1 a game.
Kevin's like,
He hit the quarterback 11 times in 15 games, so less than 1 a game. And he had 4.5 sacks. He did pick up a fumble that someone else made a play on and returned that for a touchdown.
Trey White.
He didn't, but Hughes didn't. He didn't do that much on that play.
The year before, he had 23 tackles in 16 games, so a little bit more than 1 a game. He hit the quarterback 9 times in 16 starts. So basically, every 2 games he might touch a QB. and he had 4.5 sacks. The year before was his breakout banner year. That was the 7 sacks, and he actually hit the quarterback 18 times. So I'll give him that. That was a real solid year. And then, of course, he drops down to 4 sacks again with 11 QB hits. Again, he's pretty durable. He starts 16 games every year. 7 years ago.
Thank you for that, Kendall.
No worries, buddy.
Sorry, that's supposed to be Davis Mills. That's my mistake on the graphic. My bad. I think I was just thinking of myself when I made that graphic and made it. So,
Texans.
there's going to be a mistake every once in a while. So my bad on that.
It's all good, Dave.
Okay, buddy. I didn't even notice until you pointed it out.
Well, I have to take accountability here, man. I have to take accountability.
Oh, look.
That's a pretty solid pick.
Hey, there's Jerry Hughes in the left corner. Oh, no, sorry. It's Rico. He's gone. But here's the thing. If you need someone to scream around the corner and make a quarterback take one step up in the pocket so that you can record a pass rush win for PFF, then that's your guy. But if you want someone to actually touch the QB and finish the play, then hopefully these two young bucks, and that's what Russo does. Russo's a finisher. And that's why I like the Russo pick for you guys, because that's what you need, right? It's great it's production versus disruption. And it's great that you can disrupt the quarterback and make him hop a step or two before he throws it. But Russo's a finisher, right? He's played 2 years of defensive line and he has 15.5 sacks. Like, hopefully the plan is this guy's going to get people to the ground. Basham's another guy that he's going to start off right away with a really strong run defense, and hopefully he'll get them to the ground as well. But you can't have two 33 and 34-year-old defensive ends that are getting a combined total of like 9.5 sacks, maybe 10.5. I think Addison had 6 maybe, and be paying them almost $20 million. So,
hey, Clay, real quick, what's your rebuttal, Clay?
You're good.
I need to hear a rebuttal, man.
I mean, are you saying like QB hurries and disruptions don't matter?
No, but I'm saying that there's a hierarchy in what does matter.
There you go, Rashid.
There's an actual, like, you need to produce at some point. You need
Rashid!
Rashid came through. Rashid came through.
Yo, Rashid, you're a man of your word, man. I was about to say, you full of cap, man, but you're a man of your word. Yo, big pickup, Jalen Mayfield.
It's a nice pick. There's a little bit of a, I mean, I would say right now, like, if you want to kind of move up and go get a tackle, like, this is the time. Like, if there's a team who wants a tackle, because you're getting now to the point where outside of like Brady Christensen and Spencer Brown, like, there's kind of a drop off. So, for teams like maybe Carolina or whoever who kind of passed on getting O-line and went with weapons, maybe they would be a team. Are they trading? Are they trading up?
I'm not sure who's trading, but I'm going to shed some light while you guys are figuring that out. I got it. You know what? Although he's hating, I got to give it to Rashid Turner, man. You put your money where your mouth is. You wanted to talk some junk, and you did it. So salute to you. Listen, Jerry Hughes, like, on a real note, is Jerry Hughes declining? Maybe. You know what I'm saying? I mean, statistically, he hasn't had the year that he had back in freaking 2015, 2014. I mean, that's been some while, but the D-line was not the same either. We had Mario Williams, Marcel Darius, like, we had some dogs on the line. We haven't had dogs on the line since. So you're shitting on him for that, but he needs a complement of players. So
you mean like when Lorenzo Alexander went to the Pro Bowl with 11.5 sacks?
Zoe Alexander that's an outlier, man.
It was all scheme, man. That was all scheme.
Well, then
hey, Clay, get him, Clay.
But then why
get him, Clay.
Why couldn't Hughes get these scheme sacks?
What's that say?
If Zoe's sacks are discounted because they're scheme and Hughes plays in the same,
I'm not saying they're discounted.
Why isn't he cleaning them up?
No, but sorry, Kevin likes to do that. He likes to put words in people's mouths.
Sorry, that's my fault. He's a really nice guy. Yeah, we could get him fired up.
Well, because they were done. They're double teaming Jerry Hughes. How do you do that?
Man, the Bengals are having a nice draft.
Yeah, so going back to Jerry Hughes, sorry. It's easier to scheme against a guy that's lined up right there on the edge of the line of scrimmage as opposed to a guy like Lorenzo Alexander who can he drops back into coverage, he lines up on the outside in the linebacker position. It's a completely different kind of a guy where you don't even know if he's going to rush. You know Jerry Hughes is going to rush. It's so much easier to defend a guy like that. When you know that he's coming for the pass rush, that's what he does.
Sorry, we're not tripling up on edge with a side. He's off the board.
Lorenzo Alexander was playing defensive end in all your 4-man lines and your nickel and dime packages. He wasn't he was lining up at left end when you guys were playing in your nickel and dime and obvious package situation.
That's what I'm saying.
And he lined up.
They got to get a tackle here.
And he would drop back when he was on the line. Like they used to in unique ways.
Yeah, they traded back earlier, so I think they traded back with the Browns. Remember, I think that was where I said they traded up, but that was actually from the trade back. I think they got to. This is a trade up that's got to be for a tackle, either Christensen or Spencer Brown. I mean, I don't see. We talked about Moton yesterday on the right side, and we said they don't really have anyone on the left side. So we thought like Slater or Darisaw may have been an option for them in the first round. They didn't. Then they took the receiver in the second round at the end there with Marshall. So now to me, this seems like if you're going to really get Darnold that protection, you go O-line here if you're the Panthers.
Hey, Mitch, real quick. So out of all the one text that's available right now, like, how would you pretty much rank maybe the top 3 right now?
I mean, for me personally, I think top 3, I think is Aleem McNeil. I think he's got to be in there. I think Shelvin, and then I'm a really big Bobby Brown from A&M. I think he's sneaky good. Like, if they could get him, maybe in the 3rd might be a little high, but like if they could get him tomorrow, day 3, that's a really good pick because I think his ceiling is super high.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah. I mean,
Brady Christensen, huh?
It's a good pick.
There you go. Offensive line.
Yeah.
Makes sense. The tackle drop off now is pretty significant.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I think Spencer Brown is the only guy to me that stands out now as like a guy I might be willing to move up for as a tackle. James Hudson's kind of a project. Stone Forsythe, athletic, but not the most physical guy. You have the ECU guy in my backyard, Deontay Smith, who's also like an athletic project type guy. And then you get down to like the real, I think this is a good timing for the Panthers to move up and take a tackle. So,
absolutely.
94,
folks. We got us a trade.
The heck is going on here?
Another
Giants.
Oh, wow. Guys, there have been so many trades today. Man.
So many.
Too many.
I can't keep track.
Gentleman does not like being called out, eh?
No,
Jeremiah called him out, and he's like, F you, I'm trading down, I'm trading up. I tell you, he's doing it just to show the analytic nerds, as he calls them.
Wasn't Gettleman the one that they had a picture of him with this huge freaking binder?
Yeah.
Yes, everyone else had computers, and he had like a binder.
He's just a huge binder, right?
I get it.
I'll say this with the Panthers, though. I mean, they're doing everything to find out if Sam Darnold's any good. So, I mean, they're going to know by the end of the season if he's something or not. Because
is Sam Darnold? He's good, isn't he?
Nah.
I think he can be
solid,
good.
Man.
I don't think he'll ever be great though.
I don't think so either. I said Pierre was in love with this guy coming out of college. And I never saw it. That was like he's okay. And it proved to be so, but I mean, he's not terrible though.
I don't know if I would say that it proved to be so. I mean, we're talking about the Jets organization, right? I mean, come on now. He hasn't really had any weapons. It's the same old excuse with the whole, coaching and the weapons. So, we'll see what happens in Carolina.
So, are we surprised by any picks tonight? That has really stood out to you guys, or a team that has impressed you? Let me go this way. Who has impressed you tonight? I'll start with Clay. Clay, any team that you're like, I'm impressed with the trades thus far, or I'm impressed with their picks thus far?
I don't even know. I'd have to go back and look. Come back to me. Let me look and see who's taking, and then I'll make my decision here.
Kev, who other than the Dolphins, who are you impressed with what they've done?
I'll tell you, I'm not impressed with Miami. Jesus, don't get me started. But I'm getting depressed again. But I like what Carolina's doing. So it's a good. We say it's like you're gonna see if Sam Darnold's good, but also if he does crap the bed, you're setting a foundation to draft a replacement for him next year. So you're picking up an offensive tackle, you're picking up a wide receiver,
point.
Who did they grab? Were they the guys that who did they grab?
Marshall.
In the first?
Oh, in the first, they went with J.C. Horn, which was a good
Horn,
pick.
Yeah, so I like their draft. I think that they're doing pretty well. I like either way. Like I said, they're either going to see how Darnold does or going to see how the next guy does.
I'm gonna go to Pierre. Pierre, is there anybody that stood out to you that you're like, you know what, I'm impressed with what these guys are doing, and I might buy some stock on this team and see how they're doing, man.
I'm talking about stock. I got my symbol.
Oh,
dot app, right? So I got a few teams on there that I'm buying on. But I mean, who knows right now, man? I mean, like you look at what the Bills did in general. I'm actually surprised that they doubled up on
the line. I get
it, but I understand it at the same way. So the Basham oh wow, and Robinson.
Ooh,
interesting.
I like that pick right there.
Well,
he went before.
Molden.
Guys, I'm telling you, I mean, we're
before Molden. He went before Ifatu.
God, he keeps sliding, man. Keep sliding.
I know.
Keep sliding, then trade up for him. Sorry, Pierre. Keep going, man.
No.
Because I'm. It seems like you guys are kind of stuck on who you guys have seen that's kind of impressed me. But I'll tell you that I impressed you guys. But Cincinnati, man.
Cincinnati, other than Jackson Carman, I thought was a little odd. But Osai and Chase, I thought were excellent.
And they've got some picks, man. So they can make some differences, right? Because they got what? They got 3 4th-round picks coming up. So
Browns.
And Asia Caster saying Browns, which I do like that, Asia.
Yeah, sure. I would say. I mean, it's easy to say this because they've had so many picks, but I mean, I feel like Jacksonville has hit on every one of their picks so far. They got Lawrence, Etienne, obviously. Then they got Campbell as the corner. They got the tackle Walker Little. Then they got Andre Cisco, the freak safety. I mean, for a team that really needs to basically retool, they went offense early, and then now they got defense. No, man, why you got to do that to me?
Lee McNeil.
That is early, 2nd round. I told you guys he's better than Shelvin. I told you he's better.
What do you mean? That was a no-brainer.
I mean, everyone was saying that, Dave.
Not everyone. Everyone was infatuated with Shelvin. And I'm like, not here.
Okay.
Generally, on the interweb.
Okay. Yeah.
There was a lot of Tyler Shelvin love out there, but McNeil is a monster.
I
am a little surprised he went over Nixon, but he is a monster.
True, he's fallen a lot.
This question is for the chat right now. The chat, I need you guys to type in your surprise team, the team that has shocked you or
Giants have also done well.
Right now, I'm looking at the Jags. I mean, rightfully so. Trevor Lawrence, Travis Etienne, Tyson Campbell, Walker Little, Andre Cisco.
Yeah, I like.
And they got 2 picks in the 4th.
Yeah,
they have loaded.
Who's the Lions taking the 2nd, guys?
Let me tell you just a moment. The Detroit Lions
got.
They took Levi O.
Yeah.
So they got McNeil, Levi O, and Sewell.
Yeah, so, that's solid. Yeah. Man, Levi O and McNeil side by side on that line is going to be nice. Yep. That means they think Aleem's going to be a 1-tech.
Yeah.
So David's looking at the Jags and Lions.
I like. I agree.
How do you guys feel about what the Browns have done? You guys are feeling the Browns?
You got that?
I think so.
Well, honestly, I like what the Bears have been doing.
Yeah, Pierre.
I agree.
They've been aggressive, but they got Justin Fields when he fell further than he should have. They went up and they got him, and then they got a tackle for him right after.
Yep. Milton Williams.
Like
run on DTs now or what?
Yeah, it's coming. Yeah. It's coming, which is fine.
Yeah, the Bears look good too, man, because they went with Justin Fields and then Tevin Jenkins.
Yeah, so those are good picks. And the defense is good enough to, the defense is what makes their team good, and the reason that they got into the playoffs is their quarterback situation wasn't good, and so now just build around the offense. You got your quarterback, build around him now.
You know what though? They can keep taking these damn linemen as long as Faitu falls to us in the 3rd. I don't give a damn. I'm saying his name. If we can fall to us, man, then we straight. Then I could actually sleep very nice tonight. Very nice tonight. But Kevin's he's gonna be tossing and turning tonight. I know it. Look at him. The way he's sitting down right now is pissing me off.
Not,
annoying.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know about Kevin because it's one of those things where it's like, yo, out of your first, 2 rounds, you would expect to have at least, 1, maybe 2, day one starters. You got 2, day one starters right now, man.
Maybe 3.
Yeah, right. So I mean, I wouldn't be mad about that, man.
Yeah.
So Washington's on the clock right now. Yo, what's Washington picks in already?
This is a worry to me. That I've been saying all night, or even yesterday, they need a corner too, and they haven't taken one yet. So them, Seattle, Arizona, those are teams I'd be looking at now. That wow,
Ooh, they went different direction at corner.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay,
nice.
that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
Rico didn't like that guy.
I'm not a fan of St. Jude's, man.
Yeah,
I
me
feel
too.
And
soft.
Molden's still on the board too, so there's still a little cushion.
But break him down real quick, Rico.
Listen, he's
Why don't you like him?
when he plays a lot of off. Like I saw a lot of off. He's not reactive. He doesn't react quick enough. I think he's soft when it comes to helping on the run. And his length, he's big, 6'3" and change. Doesn't have quick feet. I'm just not a fan. I tried
Zero career interceptions in Minnesota.
There you go.
Zero career interceptions.
I did not like his film whatsoever, and I tried to like him because I'm like, yo, he's a fellow Canadian. He's from Montreal. Let me show some love. No, not it for me. So these guys are gonna be. He's gonna be an Obi Malafanu. And I mean that guy was a freak, but is he in the league anymore?
My God.
No, he's not.
Nah.
You know who the closest comp to Obi Melifonwu is? Your guy. Fuck. His brother.
Not quite. Don't even try it. Nice try, Kev.
Yeah.
They are not. What's this Obi tested?
I was fooled by Obi. I loved Obi. I was so fooled.
I think everybody
That was
did.
one of my
Everyone
worst
loved him.
misses ever. I was convinced.
Obi
When the
tested
Raiders
out the
took
chart.
him, I think we were the Tampa. One of the two took him. I was like, no. And then I was like, ooh,
Didn't he go to Raiders? Didn't Raiders grab him?
yes,
Yep.
yeah, the Raiders.
Whatever.
Of course, size and speed, but
And that's where the RAS score fails us, right?
yeah, I thought he was gonna be.
I'm pretty sure his RAS score was probably over a 10.
Dude, he tested. He was jumping out of the building. His broad jump was amazing. Boy was just nice. So it does worry me though. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna be real with Kev, man. It does worry me that he might be a product of his brother, but I can't see that happening. That boy, his brother's nice. He's nicer than him. But man, golly, St. Juice, they're not gonna like that pick. I can tell you that right now. But what the hell do we know?
Well,
What
they're
do we-
running,
Exactly.
Aren't they running the same scheme you guys are?
Who's that? The Washington football team?
football team?
Mm-hmm. Pretty much.
Yeah. So they want that longer off man, like zone corner. Maybe he's okay in that.
There are a lot of good players still on the board, guys. I'm just like looking
Yeah.
through the big board right now.
I was
You
just
got
doing that
Wyatt
too.
Davis is still on the board. Ronnie Perkins, I know edge, but we don't need. Jabril Cox, Jamar
Shit, we're gonna have
Johnson,
to go
Davion
Red.
Nixon.
5 picks.
Bears guy
or
Tommy
something like
Tremble is on the board. Menieres is still on the board. Elijah
Mhm.
Molden, Tylen Wallace, Iffy, Chaz Surratt.
that. Here's where Miners goes right here.
Can we go triple edge?
Triple edge with Ronnie Perkins.
Triple edge with Rodney Perkins?
Hey, at least we would get some. Like he is a more of a speed rush type guy. I mean, he is a good. He will get to the quarterback. He's
Right.
got good
I'm
production.
starting to get sick here because we're close. We're 5
Yeah.
picks away from my guy,
Yeah.
but I think he might go right here.
Who do you want, Kev?
Miners. Travis Frederick just retired.
I like
We have
Miners, man.
Tyler
I like
Byron
Miners too.
Yeah.
Johnson last
Yeah,
year.
Cowboys could go DB here though.
Hopefully.
Guys, I might have to get a drink after Aleem McNeil just got picked. I'm depressed.
Yeah.
Okay, listen, I got to give credit to you because I tried to outlast you, Dave, but you did pretty good. I thought I could stay in my seat and not move. And so far, you've been on the money.
I mean, I could not get up, honestly, but I think I'm going to because I mean, my guy McNeil, I was like, I knew we probably weren't going to get him, but at least he didn't go in the AFC East. He went to the Lions, which is like, okay, whatever. Like, don't care really about the Lions so much, but
They're gonna waste the lines over there. Look at Flowers. I thought Flowers was gonna be I wanted Flowers badly out of New England.
I remember that when he was a free agent, he got big money to go.
He got big money, and I was like, yeah, you don't even hear from him. They're like, who are you? Where are you at? Like, yo, you go to. I don't want to even say it, but you almost go to die when you go to Detroit.
And then Okara ended up being their best pass rusher. So
crazy, right?
So if you look at the comment section, man, a lot of people are looking at Wyatt Davis.
What's happening now?
Yeah,
Wyatt
Wyatt
Davis
Davis is
would be
still out
nice.
there. Yep.
Wyatt Davis would be massive if we can get that.
Yeah.
Debo is still out there.
Saints just
Ben
traded up.
Cleveland. Hamza is still out there. Broncos.
Are you guys? Is it a shocker that Hamza is a 3rd-round pick?
No, I think that's where we had him. I think that's where we had him, Mitch. Unless you disagree.
No. He's definitely a 3rd-round pick.
So Jerry Jones is happy. What's happening, Jerry? Jerry's world.
You know what's gonna happen? Okay, so New Orleans isn't taking minors, but then the Chargers and Las Vegas has 2 picks. They might take them on me.
Chargers already took a lineman. I'd be surprised if they took another one.
Yeah, it's the 2 Las Vegas picks and this pick here that worry me.
Ooh.
The Bills really liked him.
Apparently, this guy's like a clone, somewhat of a clone of Aaron Donald, allegedly, from what people are talking about. This Osa cat. I didn't get much the chance to watch film on this guy, but apparently he's disruptive as shit.
I think
it's a little early. I think. I agree.
Aaron Donald.
I agree with
that.
This has to be a corner, right?
For who? The Chargers?
New Orleans, Saints traded up.
Oh, Saints traded up. Yeah, I would think.
I think they're going DB here, right? I mean, that's either that or receiver. But I don't know what receiver they're taking.
Yeah,
it's 76.
And you had to trade up for
I hope it's Bolden.
It would be a good fit for them.
Let me check out the Saints depth chart really quick.
Like this guy, the Cowboys just took. He's got something like ridiculous, like 35 or 6-inch arms or something like that. His wingspan's like insane.
Who's that?
This guy that just got picked, Osa. I'm not
Osa.
Yeah.
What's his last name?
Yeah, Osa.
Shout it out.
Osa O. Yeah.
Osa O.
Yeah, but he's good.
Maybe the Saints go wild card here and go tight end with Brevin Jordan or something. Now that Taysom is in the quarterback room.
Yeah,
that wouldn't be a bad little pickup.
Right.
Yeah, that'd be a nice fit for them. Yeah, Jared Cook's with the Chargers now, so.
Yep. Be interesting. What else could the Saints use? Let's see. They got Demario Davis in the middle, so they probably don't need a linebacker.
Do they need a safety?
They've got Marcus Williams and Malcolm Jenkins as their safeties.
Pretty good.
Chauncey Gardner-Johnson.
I like him.
They could use a safety, maybe, or a off-ball linebacker, maybe.
Well, did they just take one, buddy? Wasn't their last pick Nick Bolton?
No, they picked Werner. You're right. So they did get their off-ball linebacker with Werner. So they don't need that. So corner, maybe. That's the one that stands out opposite of Lattimore. You got Patrick Robinson and PJ Williams in the slot.
Oh no!
Interesting.
I was hoping that he would drop. Fuck.
Oh my god!
That guy's physical, man.
Yeah, he's a player.
Now, that's 2 now in like the last 5 picks of my short list with the Debo and McNeil. Motherfucker.
But I mean, Molden and Milifon would keep falling.
No,
I know, but like the more that any of those guys fell, the better. Right now that Paulson's picked, it's like it's one less corner. Now we're 15 picks away from the Bills, something like that.
We're getting there. So listen, guys, we have our guy, the spy, in the back right now. So Mitch, how are you feeling about how this last pick just went down and what we do with this final pick for the day? What are your thoughts before you get out of here?
I mean, I'm hoping we go corner here. Hopefully it's Melifonwu. I just don't know if he's gonna be able to fall all the way to 93. It's just such a far drop. But if him or maybe even Molden are there at 93, I think they got to go DB. Basically, is what I'm trying to say here. I think they got to go DB at 93.
Listen, DB, I'm with. I'm not hating on that. If we can actually catch a DB, a good one, not someone that we have to reach for, I'm good with that, man. So, all right, my man, Mitch, this has been great. Are you back on tomorrow or what?
I don't think so. This is it for me.
This is it for you, man. All right, it's a marathon, man. This thing is a marathon. So we will see you, man, and hopefully we pick out a corner that you actually enjoy. All right, man. You have a good one. We're gonna bring on the spy man. All right, Mitch.
All right, see you, boy.
So that's it, man. So Paulson and Debo, man, I wanted that dude. Secretly, I was like, if we could get him, man, that'd be great. But let me bring on our guy Eric Schmitty, the spy man. He's gonna give the salute, right? That's his thing, man. Have you been watching? How you feeling?
I'm furious. I'm furious.
You're
10
furious.
out of 10.
Yeah.
Livid.
Listen, let this pick happen, and then the floor is going to be yours. Because now I'm curious. I thought you said you're curious, but my man said he's furious. So we both to find out.
I am in full rage mode.
That's one of Kendall's favorites our producer Kendall. He really liked Josh Palmer. I think thought he wasn't getting enough love. And Kendall called it. He said he was going to get picked higher than he was projected, and sure enough, he did, 3rd round. So good call by Kendall there.
Big fan of Josh Palmer.
He was really good at the Senior Bowl too. I really like this guy.
Yeah.
The easiest position for me to scout was wideout, and I like this guy. I think he's got something on him.
And he's representing the Toronto area, so you got to give him a big shout out, man. Yep. Canadians does back-to-back drafts where Canadian receiver comes in. He's gonna make some noise, man. So that's good. Schmitty, you talking about how you pissed off and you furious, you're livid. I need to understand what the heck are you mad about? The floor is yours.
Listen, I don't understand why you would go back-to-back defensive end. It doesn't make any sense to me. I understand Beane's all about the future and everything, but what can you do for me right now? You guys want to hear an interesting stat? Let me lay this on you. From the defensive ends, the last 30 defensive ends drafted 2020 or earlier, all of them have 6 or less sacks in their rookie year. What can you do to take me higher right now? I don't like this pick. I was indifferent about the Greg Rousseau pick. It grew on me as time went by. Then when this came around, I completely hate it. I wanted a corner in round 2 or some type of aggressive move to show me that you care about 2021, because what they've demonstrated so far to me is that they don't care at all about 2021. They care about the future, and that's great. That's fine. You want to have a good defensive line in a couple of years to play KC, that's fine. But what are you doing for me right now? And I'm not impressed.
What have you done for me lately? Do. Listen, sometimes I got to break that. Some of you youngins don't know about that. But what you got to realize is that we rotate constantly. And with rotation, and the way rotation works is if you're fresh legs and you can give me something, then you stay on the field longer. If Boogie Basham just takes over and Addison ain't doing shit.
You got to stay with a lot of good picks happening right now. A lot of good picks happening.
To the Vikes. That's a big pickup. Yo, he's that big, 6'3", 230? Good shit.
Yeah.
Hey, he's big.
I didn't think it was a big boy like that.
Yeah, I mean, NFL Network has him 6'2" and 1'8", 229, so that's fairly accurate. That's why I said he would have been like the light JOK, like a JOK kind of consolation prize to me.
Shout out to
linebacker hybrid type.
Shout out to Damon. Damon put us on. He says, "Yo, man, you guys want to pay attention to a guy that's nice? It's Chaz Surratt. He told us months ago. And here
I know about him. I watched him dominate my Wolfpack for the last.
There you go.
Years.
You know it.
I mean, him and Chris Rumpf from Duke. I mean, those guys, all about it. That's why I'm very familiar with the Florida State guys too. But yeah, Surratt. Yeah, he's got a lot of potential.
Leave that comment up. Rashid, you know full and well Kevin Samuels is legit. I love Kevin Samuels, but yo, that boy be talking some mess sometimes, man. And if you about to be talking some mess, I'd love that. Yo, that would be fun. That would be fun, Rashid. I don't know if you guys who know who Kevin Samuels is, but entertaining to say the least. ET, thanks for that super chat. What about Daryl Johnson? Hughes isn't a bum. He's just old. You know, being an NFL player is like being a stripper. You're only hot while you're young. Yo, my guy, Clay,
come on, ET.
Clay, touch on that for me. He says, "Yo, what about Daryl Johnson?"
Touch on the stripper part first.
Okay, let's address the important part first. Strippers can still be hot when they're old. Okay,
Thank you.
Some people age better than others. But no, Daryl Johnson. I like Daryl Johnson as a defensive end. I think he's more of a run stopper than a pass rusher, and he's a good special teamer. I think he definitely keeps value and adds value to the team. So I like Daryl Johnson, and I'm a huge fan of his and his story and everything. So I like the dude, but I just don't know if he's a premier pass rusher, which I think is what the Bills are trying to get out of these picks, is a premier pass rusher. I'm not sure if either of those guys are. I don't know much about Basham, but Rousseau's super raw. I think he can stop the run right now. I think he'd be able to do that just because of his size and strength. But I think he needs a lot more technique stuff before he can be an effective pass rusher, because sometimes he just doesn't know what he's doing with his hands. He's got Ricky Bobby syndrome. Sometimes he just doesn't know what to do with his hands. So, but yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
I got to give a big shout out to someone that nobody can see right now, but that's our guy Kendall. Kendall is
100%. I was just about to say that.
Rocking it right now. He's our producer right now, and he's everything that you guys see coming up on screen. Timing, the pick is in, trade, everything that you see, this man is rocking right now. So salute to you, Kendall. Much appreciated. You making this thing smooth for us, man. Much appreciated.
Indeed.
So, fellas, man, we got ourselves a comment coming from our guy Sergio. Sergio says, "Yo, don't forget Pierre's point. We will need to pay Josh, and we can't afford to get rookies the year that we pay him. We need to have 2 DEs ready when we're ready to pay." Listen, man.
But that's not the only need.
Go ahead, Shmini. Shmini's still mad.
That's where I differ. I'm sorry, Sergio, but the defensive end is not the only need. You have plenty of other needs we need to address. We still don't have a cornerback too, and if you don't get one soon, you're not going to get a good one, in my opinion. So you're just going to end up with a Levi Wallace 2.0.
Hold on a second. I gotta bring something up, because they signed Levi Wallace. They like Levi Wallace a lot. Levi Wallace just a year ago had a PFF grade of 87. So he was having a solid year. Last year he was a little up and down, and then Dane Jackson came along. So maybe they feel good about those two guys. So maybe they're like they don't value the cornerback 2 spot as much as we may think that we need. So I mean, at the end of the day, man, we got to trust the process, right? Will we pick up someone in the 3rd? It could. Melifonwu could still fall to us, right? So, but the fact of the matter is this: you got to trust your board. Your board had Boogie Basham. Who would you have picked over Boogie Basham at this point?
I would like to know where McNeil fell on that board.
Well, maybe they felt they don't need McNeil, right? Look at, they just brought in Efe Obada. We have Harrison Phillips. We have freaking Star Lotulelei that just came back. We also have Harrison Phillips. Like, what more do you want? You want another DT? That's probably what they're thinking. I am a fan of bringing a DT in, but they're like, yo, we're good. We feel comfortable with Star Lotulelei and all them cats. So maybe they don't want to go there. I'm coming for your neck. Every time you bring some, I'm coming right back at you.
Yo, I'm actually intrigued to see what Kendall has to say about this. I want to bring on Kendall real quick to see, how he feels about this whole draft real quick. Hey, Kendall.
What's good?
What's going on, man? What are your thoughts on this? What's good?
What have we even been talking about? Because I got like 4 ears on different. I got Twitter over here. I got my ear on the draft over here. I got you guys in one ear. What's the actual topic? I need the question.
How do you feel about the Basham pick?
I love it. I really do, because this whole time I've been preaching this idea, guys. We gave Addison the pay cut. He's not secure on this roster. He's a post-June 1st cut candidate. I think it's one or the other between Hughes and Addison. I think Addison's the one. Hughes is too much of an asset in the locker room. He's the longest tenured Bill. You're going to shake up the locker room if you make him the cut. I think by adding Eric, I agree with you. It's focusing a little bit too much on the future, but I think it's still a now move by getting 2 edge rushers, because now they like the edge rotation. They like the rotation as a whole on that defensive line. You're not pigeonholed to have Epinesa and Rousseau as your bookends now for the future. Now you can rotate in Basham, and maybe Basham and Rousseau can take turns reducing down to the 3 tech on 3rd downs, obvious passing downs. So I like it. I also would have preferred a cornerback, but Boogie Basham was one of my first draft crushes, so I'm just happy they got him.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, you can't go wrong, man. And then I even forgot to mention Justin Zimmer, and everyone. That's like Justin Zimmer's been the Bills' sweetheart since the New England game when he freaking sealed it for us. So maybe DT. I mean, I'm with you. Ali McNeil. We all love Ali McNeil, but
Sure did.
I mean, at the end of the day, man, pass rushes is what we need. We need to get after the quarterback. We lacked it. I mean, what did who came up with the stat of 14% of the time we got after the quarterback, dead last in the league? Can't have
the Marty shout out.
Yeah, so we can't have that, man. That just can't be done. Can't have it.
Hey Kendall, man, shout out to you, Kendall.
Yeah, man.
Thanks,
Yeah, absolutely. Man. Shout out to you, Kendall.
Stick me back in the back. I got work to do.
That's my guy, Ken.
So the thing with Basham is, like, I like Basham, and Rousseau he has promise for me. It's nothing against either player. It's the principle of going back to back defensive ends in 1 and 2. I listened to Boogie Basham's interview on the Jim Rome show. I loved it. I love his character. I love where he comes from, his mindset, his mentality, the kind of things he talks about, how he approaches the game, his approach to life. It's all great. It's all gravy. I have no issues with that. It's the principle of going back to back. You know, in round 2, you could have done something on the offensive line. You know, we've been talking about defense, but you could have done something on the defensive line. I don't trust Cody Ford. I think they need to keep putting more resources into that offensive line. I would have liked to see more balance. Maybe you go D-line in round 1, offensive line in round 2. I would have been gravy with that.
No, I get.
But going back to back is where you lose me. That's where I drop off.
No, I get you, man. And it's a sore spot for some folks. Some folks felt that they needed to get strength somewhere else. But Raiders are picking right now. Kevin is sweating right now. He's over here. He's not sure what his team's going to do. So I don't know who's talking right now, but the Raiders are going to pick. I don't know how they're going to screw this one up. This will be interesting.
They'll manage somehow.
They'll manage.
I'm telling you, they're gonna take my guy.
That's a reach. I mean, I know.
Okay.
That's a reach.
I mean,
we love him.
Yeah, I don't even think that's a spoiler. if you actually saw the pick and that's what you're reacting to, or did he put it up already? I missed it.
No, yeah, they just announced it.
Oh, okay.
They didn't.
Wow.
Yeah, it's been announced, and that's a reach.
I know nothing about Kuntz.
No.
Out of
The
Buffalo.
LA Reachers sounds about right now, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yo,
Golly, man. What's going on with these guys?
Mayock doing over there, man?
One pick to go. Oh, I know they're gonna.
I mean, he's
no, they didn't pick up Kuntz. They picked up Diablo.
No, they had back-to-back picks.
Oh, back to back.
Oh,
Okay.
oh shit. Okay, so now I got a shot here. We got a shot.
So they went Kuntz, Diablo with back.
Does anybody think Mayock's days are numbered?
Diablo was a dark horse for the Bills in round 3, probably, if a guy like Hamza wasn't there in the secondary.
Okay, if Miami blows this pick,
I hope they do.
I'm gonna
I really hope
lose
they do.
my-
Who do you want? Who do you want, Kev?
Yeah, who do you want?
I want
Damn,
Miami.
Diablo's a big boy. 6'3", 226.
Yeah, he's a big boy. Yeah, he's a big boy.
So they have 2 safeties now.
Oh,
Raiders.
Yeah, they do.
Wait, okay, we already knew Kuntz. Okay, so
Yeah.
sorry, we already knew that it was Kuntz then Diablo, right?
Yeah.
Was how it went. Okay, yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's 2
Hey,
safeties.
Kevin, how would you feel if the Dolphins went tight end right here? You guys have to get
I
second.
don't know. You mean like Tommy Tremble? But like,
No, just in general. Yeah.
I don't think they should, because the appeal of what's his name, Pitts, was because he was kind of a unicorn and he's little that. I don't know if there's anyone right now that's like, if you take a Brevin Jordan, is that like improvement over Gesicki? I don't think so.
It's not improvement, but it's using them both, right?
True,
I think
but I feel like neither of them are very good at blocking. They're not liabilities per se. Well, Gesicki is, but they're not like, you know what I mean? So I feel like if you were to more, if you're going to keep Gesicki, you want like a Freiermuth, you know what I mean? Like, you want your Y and then you move tight end and that sort of thing. So I wouldn't be too happy about that. But I mean, Brevin Jordan's from the U, so I do like that. But we really
Wyatt
need
Davis still on the board is
we
shocking
really
to
need
me.
a center here. So all they have to do is take Quinn Miners.
Honestly,
Yeah,
Baron Browning on the board is a little surprising too.
Or
to me.
Baron Browning's actually quite a obvious pick for Miami now that you've said that.
I can't believe Wyatt Davis is still there.
I know.
Oh,
If
boy.
he
I'm gonna
falls
move
to
my computer
freaking
so I can
93,
see.
I mean, nah, because
If he-
the problem is the Bills are going to take Ronnie Perkins at 93. We know it's going to happen. It's going to triple up on edge.
That would be something, man.
If they do that, I'm gonna go supernova.
Yeah, yo, Schmitty's gonna lose his shit, man.
They
I already
Oh,
kind of did,
no.
but I was off camera, so nobody saw it.
They just announced it, Kev, on
Don't tell
NFL
me.
Network.
Don't
I'm not.
Nobody
So the,
spoil it for Kev. Nobody spoil
Sorry.
it for Kev. Don't do it.
I'm not even looking. I'm watching the TV.
Oh shit, yo, Kev. Actually, I see Dave. Dave says that you're gonna be excited for this one. Hunter Long.
Dude, Bills fans love this guy. Like Zach, who was on here earlier, he is a big Hunter Long fan. I know there's a couple people in the BF family chat who are big Hunter Long fans.
Ryan, I think so.
Yeah, Ryan Sullivan, he's a big Hunter Long guy. Kev, how's night 2 going for you?
Can we full screen that?
Yo, Kev, talk to us, Kev. Remove your face from your palms. Well, he's got a really strong name, Hunter. Tell us more.
Whoa, how did Eric turn sideways? Or is he frozen?
He
I'll
might
remove
be.
him. I'll remove him.
Every pick they've had has gotten progressively worse. This is the fucking stupidest pick they could have ever. Like, what a fucking ridiculous pick! Unbelievable, unfucking reasonable. You need a center. There's one left. You don't fucking take him. You need a linebacker. You got a bunch of them left. You don't take him. You take a bum backup tight end. We just fucking signed Adam Shaheen.
But he's a good run blocker.
We just signed Durham Smythe to an extension. And you have Gesicki. What the fuck are you going to use with this bum for?
But you need a guy with good character on your team.
This is the karma for you putting all that Tommy Tremble business out there.
Clay, help him out.
Unbelievable. It could
Why would I
not
do
be
that?
worse. It could not be worse. Part of me was thinking when Pierre asked me that,
How do
I was like, oh no. And then I was thinking maybe at least they get a guy with upside.
Well, who did you want? Who did you want in that position?
Quinn Miners or Browning.
Oh, Browning.
Or
Browning
even,
would have been really good
Eric's
value.
Guy there, what's his name? Who's the LSU linebacker? Would it be Cox?
Jabril Cox? Yeah.
Anyone.
Cox.
But instead, they draft a fucking useless player. He's not even going to make the roster. They'll have to put him on the roster because they have to own it. This is the worst thing I've ever seen. Why would you draft a bum who's literally the same? He's like that tight end 2. You know what I mean? If you're like a tight end 2, hey, that's not bad. You don't hate this guy on your team. You sure as hell don't pick him.
No, you're right.
Jesus Christ. What a fucking travesty.
I will say, I think you were a little too harsh on the earlier Javon Holland and that, like, those picks. I think you're rightfully justified in not liking this pick. I will agree with you.
No, but Dave, what he's not realizing right now is that there's got a lot of young guys on the Dolphins, so they need good character guys. Like,
You can't even say that with a straight face, man.
I can't even believe this has happened. I can't believe it. It's just so stupid. It is intergalactically stupid.
Kev, how much of
It crosses dimensions.
How much does this sour your taste after how good they did on night 1? Like, does it totally ruin it for you, or is it still kind of like, okay, it's all right?
At the end of the day, you're going to hope your first 2 guys make an impact, and this bum will be off the team in 3 years when they cut him. You know what I mean? Or he'll be, he's good for 14 catches a year. Like, oh, he's a red zone target. Like, who fucking cares? You know what I mean?
How tall is he?
Who cares? 4, 3,
6'5", 254.
Oh boy, that's a big guy, man. Him and Gesicki are going to be a good tandem, man.
He might be able to block one of our 5 defensive ends. I
actually like Adam Shaheen, who they just signed to a fucking extension. You've got 3 tight ends on the roster before you draft him.
Really good RAS score though for him.
You just missed it. Mike Lissick said, "Hey guys, I just signed in. Who do you know who the Miami just picked up? They picked up a really good tight end named Hunter Long. Probably going to be the third tight end on the team. But
he had a really good broad jump. Nice.
I waited all round. I waited for Quinn Miners. That was like really, and I was sure it was going to happen.
But Intergalactic, really? Was it that bad?
Yeah, it was really bad.
Crosses dimensions.
Yeah.
I saw Smitty's like, yo.
The Interstellar sequel is going to feature it.
So, Cody Wachowski, who do you guys think?
Why didn't they just throw the pick in the trash?
I mean, it's not that bad.
It's not bad.
Who do you guys think will be picked for us in the third?
Jesus
Clay, who do you think will fall to us in the third, man?
I mean, let's keep looking at the board. There's interior linebacker. I guess it's really just Jabril Cox who just keeps falling. I wouldn't be surprised if they took him if he's available, just for value. But I don't know, man. Quinn Miners.
Wyatt Davis is still
Melifonwu, man. Quinn Miners and Melifonwu are the two guys that I was hoping we would get in like the second round. So if we can get him in the third round, I will be very happy.
This is looking good, guys. This is looking good.
I even mocked Wyatt Davis at 30 a couple times.
I like Trey Smith too from Tennessee. I like Trey Smith from Tennessee as an interior.
Davis is still there.
Yeah, Wyatt Davis. But Trey Smith, if he's there, I wouldn't mind him. I mean, what are we, 10 picks away now? 11 picks away? No, only 10 picks away. We're 93. So, yeah, Diami Brown. I think Washington's putting a nice receiving core together now with Scary Terry now.
Terry, I love Terry, man.
They're setting it up nice for them. And they signed freaking Curtis Samuel too, man. They got a nice.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Tyler Hennigan's going to lead the way.
Fitzy, man, he's going to lead the way this year because they maybe will win that division with Fitzy at quarterback. Who knows?
They're going to build off of the success they had last year, man. So it should be
that defense is nice too.
They have a scary defense too. I was just going to say that.
Yo, Kev, Ryan.
Yeah, there's Ryan. There's Ryan coming in. I knew Ryan was a big.
Kevin, your Dolphins took my Hunter Long, so maybe there's something that you're missing out of this, man. Maybe Hunter Long is pretty decent.
Because you guys have nothing at tight end. So, like, it makes sense. Do you know what I mean? Like, when's this guy going to play? It's unbelievable. You just spent a third-round pick instead of on a position of actual need on a third tight end if he beats out.
Mm-hmm.
If he beats two other tight ends out.
You don't think he's beating out, like, what was his name?
You have to beat out Durham Smythe.
The
guy that's like just the blocker. He's a really good blocker. And then
Marquez Stevenson, anyone?
Unbelievable.
Is Marquez Stevenson the LSU?
Houston.
Oh no, wait, yeah, no, never mind. I'm thinking
Houston receiver, return man. Yeah. But he's not going to be he'll probably be a day 3 pick, I would guess. He'll be down there. Panthers coming up with the pick. Man, I feel like the Panthers are constantly freaking picking, man. Oh, wow. Interesting.
Tommy Tremble.
Oh, wow.
Sorry, Pierre.
Gone.
Tight end run here, which is fine, I think. I didn't necessarily want to take a tight end in this draft, so I'm kind of digging this tight end run right now for the Bills.
Yeah,
sitting at 93. Someone jump in and take Brevin Jordan here, by all means, please. Please go ahead. Hey, I wouldn't hate that actually, but I think I'd like to see a little. I will say there's a big drop off now after Jordan, right? The next guy is probably like Kenny Yeboah or John Bates at tight end. So I wouldn't be shocked if Brevin Jordan got picked at the tail end of this third round.
Grady Grablowski says a lot of us wanted corner, including myself. However, if the D line becomes better, that will only make it easier for the secondary. Might not need a cornerback. I mean, I still think we need to jump on cornerback a little bit, but I get your premise there. David Allen says, "Yo, Rico, get Kevin some anger management class, man, for Christmas." No, he'll be fine. He just needs a good night's sleep. Warm milk.
I'll go with him.
Yeah.
I'll go with him.
Need a warm bottle of milk, maybe some milk and cookies, and he should be good. He should be good to go.
Hey, Grady's a good friend of mine, actually. So thanks for that donation, Grady. And defensive line getting better definitely helps. I still think I want another body in that room. And if it's a guy that we can get in this third round here, if we can get Melifonwu, I'd be pretty happy with it. But I still like Levi and I still like Dane. I think they're capable enough to at least be placeholders at the very least until next year's draft. But I'd like another body in there.
Yo, Pierre, your boy Tommy Tremble's gone.
Yeah,
They said a lot of. There's a lot of good interior defensive lines still available. Davion Nixon hasn't been picked. Tommy Togiai hasn't been picked. J2 Faley hasn't been picked.
Now, Davion Nixon, 3-tech?
Yeah. Well, yes, probably. The guys that would really be a nice flex, I think, right now that are still on the board are Togiai and Marvin Wilson. Those, to me, are guys that could do 1 or 3-tech. I think Marvin Wilson's a sneaky candidate for us in the 3rd round, potentially. But Shelvin, he's there, but he's really more of a 1-tech only. But Wilson and Togiai, I think, are possible combo players, so wouldn't be surprised.
Yo, real quick, where'd Tremble go?
Panthers.
So
Panthers, I mean, they're doing nice for Darnold.
Is everyone else watching this guy dance right now?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's something else, man.
Man. Oh, Steve's guy, Chauncey Golston. Steve really liked him. I mean, hey, I guess the more edges that come off the board now, the better, right?
Ronnie Perkins is still there, man. I don't know.
Definitely tilt.
I think Eric would freaking lose it.
Eric would lose it.
Oh, so edge. Hey, I mean, at this point, I kind of hope Ronnie Perkins gets picked between now and 93. Much as
how is Ronnie Perkins still available? Golly, I remember just a month ago process he was considered first round type of talent. Golly, this boy dropping.
Well, that's why I'm saying the Bills might not be able to pass him up. Triple dip that chip.
Or like
triple dip
again. Wyatt Davis. Yeah. I just.
Guys,
Davis.
Any sense?
I got a Mike Luzinski says Levi Wallace is like the Kraft mac and cheese. It would be nice to draft some Velveeta, but Kraft will
Velveeta.
I like it. Folks, if you want to see Kevin lose his shit some more, and you want to see us troll him a little bit more, I love to troll Kevin. He knows the deal. Sometimes he sees so much red he doesn't realize I'm trolling, but maybe he does.
Packers make a trade with the Titans that are on the clock.
Right ahead. So drop your super chats if you want to see Kevin lose his shit, or if you want to ask Kevin a question right now, because right now there's too much red. Kev, you alive? You good?
Are the Packers?
He's speechless.
Watch the Packers. Watch the Packers draft like Kellen Mond or something.
No, he's already been picked. But I think are they going to finally do Rodgers right and pick the trade up for a receiver? They just traded up for this pick. So what? Tylan Wallace maybe. Or Amari Rodgers, like they could find someone. Oh,
Amari
there
Rodgers,
you go.
Big pick.
Oh, there. Nice.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Rodgers, nice.
Job,
I think that's a good pick.
It's a good move for them.
Dave Rodgers in love. I don't think Rodgers is playing the next year. I'm hearing reports that he'll rather retire than play back. So
maybe they're trying to salvage it by going with the namesake there. And
a little bit.
Jim Rome said today on his show that it's impossible.
Really?
What? From coming back?
Impossible. Yeah.
What's impossible?
For Rodgers to come back. Jim Rome said that the Packers have completely destroyed the whole relationship. There's no saving it, and the Packers should be shamed. He was going hard, savaging the Packers for a good 15, 20 minutes. He spent an entire segment on it.
I love Jim Rome, man. One of the best in the game.
Rome is the best. We talk about big slot. This boy is a thick slot, double C.
Yeah.
I mean, 5'9", 210.
Double C. What's Manny's name? Manny says, yo, Kev, did you guys get
Lee Smith Jr.
Manny's getting in on that, man.
Let's give Hunter Long a little more credit than that, okay? Like he's not. It's like
Kevin's canceling his season tickets right now. That's what's going on.
Hey, Kev, you're over there, Kev. What's going on, baby?
Oh, it's just rage. Just rage.
Are the Dolphins done for the night? Do they have any more picks?
No, that's it.
Oh, even better.
Kev. Listen, man, go get your lady. Tell her that you need some time alone with her. So you can just get the stress off, go to bed, woosah. But if she's not there, I feel bad for you. You're gonna be by yourself, my man.
All right, so we got 1, 2,
By
3, 4, 5,
yourself.
6, 7 more
Go
picks.
Manscaped
until
if
the
if you don't have anything else to do. Get your mind off
So,
it.
Koala Bear
Hunter
Ponce, Jabril
Long.
Cox, Wyatt Davis, Melifonwu might be available at 91. Who we grabbing, fellas? Who we
I mean,
grabbing?
it would be really hard to pass on Wyatt Davis at 91 with how good of a value that'd be. But I think if it was me, I would take Melifonwu. I think Bills fans are hungry for a corner right now. Like they want it so bad, and they want the Syracuse guy. So I think.
Hey, Eric, how would you feel right now if we were to get Melifonwu?
If we were to get Melifonwu,
Would that make the Basham pick a little easier to digest?
yeah, it would to a degree. I would still not like the principle and the strategy that was undertaken in the first 2 rounds, but it would placate me a little bit. I think Melifonwu would be a good scheme fit in our defense. I think he'd be good for the city, good for the fans. I think he'd be a good CB2 to play opposite Trey White, much more aggressive. And I think it would be the perfect pick. Now, that said, if it was Wyatt Davis, I also wouldn't be mad. I'd be fine with Wyatt Davis too. And if he's still there at 91, like Tilt said, that'd be quite shocking to me. And if you have to choose between Melifonwu and Wyatt Davis at 91, I honestly don't know how you choose. It's what's the final thing? What's the straw that breaks the camel's back on who you take?
Realistically, if the cornerback move is not the direction we go, it has to be interior line, correct? So it's interior line or safety.
Interior line on either side, I think. Could be interior D line or interior O line. I think it could be either.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I think you're right, Rico, with that. Because again, the defensive linemen, the interior defensive linemen still on the board it's pretty nice, like what you're gonna get in value there. Like I said, Togi, I know Pierre and I talked about him a little bit. Marvin Wilson, we know Beane was at the Florida State Pro Day and they're very high on him. He interviewed really well. And Tufele is another guy. Like those are 3 guys I think that are combo 1-3 tech types. If you wanted to wait, you could probably get Bobby Brown or Daryl Slayton tomorrow. But if you want a guy that you maybe can mix and match, who we've seen the Bills make picks where they like the flexibility, like Basham and Rousseau have both flexed inside respectively in their college programs. So the Bills are, if they're going to go for an interior defensive lineman, I would presume they would go for a guy that they can flex around a little bit.
Well, we're about to find out. I feel like these picks are going back.
That comment that was just up.
Yeah.
If we could put that one back up.
I'll be back. I'll be back, John. This one here, Andrew Miller.
Yeah. So he says here, sneaky pick is Amon-Ra St. Brown. Replace Beasley next year in the slot. Challenge as a returner. Here's my thing with that. I think it's a little early for something like that.
I agree.
Maybe find that later in the draft. And here's my thing with that. My idea for that is Demetric Felton.
Agreed.
You get great value later in the draft if you pick up Felton. You can groom him in this amazing wide receiver core that we have. His route running is great. There we go.
Damn it.
He's a running back.
That is great value. Man, the Vikings are doing – was that the Vikings who picked that?
Yeah.
They got Darisaw and Wyatt Davis in this draft. Man, that's solid. That's really solid.
That is craziness, man. How about that?
Wow.
Good for them. Glad it wasn't in the division or in the AFC, but man, that was one that you had to know. You had to know. Yeah, you had to know that was coming soon.
John DeMarchi says the key here is cap money saved after 21. Right? Melifonwu replaces Wallace, no savings. Nixon, Marshall, etc. save 10 million versus Star. Interior O-line or center saves 7 million versus Morse. So
I don't think
I love how Jamarchi is a numbers guy. I love it.
Right, but I don't know if you need that though, because Wall Street Journal was saying that in a couple of years the cap's going to go up by 160 million.
Once that TV deal hits, it's probably going to go up a little bit.
2023, I think.
Yeah.
I think within a couple of years' time, it's not going to be as much of a concern as it is right now. Not nearly.
To my mods in the chat, all my mods, Bing Squad. If there are people that are ruining it and putting in the picks in, You put him on timeout or you boot him. You got that permission. That's why we got you guys in there. Guys, respect the chat. Don't be putting stuff in there. Let's have fun tonight, man. Pick is in. Steelers. Najee Harris. I don't even know.
Are they finally going to go O-line? Are the Steelers finally going to get like Miners here or Miners? Like that seems like a Steelers pick to me.
I mean, the run can definitely happen right now for sure.
You know what? Miners is the pick here. Got to be.
I mean, seems like a perfect fit for their style. I mean, center guard flex. They've already kind of bypassed drafting O-line already.
Yeah, I thought they were going to take Humphrey earlier.
Agree, Clay. Agree. And of course, fucking was it the Chiefs that got him? God,
yeah, I think it was.
The Chiefs have really make.
Was that a curse word by David?
Yes,
sure was.
Oh my God! We've been going on too long, right?
I've
said a few.
That's quick. Mark it. Time and date it.
Yeah, timestamp that one for the clip it.
Yeah,
timestamp when I said
Kendall.
Timestamp when I said who got Creek Humphrey, was it the Chiefs? Man, fuck.
It'd be 10:46 Eastern Standard Time, Kendall.
Damn. I will say there's been a lot of players I've liked come off the board in this round. I mean, I know Chad Surratt, Wyatt Davis.
Sure.
I mean,
Paulson
Adebo, Aleem McNeil, like so many guys. Surratt, yep.
Kevin, are you okay?
Hunter Long went in this round.
On the clock, 49ers, okay. Yo, I think these guys are going way too slow right now.
I think Steelers goes O-line.
It has to be Miners, right? Like it seems too much of a perfect fit, which maybe is why it wouldn't happen, but like it has to be.
Miners
right?
to Miami was a perfect fit, and that didn't happen. So
I could also see Ben Cleveland for the Steelers. He seems like a guy that could fit there. Oh no, another guy I liked. Damn
Kendrick
it.
Green. They got the O-line in.
Oh,
they needed it.
Kendrick Green is super underrated. That guy can play center. He played a couple of games at center. Last year, he had like 33 straight starts to end his career. First team All Big Ten. Last year, he was like the first Illinois offensive lineman to get first team All Big Ten since like 2007 or something like that. I mean, he's legit. He's a really good player.
6'1".
I mean, it's center.
He's a small guy, right? Yeah.
Yeah, he's 6'1".
He's 300 pounds, though.
He's stout.
He's a good player. He's a good player.
I mean, they need that center. I feel like he's probably gonna fill that role.
Well, he played guard. He played guard mostly, right? But he did play center in spot duty, so he does give you the option to play center if you need him to. I would imagine they're probably going to play him at guard to start, but
right.
Yeah, he's. I mean, that
Niners just traded.
Little bit of an offensive line run here too.
Yeah, there's some runs here and there, for sure.
Oh, Niners! You just said that they traded, huh?
They traded up, so we're gonna see what the Niners did. What have the Niners done? I feel like they haven't.
They might take Miners. Oh no, they just. Oh no, wait, yeah.
Okay, so
it would definitely make sense if they did go Miners or just interior line in general. Because
they already got Banks, so they could double up and go with Miners. Yeah. I thought Banks was a little bit of a reach, but if they wanted to go center and guard or double the guard, okay.
Okay.
Shanahan loves his running backs, man. He likes specific types of running backs too, and Sermon's a good fit with that outside speed that he has. He'll be good in a zone, that outside zone running game that Shanahan runs. But man, they still have Mostert and they still have Jeff Wilson, so kind of a luxury pick in my opinion here for the Niners.
That's not really they're not feeling Mostert too much, but
Mostert's legit though. I mean,
I love Mostert, man. But he was looking for like a pretty long-term deal, but he didn't get it. So
maybe it's an indictment on Jeff Wilson, and they also had Jermichael Hasty, who they drafted last year. So I don't know what's going on with that. I mean, now that's not a good sign for him. But the Niners trade up for that, huh? That's interesting.
And that is kind of weird. I feel like they probably didn't need to trade up for that.
I agree, Clay. All right,
are you guys Ohio State fans?
No, but I do like Wyatt Davis. I mean, Ohio State. puts good players into the NFL every year. I mean, there's no doubt about it. I mean, essentially everything but quarterback they've put into the NFL with pretty good success over the years.
Hey, Eric, real quick, man, I got a message for you, man.
Let's go.
Ready? Here it is, man.
What's up, y'all? Carlos Boogie Basson here, coming to you live as the newest member of the Buffalo Bills. Super excited to get to work. Bills Mafia, let's go.
Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. Yes, sir.
Let's go, man. Get excited, Schmitty.
Get excited. Come on, Smitty.
Yo, I will tell you this, man. Yo, pick 88 is coming up shortly. We got 829 people watching right now. Yo, for this Buffalo Bills pick, let's try to
Another
get this
trade.
to 900 people. 900 people. Let's try to boost this thing up to 900 people while the pick is getting closer to the Bills. It only makes sense.
I mean, it really does. It only
who's on the short list? Who's on the short list
like
for you
of
guys?
the video. Hold on, Dave. A quick like of the video. I mean, that helps by itself. And just
we need 2 more members, and we're giving away.
That's right. That's here. You know what? I'll post the link in the chat right now. There it is.
Join the big squad. That's it, man.
Do it up.
And we're giving away a sweater. Let's go. You want one of these smooth sweaters? I mean, shit. Go on to the BF fan shop and you can pick yours, man.
Go ahead, Dave. What you got, Dave?
I'm gonna say the top of my short list right now is Ronnie Perkins. I'm just kidding.
Stop it. Yeah.
No, I mean, like Miners is out there. We already talked about who is still somehow out there.
Is Miners an immediate starter if he's on the squad?
Well, what he does is he gives you options on the entire interior because he can play center as well. So if you were thinking that you would like a Landon Dickerson or a Creed Humphrey to come in and maybe play guard right away and be an heir apparent center, he could be that guy that instead of you picking him in the second round, you pick him in the third. So it still fills that same need where he could probably come in and at minimum compete with Cody Ford or Feliciano to play guard right away, and then eventually maybe be your heir apparent center.
Well, let me get this started by saying Lisa Herbert, welcome to the Biggity Bing squad. Let's go, Lisa Herbert. I think we saw another member.
Yeah, there's another one as well.
Get that, Matt.
Oh, there it is.
Give it to me, Matt Ehler. Did I get that right?
That's 10.
Matt Ehler, welcome to the big squad. Matt Ehler, we're giving away a BF sweater, or you know what? Hit up the BF fan shop. You get to pick what it is. We will pick someone from. What do we do? We want to pick from the chat. We picking 2. What you want to do, Pierre?
Let's give away 2.
You want to give away 2?
Feeling good. Let's give away 2. Let's give 1 to the Bing squad.
Let's go.
And 1 to a random person in the chat.
Let's go, man. Yo, I don't know how we're gonna choose it, but we're gonna figure it out. But we made it to 10 new members today. Big shout out to the squad. Yo, we got another one. Tom Clark.
I'll tell you what, if we get to 1,000, I'll buy somebody this same Nike pullover that I have on. I'll buy someone that.
Ooh,
if we get to 1,000.
Giveaway Central. Hey, Clay, what you gonna give away? I mean, what you gonna give away, man?
I've got a vast knowledge of football information that I can give.
Kev's gonna do a cameo.
Go.
Kev's gonna give away a cameo for someone that hates their draft and do a rant.
Kevin, he knows it. Yo, Kendall is the worst. Good job, Kendall.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
That was awesome. That was awesome.
You should not feel defeated, Kevin, man. You had a good day 2. And day 3 is only gonna get better. Golly, man. You good, man.
We only have 3 picks in day 2.
Okay.
In day 3, I mean.
Nico Collins. I've been seeing that name a lot.
Okay.
Outside guy only. Reminds me a little bit of who was the guy last year. A little bit of Claypool, I would say he reminds me of. Maybe like a Claypool, Denzel Mims type outside receiver. I think he's underrated. I think people shit on him because he's from Michigan, but I do think he's a pretty good player. They're showing the highlights of him now. A little bit of Gabe Davis to his game too, it looks like. Texans, huh? Well, they lost Filler. They lost Hopkins. I mean, who do they have? Brandon Cooks.
Tyrod Taylor's the man for the Texans.
It's a good compliment for Brandon Cooks, I suppose. They need a size guy. So
Could this be the year that Tyrod
Packer guy there? What's his name? Cobb, right? They got Randall Cobb. Yeah.
Man, what that team just kind of imploded, man. They were.
They sure.
Hey, Rico, what are you saying just now, Rico?
The Vikings are picking again?
So right now, I mean,
Vikings
the Texans don't have a quarterback, so they brought in Tyrod to take over. So Tyrod's going to be the starting quarterback for the Texans until things get figured out with Deshaun. But Deshaun wants nothing to do with the Texans, so this is Tyrod's job. So he needs to stay away from all doctors. He needs to stay away from everybody possible, so he can actually start and not have the worst luck in the world, for crying out loud, man. He had the greatest opportunity with the Chargers and gets his lungs punctured. What?
That was insane. That was insane.
You feel for the guy. But I will say this, man. That boy is one of the best dressed NFL athletes in the game. That boy is tailored, suited, and booted. Can't touch that man. But the Vikings,
let me give this rundown for you. So the Vikings are about to pick, right? Yep. They got Cam Dantzler and they signed Patrick Peterson, right? So they're not going to take a corner here. The picks right after them. Okay, there you go. Patrick Jones, edge.
Okay. One less
the Browns pick after the Vikings. They've already taken Newsome, right? So I don't think they're going to take a corner. And the Titans after that have already taken Farley. So I don't think they're going to take a corner. So is it possible that Melifonwu does get to us at 93? I think it's very possible.
I'll be very happy.
I mean, considering the two picks right now, Newsome and Farley were already picked by the Browns and Titans. Unless they do a Bills and double up on the same position, which I guess they could.
They absolutely
could. It's not likely, but they could.
What are we? Are we 90? Are we bringing what 93rd?
93. I like Patrick Jones. I actually like Weaver more from Pitt. I think the edge.
Oh, well, listen, as you like Weaver, I like Brad Carlin. So Brad Carlin, welcome to the big squad. Brad Carlin, let's go, man. We are adding members. I'll tell you guys, wait till the season starts when the games are going and we're doing post-game reports. Yo, it is crazy. We will give you guys a show once, like every day for the whole week. It's going to be crazy. Z-Boss doing his thing. The freaking Air Raid boys are doing this thing. I come in, Clay's breaking down film. Kevin comes in on a cameo here and there to show me how much he loves Jerry Hughes. But you guys already know what it is, man. It's all the same. At Kevin is doing all right, guys. He may look like he's sad, but he's internalizing himself.
Hey, Kev! What's up, Kev? What's going on, baby? I got to check in on you every once in a while, man.
Somebody in the chat said, you know what?
Kevin's still in here.
You got to give it to Kevin. Kevin is hanging out with the enemy, and he's just sitting there, just taking it. So, shout out to Kev, man.
That's my guy right there.
But he was so smug yesterday, though.
Right, exactly.
And when we were chatting after,
same energy, Kev. Keep that same energy, man.
When we were chatting afterwards, after the show was over, he was like really making us feel bad about Rousseau.
Look at the
yeah, it could be said that it's been a long day for Kevin.
Hey, nice one, Eric. Nice. I got you.
Someone's hunting for laughs.
Hey, Dave, I want to ask you a question. What do you feel about Trill Williams?
Oh, there.
Okay.
I'm glad that someone else picked Anthony Schwartz. Rico,
on, man.
Look, I know you had him, but the dude is just a burner. I don't think he's a great receiver. I'm fine with someone else taking him.
Yeah.
Like there are other receivers I like better than him. He's a straight line burner to me. I don't think he's particularly a great receiver. He doesn't even return kicks or punts, or he hasn't yet in his career. I'm okay with the Bills not getting Anthony Schwartz. Now, I mean, now it goes to the Browns.
180 pounds too, or 179.
So Pierre, sorry, what was your question?
No. I was going to ask you, how do you feel about Trill Williams here?
I think I like Iffy more. I mean, I think Trill Williams has a role. He's probably more of like a slot safety type defensive back for us. But if you're really looking to try and find a true CB2 to play on the outside opposite of Trey White, I don't think it's Trill Williams. I think Trill Williams is like he's more of like he's more of like the Elijah Molden, like obviously bigger than Elijah Molden, but he's more of like kind of that big slot safety type to me. So look, if the Bills went that direction, it's not the worst move, but I would think from a fit perspective and a need perspective, it would make more sense to go for more of the outside guy now. Now, if they want to take a tweener type of guy later, I'm all for it, like a Darren Hall. You know, Kendall, me, Steve are big Darren Hall fans. He would be kind of a guy I would look at later, but
for sure.
Trill, I mean, I'd be okay with it. Didn't one of you guys have him in your founders mock? Didn't one of you have Trill?
Why do you think he's asking?
Oh, Pierre has him. Okay.
How do you think he's asking?
Come on, Dave. You fucked me up, man. Come on, man. I mean, golly, I was hoping for something nice, man. Golly, man.
No, I like him, but I would rather have other players in this situation.
Which totally makes sense. Totally.
Yeah. I agree.
Like if the Bills had a 4th round pick, to me, he'd be a perfect guy to go for in the 4th round. Monty Rice.
Okay.
Well, we're on the clock, boys.
There's honestly 3 guys that I'd be fine with. I want Melifonwu the most, Miners the second, and I'd be fine if they took
let's get this thing up to 900 views. Let's go, man. Let's get the viewership up here. While you're in here, smash that like. Let's try to
1,000 gets you this. 1,000 gets you this.
Listen, you got to take that Monty Rice pick down so we see what's going on. 6 feet 238 out of Georgia, going to the Tennessee Titans. Good for the Titans. We on to better things right now. So
let's go, baby.
We on to better.
Here we go.
Picking 93.
This can really
better not.
All right, let's have our predictions.
Let's really
900. Let's go, man. The Bills are picking Melifonwu. I'm gonna put that out there.
Let's have our predictions.
Yo, why?
You going to Melifonwu?
Yo, we gotta go Melifonwu, man. We have to, and not because it's in my mock. It's because it just makes the most sense. The most sense, man. You fit, and you're not far. What is he in Syracuse? That's like what, an hour drive from Buffalo.
I'll go with an off the wall prediction. We'll go Trey Smith, interior offensive lineman, Tennessee.
Ooh.
Just to mix it up. I want Melifonwu, but I would say.
Then,
how about you, Eric?
Eric, what you want?
Melifonwu.
We all want him. We all
Melifonwu.
I don't know if they're gonna pick him, but I really want him.
So okay, so forget about Melifonwu. They don't pick Melifonwu. What's the off the like? What are your thoughts?
He's gonna take
Miners
just to really stick it to me.
We got to kick Kev while he's down. We got to kick Kev while he's down.
Listen, everybody in the chat right now. We're at 900 people right now viewing. Shout out to you guys. The Bills are picking shortly. They're going right down to the last second. Right now, they've got a minute left, and it's
36 seconds. 36 seconds left.
I'll say Tyler Shelvin right here, man.
Tyler Shelvin.
Oh, whoa. Hombre Lob would be so happy about that.
What would
just go ahead and go that one tech because I think Star needs competition.
Hamza Nasruddin. We're going with safety.
Nasruddin.
Yeah,
Nasruddin.
A lot of guys that Zach would still like here. Hamza and Miners, he'd be happy with either one of those.
Yeah, that's his guy. Or Melifonwu. He likes all 3 of them.
Yeah.
Either they're trading because they're still trying to figure something out.
Yeah,
no, Pick is in.
What is going on?
Pick is in. Pick is in. Yep.
Oh, Pick is in.
Went down to the wire. They might have been trying to work. They might have been trying to work a trade there. Yeah.
Somebody said Spencer Brown.
I like Spencer Brown
yeah, that's a prediction there.
That's a good prediction. I had him in my predictive mock in the second round, actually.
Let's go with Hamza.
How come every time the Bills pick, they go to commercial?
I know, man. What the hell is up with that?
That's every year. Every year they do that.
God, leave the respect.
There's no respect, man.
There is no respect.
Hey, Kendall, whenever our pick is in, I need that chime. I haven't heard that chime in a while, man.
Yeah.
I need that chime.
Ding, 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 ding. There's your chime. Let's go.
Are there any other 5 tech DEs?
Let's go with the
Ronnie Perkins. Here we go.
Triple dip.
Can you imagine? Twitter would burn down if we picked Ronnie Perkins.
And they'll have to have like one of those.
Eric's screen would go black immediately.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, we have to.
Yeah, I'd be out.
I want a lineman. I want a lineman either on offense or defense, man. It has to be a lineman.
I'd be okay with that. I would be okay.
Gotta be.
I'd be okay with
either that or Melifonwu. That's it.
I need that chime though, man.
The suspense is killing me.
I know.
It really is.
We got 924 views. Let's go, man. Let's get that thing to 1,000. Let's go.
I want Dave to give away that nice little
It's a Nike. This is Nike, man. Nike pullover.
What are we giving away? How's that happen? You just giving it away or what?
I'll buy it for someone. Yeah, and I'll ship it to him.
That is a nice one, actually. I'm feeling that.
Getting the whole treatment.
Yeah, it's really nice.
Yo,
what? The golf course too. It's nice and like thin.
You golfing that?
Denny's gift card with that? Or
yeah, you
something,
can.
Too?
What's that?
You get like a Denny's gift card with that too, or like you hooking people up over here, you guys?
What is it?
Oh!
Okay.
Finally, let's get that old line right, man.
So,
by the way, that projected round thing is wrong. It should have said second, third. That's
second,
wrong.
Third, okay.
So another that was another mistake on my part. So there's 2 Spencer Browns in the draft, and I was looking at the wrong one when I put that one.
So
that's nice right there.
Answer me this: basketball background. Look, I don't need to know about all that. Elite traits? What?
Let's check out the old Raz on the old Spencer. I think he's a 10.0, if I'm not mistaken.
Let me know.
Really, obviously big, tall, long.
Yeah, how tall is he?
Spencer Brown is a 10.0 Raz score, a perfect Raz score.
10.0.
10.0.
Who's the last 10.0 that's on the Bills right now?
Dude, 494
Zimmer.
494 40. This dude was elite in composite agility, composite speed, composite explosion, and he was good in size, even though he's 6'8".
6'8". Come on.
He's pretty thin. Like
he's only 311 though. He's only 311.
Yeah.
Like he's a little lean.
I'm okay with that though.
That's good though. Yeah, that's good though.
Is this
Bill's more room happy?
Is this a guy
when you're that tall?
Yo, listen.
When you're that tall, it's hard to put that amount of weight on.
Oh.
We got to give a shout out, real talk, to Gary Gottschall, because he said, "Yo, how about give me a shout out for the pick? I got the pick, so you gotta give it to him, man." Bills Mafia says,
"Salute to you."
My God, look at his jawline. That is the most like square head I think I've ever seen.
So we must find with Levi and Dane Jackson. Hope we sign Rick Sherman though. I mean, that's what it's looking like, Abby.
Yes, Abby's right.
Earlier, man.
No.
That might be the wave.
I heard someone on Twitter say something absolutely beautiful today. I forget who it was, but they said we worry so much about the production, and we don't really, look at the traits as much. And if you have a guy with tremendous traits like a Spencer Brown, look, man. I mean, hey, we had the guy on from Raz just last week, Rico.
Yeah,
and I mean, he sold me, man.
So
he did an amazing job.
I need answers here because we have Darrell Williams, we have Deion Dawkins, and we now draft a tackle in the 3rd round. What are you doing with this man? Is he someone that can kick inside at 6'8"?
No, he's tackle only.
So this is where if someone was like, okay, we went with a tackle. Why? When we have a bookend left tackle and we just signed one through a 3-year deal. Like it now.
Yeah, but what's his contract though? What's
Williams?
Yeah,
Williams.
His contract isn't something that I mean, what's up?
I think what Rico's asking is was this a luxury pick for us right here, getting a tackle instead of interior? Was it like one of those where the value was too much from the pass up on considering where he was? Because I mean, he was TDN's like 54th ranked overall player, I believe. Let's see where PFF had him, but I mean, it's a fair question because it seemed like interior was maybe more of a need than it was definitely more of a need.
I almost would have rather had minors, honestly.
But if you look at it too, like it's one of those things now where I mean, it sucks, but it looks as if Beane has said, "Look, we're drafting for the future. This is what it is, and we don't have a swing tackle at all, at the very, very least." And at least we have a guy right now. So
the Ravens went with Ben Cleveland,
but it's still puzzling a little bit. Now I'm thinking about it, I'm like, it's still puzzling.
Yeah, I'm kind of with Rico on this.
Yeah. It's puzzling a little bit because you get a tackle, you just signed these guys, and now you just bring a tackle. So he's going to sit there when you could have got someone to contribute on the quarterback spot. Yeah. They must be really high on Dane Jackson and really high.
You could have got minors.
Mm-hmm. And I would think I would have been fine with a tackle to kind of replace that developmental slot you had on your roster with Trey Adams retiring if you went late, like with the Drew Himmelman or someone like that. But the third round is an investment. I mean, that's telling me that you really valued this guy and that maybe you don't expect him to play right away, but like
Yeah, but
you
are
are
you-
expecting this guy to play fairly soon.
Yeah,
in
but
my
are you
mind.
saying that he's not able to play guard?
What do you mean? He can play guard. I'm looking at
That's
him
what I'm
play
saying.
guard right now.
With those damn attributes, it's like, come on now. It's like
I
he
think
can pretty much
they
play
play
all across the
inside.
line.
If that's what they're planning for him to do, I don't see it. But if that's what they plan on having him play guard, he seems pretty tall.
Yeah, he
and
does.
lean for me to play guard. That's not usually the profile of a guard. But if he's that athletically gifted, then maybe he can. But I guess we'll hear what Beane has to say about it, because to me, I look at him and say that's a right tackle.
Yo, my man benches 500 pounds. He's strong at
Yeah,
that.
that's insane.
Yeah, that's a large human.
I will tell you this. I mean, when you're that tall, like from a fitness standpoint, when you're that tall, it's hard. When you're 6'8", it's hard to hold a lot of mass.
Yeah.
You're gonna be a more lanky guy.
Oh, they're all going now.
And you have to know too, when he's at that height, if you don't have a lot of muscle mass, and I mean an exceptional amount of muscle mass, when you're at that height, you're gonna have major joint issues. You're gonna have musculoskeletal system issues. You need to have a lot of muscle mass and be really strong at that height.
Listen,
so
we need to unpack this.
The 10.0 proves that.
I'm still puzzled by this. Clay, you help me out with this, man.
It's hard for me to justify it too, because you got Deion Dawkins, who's a team captain. He's under contract for a long time. His dead cap would be huge. You can't get rid of him. He's a core member of the culture there too. You can't get rid of him.
Yeah.
And then you just re-signed Darrell Williams to a 3-year deal. There's an opt-out clause after 2 years, so we can buy out with a 1.3 mil dead cap after the 2022 season. And before that, I think if we cut him after 1 year, it would be like a 3.6 cap hit. But I think he was the better tackle last year, which is the thing where it's like I love Deion, and I think Deion's a good tackle, but I think Darrell Williams was playing better football last year, so that's why I'm a little confused about it. And it is completely a luxury pick in my opinion, because I don't think he's a guy that's going to see the field unless someone gets hurt really.
So if on the surface you're grading the first 3 rounds of the Bills, what are you grading them?
I mean, if you look at him individually, if you don't take into the consideration that they took 2 edges, I would say pick 1 and 2 were pretty good. I think Basham you got good value for, and he's a good edge rusher, and I think Rousseau, it might have been a little bit of a reach, but his upside is so big because of his size and his age and his production in college. He's got such a high ceiling. So I liked that pick. And independently, I probably would have liked that Basham pick. This one's a little strange to me, but it's good to have tackle depth. If one of those guys does go down, we're all going to be looking at being like, yep, he made the right decision. So it all just kind of depends on what happens.
This is something, man. It's something I don't think anybody expected to happen. I'm puzzled by this one. I don't hate it. I'm just more like I need clarification. So when
it definitely could be like a best player available type deal too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
right? It's like, hey, I mean,
where did you see that he's playing guard? Because I don't see that. Like it does that.
Oh, sorry. Only by that little clip that I saw. A couple clips where he was playing inside. So
you sure that wasn't Ben Cleveland?
Yeah, that might have been Ben Cleveland that you were seeing the clips of.
Oh, maybe.
This guy's tackle only, as far as
boy, I'm puzzled. I don't hate it, but
I'm puzzled by the entire draft strategy thus far, to be honest.
Well, we're in unfamiliar territory. We're picking at 30, so I don't know. Maybe they're just like, yo, shit, what do we grab? I guess best player available. That's the best guy here. So let's go. We pretty much brought everybody back on the rock.
I mean,
so
I've been thinking about it all night.
Right now,
on night 1.
Chat group right now that's in there. What are you grading this draft thus far? The first 3 rounds. What is it a grade from A+ all the way down to freaking F? What are you?
I will tell you this: like night one, after thinking about it for a good long while, I graded the Rousseau pick as a C. My knee-jerk reaction to today's picks with Boogie Basham and now Spencer Brown are both C's. So
it's a passing grade.
Barely.
What the fuck?
It's a passing grade. What did you?
It's a passing grade. I'll take it, man. I'll take it. A C.
Oh, a C. So
is that what Pierre's giving him too? Or Pierre, are you giving him a C as well?
No, I'm going a little higher than that, man. I'll give him a.
The chat right now is
B plus.
It's a B plus, C, B plus, B minus, C. I got a D in there. Icy Fox gives it a D. C minus from Dan Kit. Dan Can Kit. Solid A from Juan Castillo. I see you, Juan. Koala Bear says an A minus to a B plus. So it's a mix. It's a mix, man. It's between B and C.
We actually won't know what the true, grade is until some years. But again, it's hey, man. I mean, we got some solid prospects. Now, will they start day one? Maybe not. But hey,
Quentin
we got some solid guys. Period.
Miners?
No.
Quentin Miners.
You're not going to be happy, Rico, with this. They just announced it.
No, not Ronnie Perkins.
No, he took Melifonwu. I mean, Ronnie Perkins.
Ronnie Perkins. That's gonna be a fucking problem.
I'm going to say this right now. I think the Bills have had the worst draft of all the teams in the division. I really do. So far.
I'd agree with that. There's been a couple.
Who the Patriots get?
They just picked
Mac
up
Jones, Ronnie Perkins, and who did they get in the second?
Fam, I don't know, man. I do not know.
Here's my problem. What are you doing to beat the Chiefs?
You got the pass rushers. What are you talking about?
Patriots got Barmore in the second. That was a great pick.
The pass rushers. I mean,
they're not going to beat the Chiefs in 2021.
Why not?
Absolutely not.
Why not? But why not though? Because what?
Improbable.
You don't like the pass rushers we got? No, man. Look, we got pass rush. Period. Now we don't know exactly what pass rusher is going to pan out. Period. That's a fact, Eric. We know these things. We don't know what goes on with these players. We think we do, but we actually don't. There's many players that happen every single year that we look at and be like, oh, that's not a good pick, Josh Allen, and end up being damn near MVP. We don't know these things. We got pass rush. That's it, period. I'm done.
Don't take that shit from him and go back at his ass.
It's a statistical improbability, King. Statistical improbability.
Yeah.
The likelihood of it happening is low.
He just went at your neck, Eric. You got to get it back.
I think what happened.
I said it earlier when I talked about the sack statistics for the last 30 defensive ends in their rookie seasons, 6 or less. That's not beating Mahomes. I'm sorry, but it's not.
So what is it? So what do we do?
What have they have done nothing, in my opinion, in order to compete for a Super Bowl any better than they already were.
In this draft, you're referring to this draft.
In this draft. So this draft, yes.
You're saying this draft is an F.
I think he gave it a C.
No,
I gave it a C.
Saying that
he's backtracking now. He's backtracking now.
No, because I'm not.
I'm
not changing my grade. If I was changing my grade, then I'd be backtracking.
Yeah,
just give it an F. You don't like it.
That's what I'm saying. What is it?
It's not over yet. How can I give it an F when it's not over yet?
I'm talking about. I'm only referring to the first three rounds.
Okay, then if it's just the first 3 rounds, I'm going to give it a C minus.
C minus.
Yeah.
Pierre, what's your grade, Pierre? Give me a grade.
I give it a B plus. I give it a B plus. Right? Because again, it goes back to what the needs were going in. What the needs were going in were we needed a pass rush. We got pass rush. Whether if you like the actual players, that's one thing.
Right.
Right? But if the pass rush players that we drafted actually pan out, it's a plus for the Bills. Mm-hmm. Now, if we get a one tech, which I've been wanting the one tech the entire draft, If we get a 1 tech, then
man, Buffalo
it makes
for your ass. He said, "Yo,
hey, no,
a straight homer."
But the thing about the grades in general,
what about cornerback too, King?
It always goes down to who you want specifically. We can't be sold on a actual player, man. It's just we can't do that as fans. We get so caught up with the
I will say this.
I want to have this particular player. Hold on, Dave. We can't want a specific player and think that, oh, we didn't get this player. I'm mad now. No, man. We got the positions that we needed,
but
so far. And
I never mentioned.
Hear me out.
I'm happy with that.
What Smitty's trying to say is, where
I had to come with the fire. My bad.
Get better. We're supposed to compete to win a Super Bowl. You add players so you can affect the team that is going to compete for years to come. We went and got Greg Rousseau. That is somewhat of a project, high ceiling, so he won't be ready this year. Maybe he will be. Then we went and got Boogie Basham. Great. Now we've had a whole bunch of linemen that our coach likes to rotate. Then in the
if Gregory Rousseau was drafted last year, he would be a top 10 pick, right or no?
We're talking about right
I'm just saying no.
Hear me out. Let me get my mic in. Hear me out. So then we go to the third round thinking, okay, we went and double dipped on the line. Let's go and solidify the cornerback room. We know we need corner. What do? We grab a tackle in the third. We just signed a 3-year deal to Darrell Williams and said, you know what? We are promoting you because you did great. Hey, you're a long-term tackle for us, Deion Dawkins. Here comes the third round. There goes. There's the pick people wanted. There's the pick people wanted. That would have made more sense, but we went and grabbed the tackle. It's a questionable move. Not a horrible move, but very questionable, and they're going to have to answer for that shit.
I will say
they will have to answer for it.
It's a combination of what both of you guys said. Pierre said we didn't.
Just got Quentin Miners to block for his ass. Golly, man.
I will say it's fair to say we get stuck on the players that we want, and that's totally good. If it wasn't the edge guy you wanted, we still got an edge. I think the issue is more around, did we really get positions of need with all 3 picks so far? We got 2 edges. Okay, you could say that we went a little overkill on that, but then we got a tackle, and I wouldn't say unless we do need a swing tackle. So if you're saying that's a need, then okay. But is a swing tackle a need enough that we need it for this high of an investment? I don't know. We'll see. Like Pierre said, we will not know until maybe years down the road whether this is like going to play out. And that's why these draft grades are always so funny, because like you never really know and they're always often wrong. But from a position standpoint, we went into tonight thinking interior offensive line and corner, and we haven't addressed either of those positions yet. That's all I'm saying.
We have not. Kevin.
Yeah.
Grade us. Grade, like, listen. Grade the first 3. Is it questionable? I'm just gonna call it out. Is this a questionable draft thus far for the Bills?
I think kind of what Eric was trying to explain kind of echoes some of my thoughts, in that when he's grading, he's not just looking at the individual players, whereas he might like the individual, some of the players. It's the combination of those players. You know what I mean? Like in a vacuum, Carlos Basham in the 2nd round, he's probably a good pick. It's the fact that it preceded another one. So like, I get it. Now I'm not sure what the plan is for Epinesa. Now you've got 3 5-tech defensive ends that you're going to put as 4-3 ends, but regardless, you've got these 3 guys. So I think it's more of that, is he would have liked to have seen a bit more of a diverse. If you picked Rousseau, then you should have strong feelings that you think he's going to succeed. So doubling down, if Pierre's point is you don't know who's gonna pan out and who's not, that's kind of like saying you're not sure, so you're taking a second guy just in case.
So
you should have some pretty strong convictions. And then Spencer Brown, I think that you're okay with your C+. I don't think Spencer Brown is going to play at guard. I don't see that fit at all. I think he'll be a backup this year and behind Williams, which is perfectly fine because he's very traitsy, like we were saying. There's a lot of tools. I thought he was more of a 4th or 5th round guy, but you know what I mean? You're picking at the end of the round. So when you're picking at 3, you're basically picking at the beginning of the 4. Like, what's the difference, right? So C plus, I think. C plus.
Did we do anything to address our issues?
I think so. I think to Pierre's point, at the end of the year when the Chiefs game was over, the 2 questions you should have been asked was, what the hell happened with Allen? And number 2 was, we can't get any pass rush, right? And your third question should have been like, do we have anyone that can handle an interior pass rusher like Chris Jones? So to me, you should have went with someone on the interior to guard against someone like Chris Jones.
Yeah.
You should have went with someone to get the pass rush. So you did. It's curious that you picked like these bigger defensive ends that are kind of like not that would fit really. I know a lot about these guys because the guys you took would fit in Miami's defense perfectly. So plus you like Russo's at Miami Hurricanes. So I've watched him his whole, since he's been recruited. So I like the first 2 picks in a vacuum. Just as collectively as a whole, I'm not sure I understand the vision. And then what are you doing with Epinesa then? Like, because ideally it's great to say you have 3 pass rushers, but you can't afford to keep 3 starting defensive ends usually. So one of these guys.
This is why we're sitting here saying questionable now.
Yeah, and I don't understand where the players thing came from because, like, I'm talking about principle here. And, my mother used to tell me when I was growing up, don't fall in love if you're not prepared to get married. And so that's the thing. I've been writing about these guys for months. I'm not getting married to any of these guys. It's the principle of the matter. And, we had Shane a couple comments ago say, who could you have picked at 30 that could have done something better to help us now? I could have thought of a bunch of different ways you could do that. But that's the thing. You can slice this pie up any way you want. But what's going to be the most effective? And picking 2 defensive ends in a row is, to me, not how you do it. And just like Kevin said,
what if they both pan out, though, Eric?
You can't pay all 3 of those guys.
What if they both pan out
in 2021?
What if they both pan out?
How would that statistically? How would that happen?
What if they're bust? What if they're bums?
Hey, but
what ifs?
They all can be bums. But again, I mean, if Russo comes in, then day one becomes the Chase Young, right? People are saying, hey, I mean, he could be the Chase Young, diamond that we found, right? Because he didn't play all last year. So who knows, man? Who knows? I mean, he could be an absolute monster for all the hell we know.
Listen, I don't
Hunter
think
Long could be the next Travis Kelce, but I'm not betting on it. But
I mean, and with Spencer Brown, it's not that I don't like that pick, but you could have got Miners on the interior.
Right. Here's my thing.
Here's the quote from Chris Brown that on Beane's press conference about Brown. He played right tackle. We think he can be a swing tackle, compete and be a backup year 1. He went and trained with former NFL left tackle Joe Staley. He also caught our eye at the Senior Bowl. So they view him as that swing tackle and a backup in year 1. So he specifically said year 1. So whatever that means. But yeah, he's looking to play.
He's gonna
meaning he's gonna be your swing tackle ideally in this year, which is valuable. That's valuable. You need to have a swing tackle. I get that. We had Inseki the last couple years. Well, that's the question. Was it worth it in the 3rd to pick a swing tackle? That's the question.
This is what happens when you give away your 4th or for wherever the hell the 4th went. You have a couple 5ths.
That was the Diggs trade.
Could you have not? In the Diggs trade, could you have not somewhat try to trade up with your multiple 6, your multiple 5ths to try to get into the 4th somehow, some way? And then because that is a reach. They reached because they don't have anything in the 4th. So anyway, that being said, this one's a tricky one because had they taken a corner, we'd be saying, "Oh, this is good, man. We're gonna give them a B, a solid B." But
this is a good comment, though. If we sign Richard Sherman, we probably wouldn't be as mad.
We've been talking about it.
I think it's one of those things. This is fans in general, man. We get so caught up in the fans. We need to have the rookie to start now. We need the player to start now. We tend to forget about like future assets, right? The future asset is the way that I want my GM to pick. If my GM is consistently thinking about the now, because again, like you just never know with any of these players, right? As far as right now, we were in the AFC Championship game. We have a roster right now that can win a Super Bowl right now, right? Mm-hmm. We can sit there and say, oh yeah, we need this piece, we need that piece, but we're not that far away to think that, okay, it's not okay for us to at least think about the future. So
it's very clear that the plan for free agency was the now, and the plan for the draft was the future, like based on how they approached each of those, right? Free agency was a bunch of one-year contracts, Forrest Lamp, Emmanuel Sanders, Matt Breida. That was the now. Those are the guys they think, okay, they're going to come in and help us now. Obata, same. The draft is very much, this is the future. And if that's the approach they want to take in each of those avenues, and they marry the two together to kind of build their roster, I can then start to see maybe what the vision is, if you want to look at it that way.
Let me read Jake Holmes.
Who picks them? Who picked them?
The Lions.
The Lions.
Wow, so they've got now
really well.
The Lions have had really pissed me off.
Fucking Aleem McNeil, Afetu Melifonwu. They've got now Melifonwu and Okuda as their two corners. Yeah. That's really strong. Really strong.
Anyway, fuck's sake.
They're both on rookie deals too.
Ever heard of a good night or year? Don't have to fall in love. It's a business. Even love has value for one night. That's a great point.
I'm sad watching these Melifonwu highlights.
Yeah, I'm gonna say I'm gonna do.
How do you not want this on the Bills, man? How do you not want this on the Bills?
Let's see what Clay has to say.
Yeah, I'm gonna talk about my overall take on it so far, and then I'm gonna dip out. I mean, the thing for me is, in a vacuum, I like each one of these picks, but altogether, I'm not a huge fan of it. Every single one of them, in my opinion, is a luxury pick because none of them are guaranteed starters in year one. So this is all something you're planning for the future with the assumption that the team's good enough to go win games right now. That's basically what you're saying, is our team is good enough to go win a Super Bowl right now. And that's what you're saying when you're drafting guys for the future. I think the run defense got a lot better so far in the draft immediately. That's an immediate impact as the run defense got better. I think either one of those defensive ends can stop the run effectively from day one. And then they got a lot of potential in the pass rush. The Brown is confusing, but I think it was the best player available. And linemen take a lot of time to develop. And the thing is if Spencer Brown develops into a top tier tackle, that is such good value in the NFL to have a top tier tackle like that. So his value could pan out. I mean, beyond that, I refuse to give a letter grade because I think it's useless because we don't know what can happen.
I agree.
With any of these picks. They could pan out, they might not. And giving it a letter grade right now is just basically to say how you're feeling. How we feel about it.
How are you feeling?
Exactly.
I mean, how am I feeling? I'll say I'm feeling
liked Ambry Thomas too, man. Another good corner off the board. Really like corner run here at the end of round 3.
He's good.
And we don't have a round 4 pick either. It's making me quite nervous that we're not.
Exactly.
How do you feel, Clay?
Go ahead, Clay.
Two fits.
I feel a little confused that there wasn't any. They didn't go after any immediate needs in the draft. Edge rusher was a need, but they didn't really get guys that can come in day one and do that effectively. So I would have liked for them to address something like that, or maybe get another guy in the cornerback room a little sooner. Hopefully they still get one by the end of the draft, but it really just kind of seems like they're picking guys that look good to them. And it's I think it's pretty much their plan. I think right now is just take the best guy. If he can pan out and he can provide value for us, whether it's now or in the future, let's take him. And I don't have a problem with that as long as it works.
Well, that being said, we're about to learn a lot of things in the next few days about what the front office was envisioning and seeing. I mean, it's clear, future. That's what we're thinking. We're trying to be here for the long term, and we can't just think of the now. However, certain picks make you kind of say, I mean, shit, we didn't really need to tackle right now in the third. We could have waited for the swing, but shit, we are where we are. We are where we are.
He could be a number 1 tackle. We just don't know.
I'm just going to take the approach of free agency is for the now, drafts for the future, and just think of it that way. I mean, if we were picking in the top 10 and didn't get a guy that was going to contribute year one, that would have been unacceptable to me. But picking at 30, it's a much different story. I mean, you go back and look at probably guys that have been picked in the 25 to 35 range in the last, 10 years. And what is the hit rate even on some of those guys even panning out? It's probably not that great either. So we have to keep that in mind, that when they approach these picks, they probably are approaching it from the standpoint of, we want to pick the guy that we think has the best opportunity to be successful in the NFL whenever that may be. And so that's probably the mindset.
Truth to Hearts has some strong words for us. The 6-man panel pretty much telling us to shut the fuck up. Y'all don't know what the hell you're talking about. He says, I'd rather have faith in the guys that get paid to scout these guys. Yes, I think we did better. We could have done better. But if you don't get paid to scout players, shut your ass up. But
why you watching then?
It's not about the why you watching part. Is as a fan, we are going to fan. Mm-hmm. We are going to fan. Yes, we don't get paid to scout. You know what I'm saying? But we do.
But I also don't think we said anything negative about the players individually.
Not at all.
I didn't. Even me. I never said a word. In fact, I said great things about Boogie Basham.
Why are you taking it personal?
I am. I am taking it personal.
Yeah.
Nah, he's talking all. Truth to Hearts is a good guy. He's a good guy.
Heart is we have eyes.
Normally, I get all.
We see things and we're like, I don't know about that, right? You see some things too where you're like, man, why the hell do we bring this guy on? And like a Trent Murphy, I'm telling you, you weren't like, oh, this is a great move. We love Trent. Get out of here. You were like, why is this guy still on the damn roster? And he was asked the whole damn time. So don't tell me that, well, we leave it up to the scouts. There's some scouts that are trash too. Not saying that our guys are. It's just what it is. John DeMarchi comes in with a super chat. We appreciate you, John. You've been with us the whole damn night. Love y'all, man. So good discussion, pros and cons. Bills got 13.5% sacks off the edge last year. Dead last in the NFL. Brown, 33 reps at 34-inch arms, 6'8", swing tackle, replaces the tackle in 2 to 3 years and saves us big money versus the cap. Beane picks 4 high money cap spots rounds 1, 2, and 3. John DeMarchi saying, hey, he likes it.
It's true. Those are premium positions that you have to pay in the NFL. I mean, tackle and edge. I mean, those are the couple of the highest paid positions in the league. We saw how much it took just to bring Darrell Williams back into the fold, and we saw what we just paid Deion Dawkins. So I can't disagree. I mean, like, obviously we see how it was a sunk cost, we all believe, to put what we paid Mario Addison, or what we are still paying him. So yeah, I mean, it's a premium.
I hear that. Corey Buffalo says, Beane said the Bills had a trade offer on the table with an NFC club that would have netted them an extra pick, but they couldn't pass on Basham. How do you feel about that? We could have picked up some more picks, but Buddy said, nah, we can't pass on Basham. Sorry, kid. Can't do it.
Eric's gonna kill himself.
John DeMarchi says, yo, Tilt said it better, man, than I did. That's the point. Thank you. You got it.
Oh, thank you, John. Thank you, John, for being here all night. It means a lot.
Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely.
And this is what I wanted to touch on real quick before I leave. And everyone's talking about the Chiefs and what we need to do to beat the Chiefs. It's not just the Chiefs. We have to win enough games to get into the playoffs first, and then we have to beat whoever we play in the playoffs. It's not just the Chiefs. We have to beat everyone. So we might have to beat the Chiefs. We might see them at some point, but we might not. It's not all about the Chiefs. And when they're in that draft room, they're not thinking, how do we beat the Chiefs? They're thinking, how do we win the Super Bowl? And that's beating a lot of teams in order to do that. So on that note, I'm gonna dip out. I will see you guys tomorrow and hopefully have a better understanding of what the hell happened tonight.
We got
Clay.
All right, see you. Go Bills.
See you, buddy.
Sure. Well, folks, we had a little bit of a heated discussion right at the end, huh, folks?
Well, no,
but
I had to bring the fire. You know I love my guys, Eric. You know I love you, man. I mean, I had to come with some heat, man, because it's just like, look, man, we can sit here and hate every pick. I mean, you came in with bad energy from From Jump Street, man.
I'll admit
you
it.
came in saying I hate it all. Like, well, hold on.
I came in like a bat out of hell. I'll admit it.
Yeah,
you should have seen me. Go read back the BF family chat before the.
I saw it.
Started.
I saw it.
Eric's always he's got 2 grades. He's got within the first 12 hours, and then he's got another 12 hours after we think about it.
I can't wait for tomorrow, man. Tomorrow's gonna be fascinating. I mean, we said at the beginning of tonight, like this really shapes your draft, but we do have 4 picks tomorrow, and but 2 in the 5th. 1 6th, 1 7th. It's gonna be really interesting to see.
Hey,
now.
Dave, real quick.
Yeah.
Who's our backup? Who's our backup tackles right now?
Ryan
Dawkins,
Ryan Bates,
and who else?
That's it.
Oh, okay. So this pick might make more sense than we think. Is what I'm saying, man.
No, I get it.
We talk a lot of trash about we have to think about depth as well, right? Mm-hmm. So that's right, man.
Gary Gotcha says, was there an edge or guard available that we'd rather have than the guys we got? I mean, most guys
was available.
Quentin
Miners, yeah.
I would have liked him more.
Trey,
you know what, Pierre? Trill tomorrow. Trill Williams.
I like him, man. I need him.
I need him. I like him too, but I don't think he's getting out of the 4th round.
Yeah, don't you guys have Bobby Hart?
Yeah, we do have Bobby Hart, but I choose not to. I choose not to mention. I choose not to mention him.
He's the worst.
Come on, okay.
Hopefully he's cut. He's got to be cut.
Wyatt 12 says DBs just have to catch, man. Mahomes would have had 20 interceptions last year if DBs could catch.
Yeah, I don't think he led the league. Someone else led the league in dropped interceptions. I can't remember who it was.
Was it? Oh, I'm not sure who it was. Who was it?
Oh, I don't know. I guess it'll be a mystery.
Yeah, next question.
Truth to Heart says, I wasn't talking to the goats that the chat is crying. Oh, the chat is crying. He's talking to the chat. So you wanted the chat to hear it.
Damn, you know what? Denver,
I hear you, fam.
Missed out on Micah Parsons, or didn't take Micah Parsons on this team. Got Baron Browning instead. Broncos, Miners, Browning. They're having a good draft. Broncos are having a good draft.
Right?
Yep.
Dylan Cooper says we signed Bobby Hart. Keep in mind, one injury and the worst OT in the league last year would have been thrown in there.
True.
Oh,
very true.
Yeah.
Good pick by the Broncos.
So all of a sudden we're coming around.
We're
coming around now.
It.
There hasn't been a wide receiver drafted in a good little bit here, and a guy I might look at tomorrow is Dax Milne out of BYU.
Yeah. We've been talking about Dax Milne a lot, man.
He'll be on the
break him down real quick. Yeah, break him down.
I really like Dax Milne. I want to drop a stat on you guys, all you guys watching, all the viewers out there. Check this out. Against single coverage in the nation, Dax Milne ranked 2nd in the nation in all of college football. The only man who was ahead of him was Kyle Pitts.
So what?
Directly behind him in 3rd place was Devonta Smith from Alabama.
So repeat
this
that.
This is a player who
need to hear that.
So Dax Milne, 2nd in the nation against single coverage DBs.
Okay.
In all of college football. Ahead of him is Kyle Pitts. Directly behind him is Devonta Smith of Alabama.
And what conference
so let
is
that sink in for a second. BYU is in the
BYU. Okay.
Western Athletic.
Somebody help me.
Yeah, the
Western Athletic.
No idea.
I know it's not the Mountain West. It's not the Mountain West. It's not the FCS. I think it's
our guy Sergio Chavez says, "Great show. Love the discussions, good and bad." Yeah, man, we definitely had some discussion, man. Guys, we're going on 5 hours of freaking coverage.
Oh, Pac-12.
Independent.
They're in the
Pac-12.
2 days straight of 5 hours of damn coverage, man.
The thing with Dax Milne is he is a Stephon Diggs-esque receiver. Stephon Diggs also came from a smaller school in Maryland, by the way, but they have a very similar style. They're both extremely explosive, extremely technical, and aggressive. They can torch a DB in multiple different ways. His speed isn't exactly what you would consider to be a burner. I wouldn't call him a burner. I would call him a technical receiver. And so Dax Milne is the type of guy. And by the way, he's 1 inch taller than Stephon Diggs and 10 pounds heavier. So relatively the same size.
I like it. I'll be do some homework tonight. Dax,
you can have a guy like that and turn him into a protege for Diggs. You can have a guy like that and try and develop him into a slot to replace Beasley. He's extremely underrated in my opinion. In fact, criminally so. And by the way, he had a 78% completion percentage for Zach Wilson when throwing together.
So,
from Zach Wilson to
what dropped him?
What dropped him? I would say the fact that number one, he comes from BYU, and number two, he's only played 2 seasons at BYU as the number one receiver. When he was a freshman and when he was a sophomore, he had kind of a hard time working his way onto the depth chart, but he had an explosive first year. The first year they played him at wide receiver 1 for BYU, he just exploded right out of the gate, and that continued last year. He was the clear and away wide receiver 1 for BYU.
Abby, and I love you, girl.
If you look at some of his games, especially if you look at these games against Houston last year, Dax Milne torched Houston, every single one of their DBs in single coverage, double coverage, and even triple coverage. And that's in the Salt Lake City Tribune. I think you can read that.
Yeah.
Well, listen,
real quick, Rico.
Yeah.
Before we go,
what up?
Let's talk about this right here, man. So, all right.
The Founders.
As far as the Founders mock, man, I mean, who are you looking at?
Yo, like right now, they really like right now. You're out of it. You're not out of it. You're still in it.
Nah,
you're still in it.
Yeah, I'm still in it.
So right now, me and Bobby are tied right now. In terms of the point system, we thought we were gonna get our specific guys as an edge. I was 1 pick away, but we decided to go with Greg. So. Second round got messed up. Third round even more messed up. You know what I mean? Going to the 5th, we could go receiver. So Anthony Schwartz is gone, so I'm definitely done. Sandarius Hutchinson's still around. I hope they don't get that because Bobby can't win. And you're still alive.
I can probably clean shop. You know, you never know, man.
Yeah, man, we're still alive, man. We're still alive. Isaiah McDuffie, Demetric Felton. I think we win this with Demetric Felton. I think we get Demetric Felton. It's over for you guys. But we'll see, man. Avery Williams, special teamer. So much to be had. So much to be talked
Great
about.
Return.
We had quite a show, fellas. Man, we got to do it one more time. Dave, are you in tomorrow?
Of course I am, and never left the seat again tonight.
Yo, you are a G. You are a G. Warrior, man.
His ass probably hurting like shit right now, boy. His ass is probably
my back is done. My back is done. Kev's been chilling right now. He's been laying down. He got back up. He was he was great.
You guys some hot showers tonight or ice bath or something
for sure, man.
Recovery going.
We're gonna bring on my man Kendall. Kendall, we're gonna bring you on, man.
My guys, I'm gonna jump off here and there.
All right, see you later, Kev. Are you in tomorrow? Or you done?
Give me a shout. I might pop in for a bit.
That means no. He's not gonna do it.
You know,
Zach will be in on the main panel tomorrow with us.
All right, sounds good. Well, Kev, I'll hit you up if you're down. Just hit me up. If not, I don't anticipate that you'll be around for tomorrow.
Sounds good.
All right, Kev.
See you, Kev.
All right, peace. Kev's upset. He doesn't want to say it, but I can tell he's upset. But listen, man, before we get out of here, I don't want to stay too long. Fellas, great show. Kendall, you've been in the background, man. You've been busy, man, doing work. How do you feel about our first 3 rounds, man?
Not thrilled, but I'm going to deal with it. Like they were both positions of need. I talked to Judge a lot in this pre-draft process, and I said I don't really value the swing tackle the way he does. And I'm sure Judge actually probably really likes the Spencer Brown pick in the 3rd, but he probably doesn't like it as much because we didn't pick up a corner. Yeah, I mean, swing tackle is a position of need, whether we like it or not, and I ignored it. I ignored it all draft season. I didn't really feel for it. I figured, you know what, whatever, we'll take our risks with injuries and Bobby Hart and Ryan Bates, whatever. But here, really the parting notes I want to instill in Bills Mafia is there are still cornerbacks available. There are cornerbacks available that can compete for CB2. The big name, I mean, I've talked about it all off season, or at least all of the month of April, is Darren Hall. They scouted him twice. They looked at him twice. They talked to him twice. They are interested in Darren Hall. And this dude can legitimately compete for CB2. And then beyond that, I could go down a list of names, but I'm not going to do it.
So I thought Darren Hall.
There's a lot of dudes.
I thought Darren Hall was a safety. I thought they had him as a safety.
He's listed as safety. He was recruited to San Diego State to be a safety. He only played like half a year as safety, and then sophomore year he transitioned to boundary corner, and he's good at it. In 2019 he had 16 pass breakups, led maybe tied for first in the nation, led Mountain West for damn sure.
Well, you know what? That is someone that I'm going to be definitely looking into. Because Darren Hall I had Darren Hall on my list to put in because I know some guys, the Bills talked to him, but Avery Williams was one that we definitely needed because of return possibilities. So
very true.
That was my thought process. But yeah, man, Kendall, great job tonight. Tomorrow, are you back in with us?
Yeah, I'll be here, man. I'll be in the background. You can bring me in at some point tomorrow, but it's going to get hectic with these picks coming in like crazy tomorrow, man. Yeah, they're going to be quicker than even today. So you can bring me in, but I could be sidetracked.
No, I totally get it, man. I totally get it. Pierre, you in tomorrow or you're not? You're going to take the day off?
I might.
I'll join you guys. You might jump in?
I'll join you guys, yeah.
Schmitty, what's the word for tomorrow?
I might be able to. I'm not on the schedule officially yet, but if I have time, I'd like to jump in.
All right.
I want Eric to come in because this back and forth we have right now is we need this in round 4 through 7, man, for sure. Yeah, let's go, baby. Let's go.
Schmitty's like, well, I got it. Listen, I got to go do a couple deadlifts. Let me do a couple bench presses, and then we gonna do it up. All right, listen. Final thoughts. And the quick one-line final thought. I'll start with Kendall. We'll move to Schmitty. We'll go to Dave, Pierre, and then we'll sign off.
I wish we addressed more immediate needs, but I'm gonna be happy with the haul from the first 2 days. It's something we should be able to get behind, and if Beane is behind it and the whole draft room is behind it, so should we.
Schmitty.
Mediocre.
One-liner. I love it. That's it. He's in and out. I like it. Dave, talk to me.
Well, in a little side predictive mock contest that I'm doing with Knapp, Judge, and Casey. Casey and I had Spencer Brown in our predictive mocks each. Okay. So, you know what? I'm happy that we picked him, and I actually had him in the second round. So, you know what?
Wait a minute. Hold on. No, Dave. I was arguing for a good 5 minutes with Eric. You could have jumped in and helped me out.
I didn't want to interrupt you, man. You were on a roll. You were on a roll. And Kendall knows. Steve and I, we do value the swing tackle. The only reason I was like, kind of like not like
skipping
super
on
pumped about it is because
two.
I wanted Melifonwu. That's the only reason. Like he was available, and I did not expect him to be available at 93. That's the only reason. I still like Spencer Brown. Don't get me wrong, but I like that's just my heart wanted Iffy, and so that's why. But yeah. And my one-liner in it is I gotta rejigger my big board for tomorrow, man. It's gonna be a good one. I love day 3. So
yeah.
Can you say that word again? Can re what?
Jigger.
I need to borrow. I need to borrow that word sometime.
He's gonna rejigger. Rejigger his line. He's got to look at the board.
You never heard that term before? You never heard that?
I have not.
Rejig. Never heard it. Never
learned something new today.
Okay,
I learned something new today.
Yeah, you got to rejigger. He's got to change things up. He's got to.
I gotta take edge off the board, right? And I gotta put like corner and safety and interior O line as like my only guys on the big board. Maybe wide receiver.
Let's move it on over to Kingpin. My man. Kingpin.
In Beane, we trust. I'm gonna go ahead and say it like that. He was able to. Thing about Beane, man, is like once you actually draft that quarterback that actually becomes the franchise, it really doesn't matter who the fuck you pick, right? Because you're in it every single year. So in Beane, we trust until we can't trust his ass no more.
I like the mindset. It's a good mindset.
That's it.
Keeps it positive.
Exactly.
All right. Well, listen. With that being said, you know what? At the end of the day, what did we want to improve on, and what have we been crying about that we didn't have? Is the pass rush. We addressed the pass rush, but now that Beane decided to kind of move in a different direction, we're in our feelings. So let's sleep on it.
Yeah.
We come back tomorrow. We'll see what he does. These are the value rounds now. You know how he does with his value, right? Matt Milano in the 5th.
Yeah, he's good.
You
He's
feel
good.
me?
Late
So
round.
Dane Jackson last year.
That is the silver lining in this draft. This is where value comes in, and we're probably going to be happy. All right. So everybody have a good night.
Gabriel Davis was a day 3 pick.
Gabriel Davis. You feel what I'm saying? So I mean, shit. We'll be just fine. We'll be just fine. So guys, have a great night. Get some rest. We're gonna do this shit again tomorrow. Day 3. It's gonna be going quick, rapid fire. So we'll do this again later. So Dave, I want you to sign us up how you normally do, and then we'll do it around, and then we'll do the Go Bills thing, and then we out of here.
In honor of Judge. Until next time, go Bills.
Go Bills.
Go Bills.
Go Bills. Let's go.